Chapter 10 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 10. I become neglected and am provided for. The first act of business Miss Murdstone performed when the day of solemnity was over, and light was freely admitted into the house, was to give Peggotty a month's warning. Much as Peggotty would have disliked such a service, I believe she would have retained it for my sake in preference to the best upon earth. She told me we must part, and told me why, and we condoled with each other in all sincerity. As to me or my future, not a word was said, or a step taken. Happy they would have been, I dare say, if they could have dismissed me at a month's warning too. I mustered courage once to ask Miss Murdstone when I was going back to school, and she answered dryly she believed I was not going back at all. I was told nothing more. I was very anxious to know what was going to be done with me, and so was Peggotty, but neither she nor I could pick up any information on the subject. There was one change in my condition which, while it relieved me of a great deal of present uneasiness, might have made me, if I had been capable of considering it closely, yet more uncomfortable about the future. It was this: the constraint that had been put upon me was quite abandoned. I was so far from being required to keep my dull post in the parlour that on several occasions, when I took my seat there, Miss Murdstone frowned to me to go away. I was so far from being warned off from Peggotty's society that, provided I was not in Mr. Murdstone's, I was never sought out or inquired for. At first I was in daily dread of his taking my education in hand again, or of Miss Murdstone's devoting herself to it. But I soon began to think that such fears were groundless, and that all I had to anticipate was neglect. I did not conceive that this discovery gave me much pain then. I was still giddy with the shock of my mother's death, and in a kind of stunned state as to all tributary things. I can recollect, indeed, to have speculated at odd times on the possibility of my not being taught any more, or cared for any more, and growing up to be a shabby, moody man, lounging an idle life away about the village, as well as on the feasibility of my getting rid of this picture by going away somewhere, like the hero in a story, to seek my fortune. But these were transient visions, daydreams I sat looking at sometimes, as if they were faintly painted or written on the wall of my room, and which, as they melted away, left the wall blank again. "Peggotty," I said in a thoughtful whisper one evening, when I was warming my hands at the kitchen fire, "Mr. Murdstone likes me less than he used to. He never liked me much, Peggotty, but he would rather not even see me now, if he can help it." "Perhaps it's his sorrow," said Peggotty, stroking my hair. "I am sure, Peggotty, I am sorry too. If I believed it was his sorrow, I should not think of it at all. But it's not that. Oh no, it's not that." "How do you know it's not that?" said Peggotty after a silence. "Oh, his sorrow is another and quite a different thing. He is sorry at this moment, sitting by the fireside with Miss Murdstone, but if I was to go in, Peggotty, he would be something besides." "What would he be?" said Peggotty. "Angry," I answered with an involuntary imitation of his dark frown. "If he was only sorry, he wouldn't look at me as he does. I am only sorry, and it makes me feel kinder." Peggotty said nothing for a little while, and I warmed my hands as silent as she. "Davy," she said at length. "Yes, Peggotty." "I've tried, my dear, all ways I could think of, all the ways there are and all the ways there ain't in short, to get a suitable service here in Blunderstone, but there's no such a thing, my love." "And what do you mean to do, Peggotty?" says I wistfully. "Do you mean to go and seek your fortune?" "I expect I shall be forced to go to Yarmouth," replied Peggotty, "and live there." "You might have gone further off," I said, brightening a little, "and been as bad as lost. I shall see you sometimes, my dear old Peggotty, there. You won't be quite at the other end of the world, will you?" "Contrary ways, please God," cried Peggotty with great animation. "As long as you are here, my pet, I shall come over every week of my life to see you. One day every week of my life." I felt a great weight taken off my mind by this promise, but even this was not all, for Peggotty went on to say, "I'm a-going, Davy, you see, to my brother's first, for another fortnight's visit, just till I have had time to look about me, and to get something like myself again. Now, I have been thinking that perhaps, as they don't want you here at present, you might be let to go along with me. If anything short of being in a different relation to everyone about me Peggotty accepted, could have given me a sense of pleasure at that time, it would have been this project of all others. The idea of being again surrounded by those honest faces shining welcome on me, of renewing the peacefulness of the sweet Sunday morning, when the bells were ringing, the stones dropping in the water, and the shadowy ships breaking through the mist, of roaming up and down with little Emily, telling her my troubles, and finding charms against them in the shells and pebbles on the beach, made a calm in my heart. It was ruffled next moment, to be sure, by a doubt of Miss Murdstone's giving her consent, but even that was set at rest soon, for she came out to take an evening grope in the store-closet, while we were yet in conversation, and Peggotty, with a boldness that amazed me, broached the topic on the spot. "The boy will be idle there," said Miss Murdstone, looking into a pickle-jar, "and idleness is the root of all evil. But to be sure, he will be idle here, or anywhere, in my opinion." Peggotty had an angry answer ready, I could see, but she swallowed it for my sake, and remained silent. "Humph," said Miss Murdstone, still keeping her eye on the pickles. "It is of more importance than anything else. It is of paramount importance that my brother should not be disturbed or made uncomfortable. I suppose I had better say yes." I thanked her, without making any demonstration of joy lest it should induce her to withdraw her assent, nor could I help thinking this a prudent course, since she looked at me out of the pickle-jar with as great an access of sourness as if her black eyes had absorbed its contents. However, the permission was given, and was never retracted, for when the month was out, Peggotty and I were ready to depart. Mr. Barkis came into the house for Peggotty's boxes. I had never known him to pass the garden gate before, but on this occasion he came into the house, and he gave me a look as he shouldered the largest box and went out, which I thought had meaning in it, if meaning could ever be said to find its way into Mr. Barkis's visage. Peggotty was naturally in low spirits at leaving what had been her home so many years, and where the two strong attachments of her life, for my mother and myself, had been formed. She had been walking in the churchyard too, very early, and she got into the cart and sat in it with her handkerchief at her eyes. As long as she remained in this condition, Mr. Barkis gave no sign of life whatever. He sat in his usual place and attitude, like a great stuffed figure. But when she began to look about her and to speak to me, he nodded his head and grinned several times. I have not the least notion at whom or what he meant by it. "It's a beautiful day, Mr. Barkis," I said as an act of politeness. "It ain't bad," said Mr. Barkis, who generally qualified his speech and rarely committed himself. "Peggotty is quite comfortable now, Mr. Barkis," I remarked for his satisfaction. "Is she, though?" said Mr. Barkis. After reflecting about it with a sagacious air, Mr. Barkis eyed her and said, "Are you pretty comfortable?" Peggotty laughed and answered in the affirmative. "But really and truly, you know, are you?" growled Mr. Barkis, sliding nearer to her on the seat and nudging her with his elbow. "Are you? Really and truly pretty comfortable? Are you, eh?" At each of these inquiries Mr. Barkis shuffled nearer to her and gave her another nudge, so that at last we were all crowded together in the left-hand corner of the cart, and I was so squeezed that I could hardly bear it. Peggotty calling his attentions to my sufferings, Mr. Barkis gave me a little more room at once, and got away by degrees. But I could not help observing that he seemed to think he had hit upon a wonderful expedient for expressing himself in a neat, agreeable, and pointed manner, without the inconvenience of inventing conversation. He manifestly chuckled over it for some time. By and by he turned to Peggotty again, and repeating, "Are you pretty comfortable, though?" bore down upon us as before, until the breath was nearly edged out of my body. By and by he made another descent upon us with the same inquiry and the same result. At length I got up whenever I saw him coming, and standing on the footboard pretended to look at the prospect, after which I did very well. He was so polite as to stop at a public house expressly on our account, and entertain us with broiled mutton and beer. Even when Peggotty was in the act of drinking, he was seized with one of those approaches and almost choked her. But as we drew near to the end of our journey, he had more and more to do and less time for gallantry, and when we got on Yarmouth pavement, we were all too much shaken and jolted, I apprehend, to have any leisure for anything else. Mr. Peggotty and Ham waited for us at the old place. They received me and Peggotty in an affectionate manner, and shook hands with Mr. Barkis, who, with his hat on the very back of his head, and a shamefaced leer upon his countenance and pervading his very legs, presented but a vacant appearance, I thought. They each took one of Peggotty's trunks, and we were going away, when Mr. Barkis solemnly made a sign to me with his forefinger to come under an archway. "I say," growled Mr. Barkis, "it was all right." I looked up into his face and answered, with an attempt to be very profound, "Oh." "It didn't come to an end there," said Mr. Barkis, nodding confidentially. "It was all right." Again I answered, "Oh." "You know who was willing?" said my friend. "It was Barkis, and Barkis only." I nodded assent. "It's all right," said Mr. Barkis, shaking hands. "I'm a friend of yourn. You made it all right first. It's all right." In his attempts to be particularly lucid, Mr. Barkis was so extremely mysterious that I might have stood looking in his face for an hour, and most assuredly would have got as much information out of it as out of the face of a clock that had stopped, but for Peggotty's calling me away. As we were going along, she asked me what he had said, and I told her he had said it was all right. "Like his impudence," said Peggotty, "but I don't mind that. Davy dear, what should you think if I was to think of being married?" "Why, I suppose you would like me as much then, Peggotty, as you do now?" I returned after a little consideration. Greatly to the astonishment of the passengers in the street, as well as of the relations going on before, the good soul was obliged to stop and embrace me on the spot, with many protestations of her unalterable love. "Tell me what you should say, darling," she asked again when this was over and we were walking on. "If you're thinking of being married to Mr. Barkis, Peggotty." "Yes," said Peggotty. "I should think it would be a very good thing. For then, you know, Peggotty, you would always have the horse and cart to bring you over to see me, and could come for nothing, and be sure of coming." "The sense of the dear!" cried Peggotty. "What I have been thinking of this month back. Yes, my precious, and I think I should be more independent altogether, you see, let alone my working with a better heart in my own house than I could in anybody else's now. I don't know what I might be fit for now as a servant to a stranger. And I shall always be near my pretty's resting place," said Peggotty, musing, "and be able to see it when I like, and when I lie down to rest, I may be laid not far off from my darling girl." We neither of us said anything for a little while. "But I wouldn't so much as give it another thought," said Peggotty cheerily, "if my Davy was any ways against it. Not if I had been asked in church 30 times, 3 times over, and was wearing out the ring in my pocket." "Look at me, Peggotty," I replied, "and see if I am not really glad, and don't truly wish it," as indeed I did, with all my heart. "Well, my life," said Peggotty, giving me a squeeze, "I have thought of it night and day, every way I can, and I hope the right way, but I'll think of it again, and speak to my brother about it, and in the meantime we'll keep it to ourselves, Davy, you and me. Barkis is a good plain creature," said Peggotty, "and if I tried to do my duty by him, I think it would be my fault if I wasn't pretty comfortable," said Peggotty, laughing heartily. This quotation from Mr. Barkis was so appropriate and tickled us both so much that we laughed again and again, and were quite in a pleasant humour when we came within view of Mr. Peggotty's cottage. It looked just the same, except that it may perhaps have shrunk a little in my eyes, and Mrs. Gummidge was waiting at the door as if she had stood there ever since. All within was the same, down to the seaweed in the blue mug in my bedroom. I went into the outhouse to look about me, and the very same lobsters, crabs, and crawfish, possessed by the same desire to pinch the world in general, appeared to be in the same state of conglomeration in the same old corner. But there was no little Emily to be seen, so I asked Mr. Peggotty where she was. "She's at school, sir," said Mr. Peggotty, wiping the heat consequent on the porterage of Peggotty's box from his forehead. "She'll be home," looking at the Dutch clock, "in from 20 minutes to half an hour's time. We all of us feel the loss of her, bless ye." Mrs. Gummidge moaned. "Cheer up, Walter," cried Mr. Peggotty. "I feel it more than anybody else," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I'm a lone, lorn creature. and she used to be almost the only thing that didn't go contrary with me. Mrs. Gummidge, whimpering and shaking her head, applied herself to blowing the fire. Mr. Peggotty, looking round upon us while she was so engaged, said in a low voice, which he shaded with his hand, "The old un." From this I rightly conjectured that no improvement had taken place since my last visit in the state of Mrs. Gummidge's spirits. Now the old place was, or it should have been, quite as delightful a place as ever, and yet it did not impress me in the same way. I felt rather disappointed with it. Perhaps it was because little Emily was not home yet. I knew the way by which she would come, and presently found myself strolling along the path to meet her. A figure appeared in the distance before long, and I soon knew it to be Emily, who was a little creature still in stature, though she was grown. But when she drew nearer, and I saw her blue eyes looking bluer, and her dimpled face looking brighter, and her whole self prettier and gayer, a curious feeling came over me that made me pretend not to know her, and pass by as if I were looking at something a long way off. I have done such a thing since in later life, or I am mistaken. Little Emily didn't care a bit. She saw me well enough, but instead of turning round and calling after me, ran away laughing. This obliged me to run after her, and she ran so fast that we were very near the cottage before I caught her. "Oh, it's you, is it?" said little Emily. "Why, you knew who it was, Emily," said I. "And didn't you know who it was?" said Emily. I was going to kiss her, but she covered her cherry lips with her hands, and said she wasn't a baby now, and ran away, laughing more than ever, into the house. She seemed to delight in teasing me, which was a change in her I wondered at very much. The tea-table was ready, and our little locker was put into its old place, but instead of coming to sit by me, she went and bestowed her company upon that grumbling Mrs. Gummidge, and on Mr. Peggotty's inquiring why, rumpled her hair all over her face to hide it, and could do nothing but laugh. "A little puss it is," said Mr. Peggotty, patting her with his great hand. "So she is, so she is," cried Ham. "Master Davy Bore, so she is." And he sat and chuckled at her for some time, in a state of mingled admiration and delight, that made his face a burning red. Little Emily was spoiled by them all, in fact, and by no one more than Mr. Peggotty himself, whom she could have coaxed into anything by only going and laying her cheek against his rough whisker. That was my opinion at least when I saw her do it, and I held Mr. Peggotty to be thoroughly in the right. But she was so affectionate and sweet-natured, and had such a pleasant manner of being both sly and shy at once, that she captivated me more than ever. She was tender-hearted too, for when, as we sat round the fire after tea, an allusion was made by Mr. Peggotty over his pipe to the loss I had sustained, the tears stood in her eyes, and she looked at me so kindly across the table that I felt quite thankful to her. "Ah," said Mr. Peggotty, taking up her curls and running them over his hand like water. "Here's another orphan, you see, sir. And here," said Mr. Peggotty, giving Ham a backhanded knock in the chest, "is another of 'em, though he don't look much like it." "If I had you for my guardian, Mr. Peggotty," said I, shaking my head, "I don't think I should feel much like it." "Well said, Master Davy Bore," cried Ham in an ecstasy. "Hooray, well said. No more you wouldn't, ha ha." Here he returned Mr. Peggotty's backhander, and little Emily got up and kissed Mr. Peggotty. "And how's your friend, sir?" said Mr. Peggotty to me. "Steerforth," said I. "That's the name," cried Mr. Peggotty, turning to Ham. "I knowed it was something in our way." "You said it was Rutherford," observed Ham, laughing. "Well," retorted Mr. Peggotty, "and you steer with a rudder, don't ye? And it ain't far off. How is he, sir?" "He was very well indeed when I came away, Mr. Peggotty." "There's a friend," said Mr. Peggotty, stretching out his pipe. "There's a friend, if you talk of friends. Why, Lord love my heart alive, if it ain't a treat to look at him." "He is very handsome, is he not?" said I, my heart warming with this praise. "Handsome?" cried Mr. Peggotty. "He stands up to you like, why, I don't know what he don't stand up to you like. He's so bold." "Yes, that's just his character," said I. "He's as brave as a lion, and you can't think how frank he is, Mr. Peggotty." "And I do suppose now," said Mr. Peggotty, looking at me through the smoke of his pipe, "that in the way of book learning, he'd take the wind out of almost anything." "Yes," said I, delighted. "He knows everything. He is astonishingly clever." "There's a friend," murmured Mr. Peggotty, with a grave toss of his head. "Nothing seems to cost him any trouble," I said. "He knows a task if he only looks at it. He's the best cricketer you ever saw. He will give you almost as many men as you like at draughts, and beat you easily." Mr. Peggotty gave his head another toss, as much as to say, "Of course he will." "He's such a speaker," I pursued, "that he can win anybody over, and I don't know what you'd say if you were to hear him sing, Mr. Peggotty." Mr. Peggotty gave his head another toss, as much as to say, "I have no doubt of it." "Then he's such a generous, fine, noble fellow," said I, quite carried away with my favourite theme, "that it's hardly possible to give him as much praise as he deserves. I am sure I can never feel thankful enough for the generosity with which he has protected me, so much younger and lower in the school than himself." I was running on very fast indeed when my eyes rested on little Emily's face, which was bent forward over the table, listening with the deepest attention, her breath held, her blue eyes sparkling like jewels, and the colour mantling in her cheeks. She looked so extraordinarily earnest and pretty that I stopped in a sort of wonder, and they all observed her at the same time, for as I stopped they laughed and looked at her. "Emily's like me," said Peggotty, "and would like to see him." Emily was confused by our all observing her, and hung down her head, and her face was covered with blushes. Glancing up presently through her stray curls, and seeing that we were all looking at her still, I am sure I for one could have looked at her for hours, she ran away, and kept away till it was nearly bedtime. I lay down in the old little bed in the stern of the boat, and the wind came moaning on across the flat as it had done before. But I could not help fancying now that it moaned of those who were gone, and instead of thinking that the sea might rise in the night and float the boat away, I thought of the sea that had risen, since I last heard those sounds, and drowned my happy home. I recollect, as the wind and water began to sound fainter in my ears, putting a sort of clause into my prayers, petitioning that I might grow up to marry little Emily, and so dropping lovingly asleep. The days passed pretty much as they had passed before, except, it was a great exception, that little Emily and I seldom wandered on the beach now. She had tasks to learn and needlework to do, and was absent during a great part of each day. But I felt that we should not have had those old wanderings, even if it had been otherwise. Wild and full of childish whims as Emily was, she was more of a little woman than I had supposed. She seemed to have got a great distance away from me in a little more than a year. She liked me, but she laughed at me and tormented me, and when I went to meet her, stole home another way, and was laughing at the door when I came back disappointed. The best times were when she sat quietly at work in the doorway, and I sat on the wooden step at her feet, reading to her. It seems to me, at this hour, that I have never seen such sunlight as on those bright April afternoons, that I have never seen such a sunny little figure as I used to see, sitting in the doorway of the old boat, that I have never beheld such a sky, such water, such glorified ships sailing away into golden air. On the very first evening after our arrival, Mr. Barkis appeared in an exceedingly vacant and awkward condition, and with a bundle of oranges tied up in a handkerchief. As he made no allusion of any kind to this property, he was supposed to have left it behind him by accident when he went away, until Ham, running after him to restore it, came back with the information that it was intended for Peggotty. After that occasion he appeared every evening at exactly the same hour, and always with a little bundle, to which he never alluded, and which he regularly put behind the door and left there. These offerings of affection were of a most various and eccentric description. Among them I remember a double set of pig's trotters, a huge pincushion, half a bushel or so of apples, a pair of jet earrings, some Spanish onions, a box of dominoes, a canary bird and cage, and a leg of pickled pork. Mr. Barkis's wooing, as I remember it, was altogether of a peculiar kind. He very seldom said anything, but would sit by the fire in much the same attitude as he sat in his cart, and stared heavily at Peggotty, who was opposite. One night being, as I suppose, inspired by love, he made a dart at the bit of candle wax she kept for her thread, and put it in his waistcoat pocket and carried it off. After that, his great delight was to produce it when it was wanted, sticking to the lining of his pocket in a partially melted state, and pocket it again when it was done with. He seemed to enjoy himself very much, and not to feel at all called upon to talk. Even when he took Peggotty out for a walk on the flats, he had no uneasiness on that head, I believe, contenting himself with now and then asking her if she was pretty comfortable, and I remember that sometimes after he was gone, Peggotty would throw her apron over her face and laugh for half an hour. Indeed, we were all more or less amused, except that miserable Mrs. Gummidge, whose courtship would appear to have been of an exactly parallel nature. She was so continually reminded by these transactions of the old one. At length, when the term of my visit was nearly expired, it was given out that Peggotty and Mr. Barkis were going to make a day's holiday together, and that little Emily and I were to accompany them. I had but a broken sleep the night before, in anticipation of the pleasure of a whole day with Emily. We were all astir betimes in the morning, and while we were yet at breakfast, Mr. Barkis appeared in the distance, driving a chaise cart towards the object of his affections. Peggotty was dressed as usual, in her neat and quiet mourning, but Mr. Barkis bloomed in a new blue coat, of which the tailor had given him such good measure that the cuffs would have rendered gloves unnecessary in the coldest weather, while the collar was so high that it pushed his hair up on end on the top of his head. His bright buttons, too, were of the largest size. Rendered complete by drab pantaloons and a buff waistcoat, I thought Mr. Barkis a phenomenon of respectability. When we were all in a bustle outside the door, I found that Mr. Peggotty was prepared with an old shoe, which was to be thrown after us for luck, and which he offered to Mrs. Gummidge for that purpose. "No, it had better be done by somebody else, Dan'l," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I'm a lone, lorn creature myself, and everything that reminds me of creatures that ain't lone and lorn goes contrary with me." "Come, old gal," cried Mr. Peggotty, "take and heave it." "No, Dan'l," returned Mrs. Gummidge, whimpering and shaking her head. "If I felt less, I could do more. You don't feel like me, Dan'l. Things don't go contrary with you, nor you with them. You had better do it yourself." But here Peggotty, who had been going about from one to the other in a hurried way, kissing everybody, called out from the cart, in which we were all by this time, Emily and I on two little chairs side by side, that Mrs. Gummidge must do it. So Mrs. Gummidge did it, and I am sorry to relate, cast a damp upon the festive characters of our departure, by immediately bursting into tears and sinking subdued into the arms of Ham, with the declaration that she knowed she was a burden, and had better be carried to the house at once, which I really thought was a sensible idea that Ham might have acted on. We went away, however, on our holiday excursion, and the first thing we did was to stop at a church, where Mr. Barkis tied the horse to some rails and went in with Peggotty, leaving little Emily and me alone in the chaise. I took that occasion to put my arm round Emily's waist, and propose that as I was going away so very soon now, we should determine to be very affectionate to one another, and very happy all day. Little Emily consenting and allowing me to kiss her, I became desperate, informing her, I recollect, that I never could love another, and that I was prepared to shed the blood of anybody who should aspire to her affections. How merry little Emily made herself about it! With what a demure assumption of being immensely older and wiser than I, the fairy little woman said I was a silly boy, and then laughed so charmingly that I forgot the pain of being called by that disparaging name in the pleasure of looking at her. Mr. Barkis and Peggotty were a good while in the church, but came out at last, and then we drove away into the country. As we were going along, Mr. Barkis turned to me and said with a wink, by the by, I should hardly have thought before that he could wink, "What name was it that I wrote up in the cart?" "Clara Peggotty," I answered. "What name would it be as I should write up now, if there was a tilt here?" "Clara Peggotty again," I suggested. "Clara Peggotty Barkis," returned he, and burst into a roar of laughter that shook the chaise. In a word, they were married, and had gone into the church for no other purpose. Peggotty was resolved that it should be quietly done, and the clerk had given her away, and there had been no witnesses of the ceremony. She was a little confused when Mr. Barkis made this abrupt announcement of their union, and could not hug me enough in token of her unimpaired affection. But she soon became herself again, and said that she was very glad it was over. We drove to a little inn in a by-road where we were expected, and where we had a very comfortable dinner, and passed the day with great satisfaction. If Peggotty had been married every day for the last 10 years, she could hardly have been more at her ease about it. It made no sort of difference in her. She was just the same as ever, and went out for a stroll with little Emily and me before tea, while Mr. Barkis philosophically smoked his pipe, and enjoyed himself, I suppose, with the contemplation of his happiness. If so, it sharpened his appetite, for I distinctly called to mind that although we had eaten a good deal of pork and greens at dinner, and had finished off with a fowl or two, he was obliged to have cold boiled bacon for tea, and disposed of a large quantity without any emotion. I have often thought since what an odd, innocent, out-of-the-way kind of wedding it must have been. We got into the chaise again soon after dark and drove cosily back, looking up at the stars and talking about them. I was their chief exponent, and opened Mr. Barkis's mind to an amazing extent. I told him all I knew, but he would have believed anything I might have taken it into my head to impart to him, for he had a profound veneration for my abilities, and informed his wife in my hearing, on that very occasion, that I was a young Roscius, by which I think he meant prodigy. When we had exhausted the subject of the stars, or rather when I had exhausted the mental faculties of Mr. Barkis, little Emily and I made a cloak of an old wrapper, and sat under it for the rest of the journey. Ah, how I loved her! What happiness, I thought, if we were married and we were going away anywhere to live among the trees and in the fields, never growing older, never growing wiser, children ever, rambling hand in hand through sunshine and among flowery meadows, laying down our heads on moss at night, in a sweet sleep of purity and peace, and buried by the birds when we were dead. Some such picture with no real world in it, bright with the light of our innocence, and vague as the stars afar off, was in my mind all the way. I am glad to think there were two such guileless hearts at Peggotty's marriage as little Emily and mine. I am glad to think the loves and graces took such airy forms in its homely procession. Well, we came to the old boat again in good time at night, and there Mr. and Mrs. Barkis bade us good-bye, and drove away snugly to their own home. I felt then for the first time that I had lost Peggotty. I should have gone to bed with a sore heart indeed, under any other roof but that which sheltered little Emily's head. Mr. Peggotty and Ham knew what was in my thoughts as well as I did, and were ready with some supper and their hospitable faces to drive it away. Little Emily came and sat beside me on the locker for the only time in all that visit, and it was altogether a wonderful close to a wonderful day. It was a night tide, and soon after we went to bed, Mr. Peggotty and Ham went out to fish. I felt very brave at being left alone in the solitary house, the protector of Emily and Mrs. Gummidge, and only wished that a lion or serpent, or any ill-disposed monster, would make an attack upon us, that I might destroy him and cover myself with glory. But as nothing of this sort happened to be walking about on Yarmouth Flats that night, I provided the best substitute I could by dreaming of dragons until morning. With morning came Peggotty, who called to see me as usual under my window, as if Mr. Barkis the carrier had been from first to last a dream too. After breakfast she took me to her own home, and a beautiful little home it was. Of all the movables in it, I must have been impressed by a certain old bureau of some dark wood in the parlour. The tile-floored kitchen was the general sitting-room, with a retreating top which opened, let down, and became a desk, within which was a large quarto edition of Fox's Book of Martyrs. This precious volume, of which I do not recollect one word, I immediately discovered and immediately applied myself to, and I never visited the house afterwards, but I kneeled on a chair, opened the casket where this gem was enshrined, spread my arms over the desk, and fell to devouring the book afresh. I was chiefly edified, I am afraid, by the pictures, which were numerous and represented all kinds of dismal horrors, but the Martyrs and Peggotty's house have been inseparable in my mind ever since, and are now. I took leave of Mr. Peggotty and Ham, and Mrs. Gummidge and little Emily that day, and passed the night at Peggotty's, in a little room in the roof, with a crocodile book on a shelf by the bed's head, which was to be always mine, Peggotty said, and should always be kept for me in exactly the same state. "Young or old, Davy dear, as long as I am alive, and I have this house over my head," said Peggotty, "you shall find it as if I expected you here directly any minute. I shall keep it every day as I used to keep your old little room, my darling, and if you was to go to China, you might think of it being kept just the same, all the time you were away." I felt the truth and constancy of my old dear nurse with all my heart, and thanked her as well as I could. That was not very well, for she spoke to me thus, with her arms round my neck, in the morning, and I was going home in the morning, and I went home in the morning, with herself and Mr. Barkis in the cart. They left me at the gate, not easily or lightly, and it was a strange sight to see the cart go on, taking Peggotty away, and leaving me under the old elm trees looking at the house, in which there was no face to look on mine with love or liking any more. And now I fell into a state of neglect, which I cannot look back upon without compassion. I fell at once into a solitary condition, apart from all friendly notice, apart from the society of all other boys of my own age, apart from all companionship but my own spiritless thoughts, which seems to cast its gloom upon this paper as I write. What would I have given to have been sent to the hardest school that ever was kept, to have been taught something, anyhow, anywhere? No such hope dawned upon me. They disliked me, and they sullenly, sternly, steadily overlooked me. I think Mr. Murdstone's means were straitened at about this time, but it is little to the purpose. He could not bear me, and in putting me from him he tried, as I believe, to put away the notion that I had any claim upon him, and succeeded. I was not actively ill-used, I was not beaten or starved, but the wrong that was done to me had no intervals of relenting, and was done in a systematic, passionless manner. Day after day, week after week, month after month, I was coldly neglected. I wonder sometimes, when I think of it, what they would have done if I had been taken ill with an illness, whether I should have lain down in my lonely room and languished through it in my usual solitary way, or whether anybody would have helped me out. When Mr. and Mrs. Murdstone were at home, I took my meals with them. In their absence, I ate and drank by myself. At all times I lounged about the house and neighbourhood quite disregarded, except that they were jealous of my making any friends, thinking perhaps that if I did I might complain to someone. For this reason, though Mr. Chillip often asked me to go and see him, he was a widower, having some years before that lost a little small light-haired wife, whom I can just remember connecting in my own thoughts with a pale tortoise-shell cat. It was but seldom that I enjoyed the happiness of passing an afternoon in his closet of a surgery, reading some book that was new to me, with the smell of the whole pharmacopoeia coming up my nose, or pounding something in a mortar under his mild directions. For the same reason, added no doubt to the dislike of her, I was seldom allowed to visit Peggotty. Faithful to her promise, she either came to see me, or met me somewhere near, once every week, and never empty-handed. But many and bitter were the disappointments I had in being refused permission to pay a visit to her at her house. Some few times, however, at long intervals, I was allowed to go there, and then I found that Mr. Barkis was something of a miser, or, as Peggotty dutifully expressed it, was a little near, and kept a heap of money in a box under his bed, which he pretended was only full of coats and trousers. In this coffer his riches hid themselves with such a tenacious modesty that the smallest instalments could be only tempted out by artifice, so that Peggotty had to prepare a long and elaborate scheme, a very gunpowder plot, for every Saturday's expenses. All this time I was so conscious of the waste of any promise I had given, and of my being utterly neglected, that I should have been perfectly miserable, I have no doubt, but for the old books. They were my only comfort, and I was as true to them as they were to me, and read them over and over, I don't know how many times more. I now approached a period in my life which I can never lose the remembrance of while I remember anything, and the recollection of which has often, without any invocation, come before me like a ghost and haunted happier times. I had been out one day loitering somewhere in the listless, meditative manner that my way of life engendered, when, turning the corner of a lane near the house, I came upon Mr. Murdstone walking with a gentleman. I was confused, and was going by them, when the gentleman cried, "What, Brooks?" "No, sir, David Copperfield," I said. "Don't tell me. You are Brooks," said the gentleman. "You are Brooks of Sheffield. That's your name." At these words I observed the gentleman more attentively. His laugh coming to my remembrance too, I knew him to be Mr. Quinion, whom I had gone over to Lowestoft with Mr. Murdstone to see, before... It's no matter, I need not recall when. "And how do you get on? And where are you being educated, Brooks?" said Mr. Quinion. He had put his hand upon my shoulder and turned me about to walk with him. I did not know what to reply, and glanced dubiously at Mr. Murdstone. "He is at home at present," said the latter. "He has not been educated anywhere. I don't know what to do with him. He is a difficult subject." That old double look was on me for a moment, and then his eyes darkened with a frown, as it turned in its aversion elsewhere. Said Mr. Quinion, looking at us both, I thought. Fine weather. Silence ensued, and I was considering how I could best disengage my shoulder from his hand and go away, when he said, I suppose you are a pretty sharp fellow still, eh, Brooks? Aye, he is sharp enough, said Mr. Murdstone impatiently. You had better let him go. He will not thank you for troubling him. On this hint, Mr. Quinion released me, and I made the best of my way home. Looking back as I turned into the front garden, I saw Mr. Murdstone leaning against the wicket of the churchyard, and Mr. Quinion talking to him. They were both looking after me, and I felt that they were speaking of me. Mr. Quinion lay at our house that night. After breakfast next morning, I had put my chair away and was going out of the room, when Mr. Murdstone called me back. He then gravely repaired to another table, where his sister sat herself at her desk. Mr. Quinion, with his hands in his pockets, stood looking out of the window, and I stood looking at them all. David, said Mr. Murdstone, to the young this is a world for action, not for moping and droning in. As you do, added his sister. Jane Murdstone, leave this to me, if you please. I say, David, to the young this is a world for action, and not for moping and droning in. It is especially so for a young boy of your disposition, which requires a great deal of correcting, and to which no greater service can be done than to force it to conform to the ways of the working world, and to bend it and break it. For stubbornness won't do here, said his sister. What it wants is to be crushed, and crushed it must be. Shall be, too. He gave her a look, half in remonstrance, half in approval, and went on. I suppose you know, David, that I am not rich. At any rate, you know it now. You have received some considerable education already. Education is costly, and even if it were not, and I could afford it, I am of opinion that it would not be at all advantageous to you to be kept at school. What is before you is a fight with the world, and the sooner you begin it, the better. I think it occurred to me that I had already begun it in my poor way, but it occurs to me now, whether or no. You have heard the counting-house mentioned sometimes, said Mr. Murdstone. The counting-house, sir? I repeated. Of Murdstone and Grimby in the wine trade, he replied. I suppose I looked uncertain, for he went on hastily. You have heard the counting-house mentioned, or the business, or the cellars, or the wharf, or something about it. I think I have heard the business mentioned, sir, I said, remembering what I vaguely knew of his and his sister's resources, but I don't know when. It does not matter when, he returned. Mr. Quinion manages that business. I glanced at the latter deferentially as he stood looking out of the window. Mr. Quinion suggests that it gives employment to some other boys, and that he sees no reason why it shouldn't, on the same terms, give employment to you. He having, Mr. Quinion observed in a low voice, and half turning round, no other prospect, Murdstone. Mr. Murdstone, with an impatient, even an angry gesture, resumed without noticing what he had said. Those terms are, that you will earn enough for yourself to provide for your eating and drinking, and pocket money. Your lodging, which I have arranged for, will be paid by me. So will your washing, which will be kept down to my estimate, said his sister. Your clothes will be looked after for you too, said Mr. Murdstone, as you will not be able, yet a while, to get them for yourself. So you are now going to London, David, with Mr. Quinion, to begin the world on your own account. In short, you are provided for, observed his sister, and will please to do your duty. Though I quite understood that the purpose of this announcement was to get rid of me, I have no distinct remembrance whether it pleased or frightened me. My impression is that I was in a state of confusion about it, and, oscillating between the 2 points, touched neither. Nor had I much time for the clearing of my thoughts, as Mr. Quinion was to go upon the morrow. Behold me on the morrow, in a much-worn little white hat, with a black crape around it for my mother, a black jacket, and a pair of hard, stiff corduroy trousers, which Miss Murdstone considered the best armour for the legs in that fight with the world which is now to come off. Behold me so attired, and with my little worldly all before me in a small trunk, sitting, a lone, lorn child, as Mrs. Gummidge might have said, in the post-chaise that was carrying Mr. Quinion to the London coach at Yarmouth. See how our house and church are lessening in the distance, how the grave beneath the trees is blotted out by intervening objects, how the spire points upwards from my old playground no more, and the sky is empty. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 11. I begin life on my own account and don't like it. I know enough of the world now to have almost lost the capacity of being much surprised by anything, but it is a matter of some surprise to me even now that I can have been so easily thrown away at such an age. A child of excellent abilities and with strong powers of observation, quick, eager, delicate, and soon hurt bodily or mentally, it seems wonderful to me that nobody should have made any sign in my behalf. But none was made, and I became, at 10 years old, a little labouring hind in the service of Murdstone and Grinby. Murdstone and Grinby's warehouse was at the waterside. It was down in Blackfriars. Modern improvements have altered the place, but it was the last house at the bottom of a narrow street, curving down to the river, with some stairs at the end where people took boat. It was a crazy old house with a wharf of its own, abutting on the water when the tide was in, and on the mud when the tide was out, and literally overrun with rats. Its panelled rooms, discoloured with the dirt and smoke of 100 years, I dare say, its decaying floors and staircase, the squeaking and scuffling of the old grey rats down in the cellars, and the dirt and rottenness of the place, are things not of many years ago in my mind, but of the present instant. They are all before me just as they were in the evil hour when I went among them for the first time, with my trembling hand in Mr. Quinion's. Murdstone and Grinby's trade was among a good many kinds of people, but an important branch of it was in the supply of wines and spirits to certain packet ships. I forget now where they chiefly went, but I think there were some among them that made voyages both to the East and West Indies. I know that a great many empty bottles were one of the consequences of this traffic, and that certain men and boys were employed to examine them against the light, and reject those that were flawed, and to rinse and wash them. When the empty bottles ran short, there were labels to be pasted on full ones, or corks to be fitted to them, or seals to be put upon the corks, or finished bottles to be packed in cases. All this work was my work, and of the boys employed upon it I was one. There were 3 or 4 of us, counting me. My working place was established in a corner of the warehouse where Mr. Quinion could see me, when he chose to stand up on the bottom rail of his stool in the counting-house and look at me through a window above the desk. Hither, on the first morning of my so auspiciously beginning life on my own account, the oldest of the regular boys was summoned to show me my business. His name was Mick Walker, and he wore a ragged apron and a paper cap. He informed me that his father was a bargeman, and walked in a black velvet headdress in the Lord Mayor's show. He also informed me that our principal associate would be another boy whom he introduced to me by the extraordinary name of Mealy Potatoes. I discovered, however, that this youth had not been christened by that name, but that it had been bestowed upon him in the warehouse on account of his complexion, which was pale or mealy. Mealy's father was a waterman, who had the additional distinction of being a fireman, and was engaged as such at one of the large theatres, where some young relations of Mealy's, I think his little sister, did imps in the pantomimes. No words can express the secret agony of my soul as I sunk into this companionship, compared these henceforth everyday associates with those of my happier childhood, not to say with Steerforth, Traddles, and the rest of those boys, and felt my hopes of growing up to be a learned and distinguished man crushed in my bosom. The deep remembrance of the sense I had of being utterly without hope now, of the shame I felt in my position, and of the misery that it was to my young heart to believe that day by day what I had learnt and thought and delighted in, and raised my fancy and my emulation up by, would pass away from me little by little, never to be brought back any more, could not be written. As often as Mick Walker went away in the course of the afternoon, I mingled my tears with the water in which I was washing the bottles, and sobbed as if there were a flaw in my own breast, and it were in danger of bursting. The counting-house clock was at 12:30, and there was general preparation for going to dinner, when Mr. Quinion tapped at the counting-house window and beckoned me to go in. I went in, and found there a stoutish, middle-aged person, in a brown surtout and black tights and shoes, with no more hair upon his head, which was a large one and very shining, than there is upon an egg, and with a very extensive face, which he turned full upon me. His clothes were shabby, but he had an imposing shirt-collar on. He carried a jaunty sort of a stick, with a large pair of rusty tassels to it, and a quizzing glass hung outside his coat, for ornament I afterwards found, as he very seldom looked through it, and couldn't see anything when he did. "This," said Mr. Quinion, in allusion to myself, "is he." "This," said the stranger, with a certain condescending roll in his voice, and a certain indescribable air of doing something genteel, which impressed me very much, "is Master Copperfield." "I hope I see you well, sir." I said I was very well, and I hoped he was. I was sufficiently ill at ease, heaven knows, but it was not in my nature to complain much at that time of my life, so I said I was very well, and hoped he was. "I am," said the stranger, "thank heaven, quite well. I have received a letter from Mr. Murdstone, in which he mentions that he would desire me to receive into an apartment at the rear of my house, which is at present unoccupied, and is, in short, to be let as, in short," said the stranger with a smile and a burst of confidence, "as a bedroom, the young beginner whom I now have the pleasure to," and the stranger waved his hand and settled his chin in his shirt-collar. "This is Mr. Micawber," said Mr. Quinion to me. "Ahem," said the stranger, "that is my name." "Mr. Micawber," said Mr. Quinion, "is known to Mr. Murdstone. He takes orders for us on occasion, when he can get any, and he has been written to by Mr. Murdstone on the subject of your lodgings, and he will receive you as a lodger." "My address," said Mr. Micawber, "is Windsor Terrace, City Road. In short," said Mr. Micawber with the same genteel air, and in another burst of confidence, "I live there." I made him a bow. "Under the impression," said Mr. Micawber, "that your peregrinations in this metropolis have not as yet been extensive, and that you might have some difficulty in penetrating the arcana of the modern Babylon in the direction of the City Road. In short," said Mr. Micawber in another burst of confidence, "you might lose yourself. I shall be happy to call this evening, and install you in the knowledge of the nearest way." I thanked him with all my heart, for it was friendly of him to offer to take the trouble. "At what hour," said Mr. Micawber, "shall I—" "At about 8, said Mr. Quinion. "At about 8, said Mr. Micawber. "I beg to wish you good day, Mr. Quinion. I will intrude no longer." He put on his hat, and went out with his cane under his arm, very upright, and humming a tune, when he was clear of the counting-house. Mr. Quinion then formally engaged me to be as useful as I could in the warehouse of Murdstone and Grinby, at a salary, I think, of 6 shillings a week. I am not clear whether it was 6 or 7. I am inclined to believe, from my uncertainty on this head, that it was 6 at first and 7 afterwards. He paid me a week down, from his own pocket, I believe, and I gave Mealy 6pence out of it to get my trunk carried to Windsor Terrace that night, it being too heavy for my strength, small as it was. I paid 6pence more for my dinner, which was a meat pie and a turn at a neighbouring pump, and passed the hour which was allowed for that meal in walking about the streets. At the appointed time in the evening, Mr. Micawber reappeared. I washed my hands and face, to do the greater honour to his gentility, and we walked to our house, as I suppose I must call it now, together. Mr. Micawber impressing the name of the streets and the shapes of corner houses upon me as we went along, that I might find my way back easily in the morning. Arrived at this house in Windsor Terrace, which I noticed was shabby like himself, but also like himself made all the show it could, he presented me to Mrs. Micawber, a thin and faded lady, not at all young, who was sitting in the parlour. The first floor was altogether unfurnished, and the blinds were kept down to delude the neighbours, with a baby at her breast. This baby was one of twins, and I may remark here that I hardly ever, in all my experience of the family, saw both twins detached from Mrs. Micawber at the same time. One of them was always taking refreshment. There were 2 other children, Master Micawber, aged about 4, and Miss Micawber, aged about 3. These and a dark-complexioned young woman with a habit of snorting, who was a servant in the family, and informed me before half an hour had expired that she was a orfling, and came from St. Luke's workhouse in the neighbourhood, completed the establishment. My room was at the top of the house, at the back, a close chamber, stencilled all over with an ornament which my young imagination represented as a blue muffin, and very scantily furnished. "I never thought," said Mrs. Micawber when she came up, twin and all, to show me the apartment and sat down to take breath, "before I was married, when I lived with Papa and Mamma, that I should ever find it necessary to take a lodger. But Mr. Micawber being in difficulties, all considerations of private feelings must give way." I said, "Yes, ma'am." "Mr. Micawber's difficulties are almost overwhelming just at present," said Mrs. Micawber, "and whether it is possible to bring him through them, I don't know. When I lived at home with Papa and Mamma, I really should have hardly understood what the word meant, in the sense in which I now employ it, but experientia does it, as Papa used to say. I could not satisfy myself whether she told me that Mr. Micawber had been an officer in the Marines, or whether I have imagined it. I only know that I believe to this hour that he was in the Marines once upon a time, without knowing why. He was a sort of town traveller for a number of miscellaneous houses now, but made little or nothing of it, I am afraid. "If Mr. Micawber's creditors will not give him time," said Mrs. Micawber, "they must take the consequences, and the sooner they bring it to an issue the better. Blood cannot be obtained from a stone, neither can anything on account be obtained at present, not to mention law expenses, from Mr. Micawber." I cannot quite understand whether my precocious self-dependence confused Mrs. Micawber in reference to my age, or whether she was so full of the subject that she would have talked about it to the very twins if there had been nobody else to communicate with. But this was the strain in which she began, and she went on accordingly all the time I knew her. Poor Mrs. Micawber! She said she had tried to exert herself, and so I have no doubt she had. The centre of the street door was perfectly covered with a great brass plate, on which was engraved "Mrs. Micawber's Boarding Establishment for Young Ladies." But I never found that any young lady had ever been to school there, or that any young lady ever came, or proposed to come, or that the least preparation was ever made to receive any young lady. The only visitor I ever saw, or heard of, were creditors. They used to come at all hours, and some of them were quite ferocious. One dirty-faced man, I think he was a bootmaker, used to edge himself into the passage as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, and call up the stairs to Mr. Micawber, "Come, you ain't out yet, you know. Pay us, will you? Don't hide, you know. That's mean. I wouldn't be mean if I was you. Pay us, will you? Just pay us, do you hear? Come." Receiving no answer to these taunts, he would mount in his wrath to the words "swindlers" and "robbers," and these being ineffectual too, would sometimes go to the extremity of crossing the street and roaring up at the windows of the second floor where he knew Mr. Micawber was. At these times Mr. Micawber would be transported with grief and mortification, even to the length, as I was once made aware by a scream from his wife, of making motions at himself with a razor. But within half an hour afterwards he would polish up his shoes with extraordinary pains and go out, humming a tune, with a greater air of gentility than ever. Mrs. Micawber was quite as elastic. I have known her to be thrown into fainting fits by the King's taxes at 3 o'clock, and to eat lamb chops, breaded, and drink warm ale, paid for with 2 teaspoons that had gone to the pawnbrokers, at 4. On one occasion, when an execution had just been put in, coming home through some chance as early as 6 o'clock, I saw her lying, of course with a twin, under the grate in a swoon, with her hair all torn about her face, but I never knew her more cheerful than she was that very same night over a veal cutlet before the kitchen fire, telling me stories about her papa and mamma, and the company they used to keep. In this house and with this family I passed my leisure time. My own exclusive breakfast of a penny loaf and a pennyworth of milk I provided myself. I kept another small loaf and a modicum of cheese on a particular shelf of a particular cupboard to make my supper on when I came back at night. This made a hole in the 6 or 7 shillings, I know well, and I was out at the warehouse all day and had to support myself on that money all the week. From Monday morning until Saturday night I had no advice, no counsel, no encouragement, no consolation, no assistance, no support of any kind from anyone that I can call to mind, as I hope to go to heaven. I was so young and childish, and so little qualified, how could I be otherwise, to undertake the whole charge of my own existence, that often, in going to Murdstone and Grinby's of a morning, I could not resist the stale pastry put out for sale at half price at the pastry cook's doors, and spent in that the money I should have kept for my dinner. Then I went without my dinner, or bought a roll or a slice of pudding. I remember 2 pudding shops, between which I was divided according to my finances. One was in a sort of court close to St. Martin's Church, at the back of the church, which is now removed altogether. The pudding at that shop was made of currants, and was rather a special pudding, but it was dear, 2 pennyworth not being larger than a pennyworth of more ordinary pudding. A good shop for the latter was in the Strand, somewhere in that part which has been rebuilt since. There was a stout pale pudding, heavy and flabby, and with great flat raisins in it, stuck in whole at wide distances apart. It came up hot at about my time every day, and many a day did I dine off it. When I dined regularly and handsomely, I had a saveloy and a penny loaf, or a 4-penny plate of red beef from a cook's shop, or a plate of bread and cheese and a glass of beer from a miserable old public house opposite our place of business, called the Lion, or the Lion and something else that I have forgotten. Once I remember carrying my own bread, which I had brought from home in the morning, under my arm, wrapped in a piece of paper like a book, and going to a famous Alamode beef house near Drury Lane, and ordering a small plate of that delicacy to eat with it. What the waiter thought of such a strange little apparition coming in all alone I don't know, but I can see him now, staring at me as I ate my dinner, and bringing up the other waiter to look. I gave him a 1/2-penny for himself, and wish he hadn't taken it. We had half an hour, I think, for tea. When I had money enough, I used to get a 1/2 pint of ready-made coffee and a slice of bread and butter. When I had none, I used to look at a venison shop in Fleet Street, or I have strolled at such a time as far as Covent Garden Market, and stared at the pineapples. I was fond of wandering about the Adelphi, because it was a mysterious place with those dark arches. I see myself emerging one evening from one of these arches on a little public house close to the river, with an open space before it, where some coal-heavers were dancing, to look at whom I sat down upon a bench. I wonder what they thought of me. I was such a child, and so little, that frequently when I went into the bar of a strange public house for a glass of ale or porter, to moisten what I had had for dinner, they were afraid to give it to me. I remember one hot evening I went into the bar of a public house, and said to the landlord, "What is your very best ale a glass?" For it was a special occasion, I don't know what. It may have been my birthday. "Twopence 1/2-penny," said the landlord, "is the price of the genuine stunning ale." "Then," says I, producing the money, "just draw me a glass of the genuine stunning, if you please, with a good head to it." The landlord looked at me in return over the bar from head to foot, with a strange smile on his face, and instead of drawing the beer, looked round the screen and said something to his wife. She came out from behind it with her work in her hand, and joined him in surveying me. Here we stand, all three, before me now, the landlord in his shirt-sleeves, leaning against the bar window frame, his wife looking over the little half-door, and I in some confusion looking up at them from outside the partition. They asked me a good many questions, as what my name was, how old I was, where I lived, how I was employed, and how I came there. To all of which, that I might commit nobody, I invented, I am afraid, appropriate answers. They served me with the ale, though I expected it was not the genuine stunning, and the landlord's wife, opening the little half-door of the bar and bending down, gave me my money back, and gave me a kiss that was half admiring and half compassionate, but all womanly and good, I am sure. I know I do not exaggerate unconsciously and unintentionally the scantiness of my resources or the difficulties of my life. I know that if a shilling were given me by Mr. Quinion at any time, I spent it in a dinner or a tea. I know that I worked from morning until night with common men and boys, a shabby child. I know that I lounged about the streets insufficiently and unsatisfactorily fed. I know that but for the mercy of God I might easily have been, for any care that was taken of me, a little robber or a little vagabond. Yet I held some station at Murdstone and Grinby's too. Besides that Mr. Quinion did what a careless man so occupied, and dealing with the thing so anomalous could, to treat me as one upon a different footing from the rest, I never said, to man or boy, how it was that I came to be there, or gave the least indication of being sorry that I was there. That I suffered in secret, and that I suffered exquisitely, no one ever knew but I. How much I suffered it is, as I have already said, utterly beyond my power to tell. But I kept my own counsel, and I did my work. I knew from the first that, if I could not do my work as well as any of the rest, I could not hold myself above slight and contempt. I soon became at least as expeditious and as skilful as either of the other boys. Though perfectly familiar with them, my conduct and manner were different enough from theirs to place a space between us, and the men generally spoke of me as the little gent, or the little suffocker. A certain man named Gregory, who was foreman of the packers, and another named Tip, who was a carman and wore a red jacket, used to address me sometimes as David, but I think it was mostly when we were very confidential, and when I had made some efforts to entertain them over our work with some results of the old readings, which were fast perishing out of my remembrance. Mealy Potatoes uprose once, and rebelled against my being so distinguished, but Mick Walker settled him in no time. My rescue from this kind of existence I considered quite hopeless, and abandoned as such altogether. I am solemnly convinced that I never for 1 hour was reconciled to it, or was otherwise than miserably unhappy, but I bore it, and even to Peggotty, partly for the love of her and partly for shame, never in any letter, though many passed between us, revealed the truth. Mr. Micawber's difficulties were an addition to the distressed state of my mind. In my forlorn state I became quite attached to the family, and used to walk about, busy with Mrs. Micawber's calculations of ways and means, and heavy with the weight of Mr. Micawber's debts. On a Saturday night, which was my grand treat, partly because it was a great thing to walk home with 6 or 7 shillings in my pocket, looking into the shops and thinking what such a sum would buy, and partly because I went home early, Mrs. Micawber would make the most heart-rending confidences to me. Also on a Sunday, when I mixed the portion of tea or coffee I had bought overnight in a little shaving pot, and sat late at my breakfast. It was nothing at all unusual for Mr. Micawber to sob violently at the beginning of one of these Saturday night conversations, and sing about Jack's delight being his lovely Nan towards the end of it. I have known him to come home to supper with a flood of tears, and a declaration that nothing was now left but jail, and to go to bed making a calculation of the expense of putting bow windows to the house, in case anything turned up, which was his favourite expression, and Mrs. Micawber was just the same. A curious equality of friendship, originating, I suppose, in our respective circumstances, sprung up between me and these people, notwithstanding the ludicrous disparity of our years. But I never allowed myself to be prevailed upon to accept any invitation to eat and drink with them out of their stock, knowing that they got on badly with the butcher and baker, and had often not too much for themselves, until Mrs. Micawber took me into her entire confidence. This she did one evening as follows. "Master Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "I make no stranger of you, and therefore do not hesitate to say that Mr. Micawber's difficulties are coming to a crisis." It made me very miserable to hear it, and I looked at Mrs. Micawber's red eyes with the utmost sympathy. "With the exception of the heel of a Dutch cheese, which is not adapted to the wants of a young family," said Mrs. Micawber, "there is really not a scrap of anything in the larder. I was accustomed to speak of the larder when I lived with Papa and Mamma, and I used the word almost unconsciously. What I mean to express is, that there is nothing to eat in the house." "Dear me," I said in great concern. I had 2 or 3 shillings of my week's money in my pocket, from which I presume that it must have been on a Wednesday night when we held this conversation, and I hastily produced them, and with heartfelt emotion begged Mrs. Micawber to accept them as a loan. But that lady, kissing me and making me put them back in my pocket, replied that she couldn't think of it. "No, my dear Master Copperfield," said she, "far be it from my thoughts, but you have a discretion beyond your years, and can render me another kind of service if you will, and a service I will thankfully accept of." I begged Mrs. Micawber to name it. "I have parted with the plate myself," said Mrs. Micawber. 6 tea, 2 salt, and a pair of sugars. I have at different times borrowed money on in secret with my own hands. But the twins are a great tie, and to me, with my recollections of Papa and Mamma, these transactions are very painful. There are still a few trifles that we could part with. Mr. Micawber's feelings would never allow him to dispose of them, and Clickett, this was the girl from the workhouse, being of a vulgar mind, would take painful liberties if such a confidence was reposed in her. Master Copperfield, if I might ask you—" I understood Mrs. Micawber now, and begged her to make use of me to any extent. I began to dispose of the more portable articles of property that very evening, and went out on a similar expedition almost every morning before I went to Murdstone and Grinby's. Mr. Micawber had a few books on a little chiffonier, which he called the library, and those went first. I carried them, one after another, to the bookstall in the City Road, one part of which, near our house, was almost all bookstalls and bird shops then, and sold them for whatever they would bring. The keeper of this bookstall, who lived in a little house behind it, used to get tipsy every night, and to be violently scolded by his wife every morning. More than once, when I went there early, I had audience of him in a turn-up bedstead, with a cut in his forehead or a black eye, bearing witness to his excesses overnight. I am afraid he was quarrelsome in his drink, and he, with a shaking hand, endeavouring to find the needful shillings in one or other of the pockets of his clothes, which lay upon the floor, while his wife, with a baby in her arms and her shoes down at heel, never left off rating him. Sometimes he had lost his money, and then he would ask me to call again, but his wife had always got some, had taken his, I dare say, while he was drunk, and secretly completed the bargain on the stairs as we went down together. At the pawnbroker's shop, too, I became very well known. The principal gentleman who officiated behind the counter took a good deal of notice of me, and often got me, I recollect, to decline a Latin noun or adjective, or to conjugate a Latin verb in his ear while he transacted my business. After all these occasions, Mrs. Micawber made a little treat, which was generally a supper, and there was a peculiar relish in these meals which I well remember. At last Mr. Micawber's difficulties came to a crisis, and he was arrested early one morning, and carried over to the King's Bench prison in the Borough. He told me, as he went out of the house, that the god of the day had now gone down upon him, and I really thought his heart was broken, and mine too. But I heard afterwards that he was seen to play a lively game at skittles before noon. On the first Sunday after he was taken there, I was to go to see him, and have dinner with him. I was to ask my way to such a place, and just short of that place I should see such another place, and just short of that I should see a yard which I was to cross, and keep straight on until I saw a turnkey. All this I did, and when at last I did see a turnkey, poor little fellow that I was, I thought how, when Roderick Random was in a debtor's prison, there was a man there with nothing on him but an old rug. The turnkey swam before my dimmed eyes and my beating heart. Mr. Micawber was waiting for me within the gate, and we went up to his room, top story but one, and cried very much. He solemnly conjured me, I remember, to take warning by his fate, and to observe that if a man had £20 a year for his income, and spent £19, 19 shillings and sixpence, he would be happy, but that if he spent £20 one, he would be miserable. After which he borrowed a shilling for me for porter, and gave me a written order on Mrs. Micawber for the amount, and put away his pocket-handkerchief and cheered up. We sat before a little fire, with 2 bricks put within the rusted grate, one on each side, to prevent its burning too many coals, until another debtor, who shared the room with Mr. Micawber, came in from the bakehouse with a loin of mutton, which was our joint stock repast. Then I was sent up to Captain Hopkins, in the room overhead, with Mr. Micawber's compliments, and I was his young friend, and would Captain Hopkins lend me a knife and fork. Captain Hopkins lent me the knife and fork, with his compliments to Mr. Micawber. There was a very dirty lady in this room, and 2 wan girls, his daughters, with shock heads of hair. I thought it was better to borrow Captain Hopkins' knife and fork than Captain Hopkins' comb. The captain himself was in the last extremity of shabbiness, with large whiskers, and an old brown greatcoat, with no other coat below it. I saw his bed rolled up in a corner, and what plates and dishes and pots he had on a shelf, and I divined, God knows how, that though the 2 girls with the shock heads of hair were Captain Hopkins' children, the dirty lady was not married to Captain Hopkins. My timid station on this threshold was not occupied more than a couple of minutes at most, but I came down again with all this in my knowledge, as surely as the knife and fork were in my hand. There was something gipsy-like and agreeable in the dinner after all. I took back Captain Hopkins's knife and fork early in the afternoon, and went home to comfort Mrs. Micawber with an account of my visit. She fainted when she saw me return, and made a little jug of egg hot afterwards to console us while we talked it over. I don't know how the household furniture came to be sold for the family benefit, or who sold it, except that I did not. Sold it was, however, and carried away in a van, except the bed, a few chairs, and the kitchen table. With these possessions we encamped, as it were, in the 2 parlours of the emptied house in Windsor Terrace, Mrs. Micawber, the children, the orpling, and myself, and lived in those rooms night and day. I had no idea for how long, though it seems to me for a long time. At last Mrs. Micawber resolved to move into the prison, where Mr. Micawber had now secured a room to himself. So I took the key of the house to the landlord, who was very glad to get it, and the beds were sent over to the King's Bench, except mine, for which a little room was hired outside the walls in the neighbourhood of that institution, very much to my satisfaction, since the Micawbers and I had become too used to one another in our troubles to part. The orpling was likewise accommodated with an inexpensive lodging in the same neighbourhood. Mine was a quiet back garret with a sloping roof commanding a pleasant prospect of a timber yard, and when I took possession of it, with the reflection that Mr. Micawber's troubles had come to a crisis at last, I thought it quite a paradise. All this time I was working at Murdstone and Grinby's in the same common way, and with the same common companions, and with the same sense of unmerited degradation as at first. But I never, happily for me no doubt, made a single acquaintance, or spoke to any of the many boys whom I saw daily in going to the warehouse, in coming from it, and in prowling about the streets at meal times. I led the same secretly unhappy life, but I led it in the same lonely, self-reliant manner. The only changes I am conscious of are, firstly, that I had grown more shabby, and secondly, that I was now relieved of much of the weight of Mr. and Mrs. Micawber's cares, for some relatives or friends had engaged to help them at their present pass, and they lived more comfortably in the prison than they had lived for a long while out of it. I used to go to breakfast with them now, in virtue of some arrangement, of which I have forgotten the details. I forget, too, at what hour the gates were opened in the morning, admitting of my going in, but I know that I was often up at 6 o'clock, and that my favourite lounging place in the interval was Old London Bridge, where I was wont to sit in one of the stone recesses, watching the people go by, or to look over the balustrades at the sun shining in the water, and lighting up the golden flame on top of the monument. The orpling met me there sometimes, to be told some astonishing fictions respecting the wharfs and the tower, of which I can say no more than that I hoped I believed them myself. In the evening I used to go back to the prison, and walk up and down the parade with Mr. Micawber, or play casino with Mrs. Micawber, and hear reminiscences of her papa and mamma. Whether Mr. Murdstone knew where I was, I am unable to say. I never told them at Murdstone and Grinby's. Mr. Micawber's affairs, though past their crisis, were very much involved by reason of a certain deed, of which I used to hear a great deal, and which I suppose now to have been some former composition with his creditors, though I was so far from being clear about it then, that I am conscious of having confounded it with those demoniacal parchments which are held to have upon a time obtained to a great extent in Germany. At last this document appeared to be got out of the way somehow. At all events, it ceased to be the rock ahead it had been, and Mrs. Micawber informed me that her family had decided that Mr. Micawber should apply for his release under the Insolvent Debtors Act, which would set him free, she expected, in about 6 weeks. "And then," said Mr. Micawber, who was present, "I have no doubt I shall, please heaven, begin to be beforehand with the world, and to live in a perfectly new manner, if, in short, anything turns up." By way of going in for anything that might be on the cards, I called to mind that Mr. Micawber about this time composed a petition to the House of Commons praying for an alteration in the law of imprisonment for debt. I set down this remembrance here, because it is an instance to myself of the manner in which I fitted my old books to my altered life, and made stories for myself out of the streets, and out of men and women, and how some main points in the character I shall unconsciously develop, I suppose, in writing my life, were gradually forming all this while. There was a club in the prison in which Mr. Micawber was a gentleman, was a great authority. Mr. Micawber had stated his idea of the petition to the club, and the club had strongly approved of the same. Wherefore Mr. Micawber, who was a thoroughly good-natured man, and as active a creature about everything but his own affairs as ever existed, and never so happy as when he was busy about something that could never be of any profit to him, set to work at the petition, invented it, engrossed it on an immense sheet of paper, spread it out on a table, and appointed a time for all at the club, and all within the walls if they chose, to come up to his room and sign it. When I heard of this approaching ceremony, I was so anxious to see them all come in, one after another, though I knew the greater part of them already, and they me, that I got an hour's leave of absence from Murdstone and Grinby's, and established myself in a corner for that purpose. As many of the principal members of the club as could be got into the small room without filling it, supported Mr. Micawber in front of the petition, while my old friend Captain Hopkins, who had washed himself to do honour to so solemn an occasion, stationed himself close by it, to read it to all who were unacquainted with its contents. The door was then thrown open, and the general population began to come in a long file, several waiting outside while one entered, affixed his signature, and went out. To everybody in succession, Captain Hopkins said, "Have you read it? No? Would you like to hear it read?" If he weakly showed the least disposition to hear it, Captain Hopkins, in a loud, sonorous voice, gave him every word of it. The captain would have read it 20,000 times, if 20,000 people would have heard him, one by one. I remember a certain luscious roll he gave to such phrases as, "The people's representatives in Parliament assembled," "The petitioners herefore humbly approach your honourable House," "His Majesty's gracious unfortunate subjects," as if the words were something real in his mouth and delicious to taste. Mr. Micawber, meanwhile, listening with a little of the author's vanity, and contemplating, not severely, the spikes on the wall opposite. As I walked to and fro daily between Southwark and Blackfriars, and lounged about at meal-times in obscure streets, the stones of which may, for anything I know, be worn at this moment by my childish feet, I wonder how many of these people were waiting in the crowd that used to come filing before me in review again, to the echo of Captain Hopkins's voice. When my thoughts go back now to that slow agony of youth, I wonder how much of the history I invented for such people hangs like a mist of fancy over well-remembered facts. When I tread the old ground, do I not wonder that I seem to see and pity going on before me an innocent romantic boy, making his imaginative world out of such strange experiences and sordid things. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12. Liking life on my own account no better, I form a great resolution. In due time, Mr. Micawber's petition was ripe for hearing, and that gentleman was ordered to be discharged under the Act, to my great joy. His creditors were not implacable, and Mrs. Micawber informed me that even the revengeful bootmaker had declared in open court that he bore him no malice, but that when money was owing to him, he liked to be paid. He said he thought it was human nature. Mr. Micawber returned to the King's Bench when his case was over, as some fees were to be settled, and some formalities observed, before he could be actually released. The club received him with transport, and held a harmonic meeting that evening in his honour, while Mrs. Micawber and I had a lamb's fry in private, surrounded by the sleeping family. "On such an occasion I will give you, Master Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, in a little more flip, for we had been having some already, "the memory of my papa and mamma." "Are they dead, ma'am?" I inquired after drinking the toast in a wine-glass. "My mamma departed this life," said Mrs. Micawber, "before Mr. Micawber's difficulties commenced, or at least before they became pressing. My papa lived to bail Mr. Micawber several times, and then expired, regretted by a numerous circle." Mrs. Micawber shook her head, and dropped a pious tear upon the twin who happened to be in hand. As I could hardly hope for a more favourable opportunity of putting a question in which I had a near interest, I said to Mrs. Micawber, "May I ask, ma'am, what you and Mr. Micawber intend to do, now that Mr. Micawber is out of difficulties and at liberty? Have you settled yet?" "My family," said Mrs. Micawber, who always said those two words with an air, though I never could discover who came under the denomination. My family are of opinion that Mr. Micawber should quit London and exert his talents in the country. Mr. Micawber is a man of great talent, Master Copperfield. I said I was sure of that. Of great talent, repeated Mrs. Micawber. My family are of opinion that, with a little interest, something might be done for a man of his ability in the custom house. The influence of my family being local, it is their wish that Mr. Micawber should go down to Plymouth. They think it indispensable that he should be on the spot. That he may be ready, I suggested. Exactly, returned Mrs. Micawber, that he may be ready, in case of anything turning up. And do you go too, ma'am? The events of the day, in combination with the twins, if not with the flip, made Mrs. Micawber hysterical, and she shed tears as she replied, I never will desert Mr. Micawber. Mr. Micawber may have concealed his difficulties from me in the first instance, but his sanguine temper may have led him to expect that he would overcome them. The pearl necklace and bracelets, which I inherited from Mamma, have been disposed of for less than half their value, and the set of coral, which was the wedding gift of my papa, has been actually thrown away for nothing. But I never will desert Mr. Micawber. No, cries Mrs. Micawber, more affected than before. I never will do it. It's of no use asking me. I felt quite uncomfortable, as if Mrs. Micawber supposed I had asked her to do anything of the sort, and sat looking at her in alarm. Mr. Micawber has his faults. I do not deny that he is improvident. I do not deny that he has kept me in the dark as to his resources and his liabilities both, she went on, looking at the wall. But I never will desert Mr. Micawber. Mrs. Micawber having now raised her voice to a perfect scream, I was so frightened that I ran off to the club-room and disturbed Mr. Micawber in the act of presiding at a long table and leading the chorus of Gee up, Dobbin, gee ho, Dobbin, gee up, Dobbin, gee up and gee ho, with the tidings that Mrs. Micawber was in an alarming state, upon which he immediately burst into tears, and came away with me with his waistcoat full of the heads and tails of shrimps of which he had been partaking. Emma, my angel, cried Mr. Micawber, running into the room, what is the matter? I never will desert you, Micawber, she exclaimed. My life, said Mr. Micawber, taking her in his arms, I am perfectly aware of it. He is the parent of my children. He is the father of my twins. He is the husband of my affections, cried Mrs. Micawber, struggling, and I never will desert Mr. Micawber. Mr. Micawber was so deeply affected by this proof of her devotion, as to me I was dissolved in tears, that he hung over her in a passionate manner, imploring her to look up and be calm. But the more he asked Mrs. Micawber to look up, the more she fixed her eyes on nothing, and the more he asked her to compose herself, the more she wouldn't. Consequently, Mr. Micawber was soon so overcome that he mingled his tears with hers and mine, until he begged me to do him the favour of taking a chair on the staircase while he got her into bed. I would have taken my leave for the night, but he would not hear of my doing that until the stranger's bell should ring. So I sat at the staircase window until he came out with another chair and joined me. How is Mrs. Micawber now, sir? I said. Very low, said Mr. Micawber, shaking his head. Reaction. Ah, this has been a dreadful day. We stand alone now. Everything is gone from us. Mr. Micawber pressed my hand and groaned, and afterwards shed tears. I was greatly touched, and disappointed too, for I had expected that we should be quite gay on this happy and long-looked-for occasion. But Mr. and Mrs. Micawber were so used to their old difficulties, I think that they felt quite shipwrecked when they came to consider that they were released from them. All their elasticity was departed, and I never saw them half so wretched as on this night, insomuch that when the bell rang, and Mr. Micawber walked with me to the lodge, and parted from me there with a blessing, I felt quite afraid to leave him by himself, he was so profoundly miserable. But through all the confusion and lowness of spirits in which we had been, so unexpectedly to me, involved, I plainly discerned that Mr. and Mrs. Micawber and their family were going away from London, and that a parting between us was near at hand.
It was in my walk home that night, and in the sleepless hours which followed when I lay in bed, that the thought first occurred to me, though I don't know how it came into my head, which afterwards shaped itself into a settled resolution. I had grown to be so accustomed to the Micawbers, and had been so intimate with them in their distress, and was so utterly friendless without them, that the prospect of being thrown upon some new shift for a lodging, and going once more among unknown people, was like being that moment turned adrift into my present life, with such knowledge of it ready-made as experience had given me. All the sensitive feelings it wounded so cruelly, all the shame and misery it kept alive within my breast, became more poignant as I thought of this, and I determined that the life was unendurable. That there was no hope of escape from it unless the escape was of my own act, I knew quite well. I rarely heard from Miss Murdstone, and never from Mr. Murdstone, but 2 or 3 parcels of made or mended clothes had come up for me, consigned to Mr. Quinion, and in each there was a scrap of paper to the effect that J.M., trusted D.C., was applying himself to business, and devoting himself wholly to his duties, not the least hint of my ever being anything else than the common drudge into which I was fast settling down. The very next day showed me, while my mind was in the first agitation of what it had conceived, that Mrs. Micawber had not spoken of their going away without warrant. They took a lodging in the house where I lived for a week, at the expiration of which time they were to start for Plymouth. Mr. Micawber himself came down to the counting-house in the afternoon to tell Mr. Quinion that he must relinquish me on the day of his departure, and to give me a high character, which I am sure I deserved. And Mr. Quinion, calling in Tip the carman, who was a married man, and had a room to let, quartered me prospectively on him, by our mutual consent, as he had every reason to think, for I said nothing, though my resolution was now taken. I passed my evenings with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber during the remaining term of our residence under the same roof, and I think we became fonder of one another as time went on. On the last Sunday they invited me to dinner, and we had a loin of pork and apple sauce, and a pudding. I had bought a spotted wooden horse overnight as a parting gift to little Wilkins Micawber, that was the boy, and a doll for little Emma. I had also bestowed a shilling on the orphan, who was about to be disbanded. We had a very pleasant day, though we were all in a tender state about our approaching separation. "I shall never, Master Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "revert to the period when Mr. Micawber was in difficulties, without thinking of you. Your conduct has always been of the most delicate and obliging description. You have never been a lodger. You have been a friend." "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, "Copperfield," for so he had been accustomed to call me of late, "has a heart to feel for the distress of his fellow creatures when they are behind a cloud, and a head to plan, and a hand to, in short, a general ability to dispose of such available property as could be made away with." I expressed my sense of this commendation, and said I was very sorry we were going to lose one another. "My dear young friend," said Mr. Micawber, "I am older than you, a man of some experience in life, and of some experience, in short, in difficulties, generally speaking. At present, and until something turns up, which I am, I may say, hourly expecting, I have nothing to bestow but advice. Still, my advice is so far worth taking that, in short, that I have never taken it myself, and am the—" Here Mr. Micawber, who had been beaming and smiling all over his head and face up to the present moment, checked himself and frowned. "The miserable wretch you behold." "My dear Micawber," urged his wife. "I say," returned Mr. Micawber, quite forgetting himself and smiling again, "the miserable wretch you behold. My advice is, never do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is the thief of time. Collar him." "My poor papa's maxim," Mrs. Micawber observed. "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, "your papa was very well in his way, and heaven forbid that I should disparage him. Take him for all in all. We ne'er shall, in short, make the acquaintance, probably, of anybody else possessing, at his time of life, the same legs for gaiters, and able to read the same description of print without spectacles. But he applied that maxim to our marriage, my dear, and that was so far prematurely entered into, in consequence, that I never recovered the expense." Mr. Micawber looked aside at Mrs. Micawber, and added, "Not that I am sorry for it. Quite the contrary, my love." After which he was grave for a minute or so. "My other piece of advice, Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber. "You know. Annual income £20, annual expenditure 19, 19 and 6. Result, happiness. Annual income £20, annual expenditure £20 ought and 6. Result, misery. The blossom is blighted, the leaf is withered, the god of day goes down upon the dreary scene, and, in short, you are forever floored, as I am." To make his example the more impressive, Mr. Micawber drank a glass of punch with an air of great enjoyment and satisfaction, and whistled the college hornpipe. I did not fail to assure him that I would store these precepts in my mind, though indeed I had no need to do so, for at that time they affected me visibly. Next morning I met the whole family at the coach office, and saw them, with a desolate heart, take their places outside at the back. "Master Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "God bless you. I never can forget all that, you know, and I never would, if I could." "Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "farewell. Every happiness and prosperity. If, in the progress of revolving years, I could persuade myself that my blighted destiny has been a warning to you, I should feel that I had not occupied another man's place in existence altogether in vain. In case of anything turning up, of which I am rather confident, I shall be extremely happy if it should be in my power to improve your prospects." I think, as Mrs. Micawber sat at the back of the coach with the children, and I stood in the road looking wistfully at them, a mist cleared from her eyes, and she saw what a little creature I really was. I think so because she beckoned to me to climb up, with quite a new and motherly expression in her face, and put her arm round my neck, and gave me just such a kiss as she might have given to her own boy. I had barely time to get down again before the coach started, and I could hardly see the family for the handkerchiefs they waved. It was gone in a minute. The orphan and I stood looking vacantly at each other in the middle of the road, and then shook hands and said good-bye, she going back, I suppose, to St. Luke's workhouse, as I went to begin my weary day at Murdstone's and Grinby's. But with no intention of passing many more weary days there. No, I had resolved to run away, to go by some means or other down to the country, to the only relation I had in the world, and tell my story to my aunt, Miss Betsy. I have already observed that I don't know how this desperate idea came into my brain, but once there, it remained there, and hardened into a purpose than which I have never entertained a more determined purpose in my life. I am far from sure that I believed there was anything hopeful in it, but my mind was so thoroughly made up that it must be carried to execution. Again and again, and 100 times again, since the night when the thought had first occurred to me and banished sleep, I had gone over that old story of my poor mother's about my birth, which it had been one of my great delights in the old time to hear her tell, and which I knew by heart. My aunt walked into that story, and walked out of it a dread and awful personage. But there was one little trait in her behaviour which I liked to dwell on, and which gave me some faint shadow of encouragement. I could not forget how my mother had thought that she had felt her touch her pretty hair with no ungentle hand, and though it might have been altogether my mother's fancy, and might have had no foundation whatever in fact, I made a little picture out of it, of my terrible aunt relenting towards the girlish beauty that I recollected so well and loved so much, which softened the whole narrative. It is very possible that it had been in my mind a long time, and had gradually engendered my determination. As I did not know even where Miss Betsy lived, I wrote a long letter to Peggotty, and asked her, incidentally, if she remembered, pretending that I had heard of such a lady living at a certain place I named at random, and had a curiosity to know if it were the same. In the course of that letter I told Peggotty that I had a particular occasion for half a guinea, and that if she could lend me that sum until I could repay it, I should be very much obliged to her, and would tell her afterwards what I wanted it for. Peggotty's answer soon arrived, and was, as usual, full of affectionate devotion. She enclosed the half-guinea. I was afraid she must have had a world of trouble to get it out of Mr. Barkis's box, and told me that Miss Betsy lived near Dover, but whether at Dover herself, at Hyde, Sandgate, or Folkestone, she could not say. One of our men, however, informing me on my asking him about these places that they were all close together, I deemed this enough for my object, and resolved to set out at the end of that week. Being a very honest little creature, and unwilling to disgrace the memory I was going to leave behind me at Murdstone and Grinby's, I considered myself bound to remain until Saturday night, and, as I had been paid a week's wages in advance when I first came there, not to present myself in the counting-house at the usual hour to receive my stipend. For this express reason I had borrowed the half-guinea, that I might not be without a fund for my travelling expenses. Accordingly, when the Saturday night came, and we were all waiting in the warehouse to be paid, and Tip the carman, who always took precedence, went in first to draw his money, I shook Mick Walker by the hand, asked him when it came to his turn to be paid, to say to Mr. Quinion that I had gone to move my box to Tip's, and bidding a last good night to Mealy Potatoes, ran away. My box was at my old lodgings over the water, and I had written a direction for it on the back of one of our address cards that we nailed on the casks. Master David, to be left till called for, at the coach office, Dover. This I had in my pocket, ready to put on the box, after I should have got it out of the house, and, as I went towards my lodgings, I looked about me for someone who would help me carry it to the booking office. There was a long-legged young man with a very little empty donkey-cart standing near the obelisk in the Blackfriars Road, whose eyes I caught as I was going by, and who, addressing me as "Sixpence or bad halfpence," hoped I should know him again to swear to, in allusion, I have no doubt, to my staring at him. I stopped to assure him that I had not done so in bad manners, but uncertain whether he might or might not like a job. "What job?" said the long-legged young man. "To move a box," I answered. "What box?" said the long-legged young man. I told him mine, which was down that street there, and which I wanted him to take to the Dover coach office for sixpence. "Done with you for a tanner," said the long-legged young man, and directly got upon his cart, which was nothing but a large wooden tray on wheels, and rattled away at such a rate that it was as much as I could do to keep pace with the donkey. There was a defiant manner about this young man, and particularly about the way in which he chewed straw as he spoke to me, that I did not much like. As the bargain was made, however, I took him upstairs to the room I was leaving, and we brought the box down and put it in his cart. Now, I was unwilling to put the direction card on there, lest any of my landlord's family should fathom what I was doing and detain me, so I said to the young man that I would be glad if he would stop for a minute, when he came to the dead wall of the King's Bench prison. The words were no sooner out of my mouth than he rattled away as if he, my box, the cart, and the donkey were all equally mad, and I was quite out of breath with running and calling after him, when I caught him at the place appointed. Being much flushed and excited, I tumbled my half-guinea out of my pocket in pulling out the card. I put it in my mouth for safety, and though my hands trembled a good deal, had just tied the card on very much to my satisfaction, when I felt myself violently chucked under the chin by the long-legged young man, and saw my half-guinea fly out of my mouth into his hand. "What?" said the young man, seizing me by the jacket collar with a frightful grin. "This is a police case, is it? You're a-going to bolt, are you? Come to the police, you young warman. Come to the police." "You give me back my money, if you please," said I, very much frightened, "and leave me alone." "Come to the police," said the young man. "You shall prove it yourn to the police." "Give me my box and my money, will you?" I cried, bursting into tears. The young man still replied, "Come to the police," and was dragging me against the donkey in a violent manner, as if there were any affinity between that animal and a magistrate, when he changed his mind, jumped into the cart, sat upon my box, and exclaiming that he would drive to the police straight, rattled away harder than ever. I ran after him as fast as I could, but I had no breath to call out with, and should not have dared call out now if I had. I narrowly escaped being run over 20 times at least in half a mile. Now I lost him, now I saw him, now I lost him, now I was cut with a whip, now I was shouted at, now down in the mud, now up again, now running into somebody's arms, now running headlong at a post. At length, confused by fright and heat, and doubting whether half London might not by this time be turning out for my apprehension, I left the young man to go where he would with my box and money, and panting and crying but never stopping, faced about for Greenwich, which I had understood was on the Dover road, taking very little more out of the world towards the retreat of my aunt Miss Betsy than I had brought into it on the night when my arrival gave her so much umbrage. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13. The sequel of my resolution. For anything I know, I may have had some wild idea of running all the way to Dover when I gave up the pursuit of the young man with the donkey cart and started for Greenwich. My scattered senses were soon collected as to that point if I had, for I came to a stop in the Kent road at a terrace with a piece of water before it, and a great foolish image in the middle blowing a dry shell. Here I sat down on a doorstep, quite spent and exhausted with the efforts I had already made, and with hardly breath enough to cry for the loss of my box and half-guinea. It was by this time dark. I heard the clock strike 10 as I sat resting, but it was a summer night, fortunately, and fine weather. When I had recovered my breath and had got rid of a stifling sensation in my throat, I rose up and went on. In the midst of my distress I had no notion of going back. I doubt if I should have had any, though there had been a Swiss snowdrift in the Kent road. But my standing possessed of only 3 halfpence in the world, and I am sure I wonder how they came to be left in my pocket on a Saturday night, troubled me none the less because I went on. I began to picture to myself as a scrap of newspaper intelligence of being found dead in a day or two under some hedge, and I trudged on miserably, though as fast as I could, until I happened to pass a little shop, where it was written up that ladies' and gentlemen's wardrobes were bought, and that the best prices were given for rags, bones, and kitchen stuff. The master of this shop was sitting at the door in his shirt-sleeves smoking, and as there were a great many coats and pairs of trousers dangling from the low ceiling, and only 2 feeble candles burning inside to show what they were, I fancied that he looked like a man of a revengeful disposition, who had hung all his enemies and was enjoying himself. My late experiences with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber suggested to me that there might be a means of keeping off the wolf for a little while. I went up the next street, took off my waistcoat, rolled it neatly under my arm, and came back to the shop door. "If you please, sir," I said, "I am to sell this for a fair price." Mr. Dolloby was the name over the shop door at least, took the waistcoat, stood his pipe on its head against the door-post, went into the shop, followed by me, snuffed the 2 candles with his fingers, spread the waistcoat on the counter, and looked at it there, held it up against the light and looked at it there, and ultimately said, "What do you call a fair price now, for this little waistcoat?" "Oh, you know best, sir," I returned modestly. "I can't be buyer and seller too," said Mr. Dolloby. "Put a price on this here little waistcoat." "Would 18 pence be—" I hinted after some hesitation. Mr. Dolloby rolled it up again and gave it back to me. "I should rob my family," he said, "if I was to offer 9 pence for it." This was a disagreeable way of putting the business, because it imposed upon me, a perfect stranger, the unpleasantness of asking Mr. Dolloby to rob his family on my account. My circumstances being so very pressing, however, I said I would take 9 pence for it, if he pleased. Mr. Dolloby, not without some grumbling, gave 9 pence. I wished him good night, and walked out of the shop, the richer by that sum, and the poorer by a waistcoat. But when I buttoned my jacket, that was not much. Indeed, I foresaw pretty clearly that my jacket would go next, and that I should have to make the best of my way to Dover in a shirt and pair of trousers, and might deem myself lucky if I got there even in that trim. But my mind did not run so much on this as might be supposed. Beyond the general impression of the distance before me, and of the young man with the donkey cart having used me cruelly, I think I had no very urgent sense of my difficulties when I once again set off with my 9 pence in my pocket. A plan had occurred to me for passing the night, which I was going to carry into execution. This was to lie behind the wall at the back of my old school, in a corner where there used to be a haystack. I imagined it would be a kind of company to have the boys and the bedroom where I used to tell the stories so near me, although the boys would know nothing of my being there, and the bedroom would yield me no shelter. I had had a hard day's work, and was pretty well jaded when I came climbing out at last upon the level of Blackheath. It cost me some trouble to find out Salem House, but I found it, and I found a haystack in a corner, and I lay down by it, having first walked around the wall and looked up at the windows, and seen that all was dark and silent within. Never shall I forget the lonely sensation of first lying down without a roof above my head. Sleep came upon me as it came on many other outcasts, against whom house doors were locked and house dogs barked that night, and I dreamed of lying on my old school bed, talking to the boys in my room, and found myself sitting upright, with Steerforth's name upon my lips, looking wildly at the stars that were glistening and glimmering above me. When I remembered where I was at that untimely hour, a feeling stole upon me that made me get up, afraid of I don't know what, and walk about. But the fainter glimmers of the stars and the pale light in the sky, where the day was coming, reassured me, and my eyes being very heavy, I lay down again and slept, though without a knowledge in my sleep that I was cold, until the warm beams of the sun and the ringing of the getting-up bell at Salem House awoke me. If I could have hoped that Steerforth was there, I would have lurked about until he came out alone, but I knew he must have left long since. Traddles still remained, perhaps, but it was very doubtful, and I had not sufficient confidence in his discretion, or good luck, however strong my reliance was on his good nature, to wish to trust him with my situation, so I crept away from the wall as Mr. Creakle's boys were getting up, and struck into the long dusty track which I had first known to be the Dover road, when I was one of them, and when I little expected that my eyes would ever see me the wayfarer I was now upon it. What a different Sunday morning from the old Sunday morning at Yarmouth! In due time I heard the church bells ringing as I plodded on, and I met people who were going to church, and I passed a church or two where the congregation were inside, and the sound of singing came out into the sunshine, while the beadle sat and cooled himself in the shade of the porch, or stood beneath a yew tree with his hand to his forehead, glowering at me going by. But the peace and rest of the old Sunday morning were on everything except me. That was the difference. I felt quite wicked in my dirt and dust, with my tangled hair. But for the quiet picture I had conjured up of my mother in her youth and beauty, weeping by the fire, and my aunt relenting to her, I hardly think I should have had the courage to go on until next day. But it always went before me, and I followed. I got that Sunday through 23 miles on the straight road, though not very easily, for I was new to that kind of toil. I see myself, as evening closes in, coming over the bridge at Rochester, footsore and tired, and eating bread that I had bought for supper. One or two little houses with the notice "Lodgings for Travellers" hanging outside had tempted me, but I was afraid of spending the few pence I had, and was even more afraid of the vicious looks of the trampers I had met or overtaken. I sought no shelter, therefore, but the sky, and toiling on to Chatham, which in that night's aspect is a mere dream of chalk and drawbridges, and mastless ships in a muddy river, roofed like Noah's Ark, crept at last upon a sort of grass-grown battery overhanging a lane, where a sentry was walking to and fro. Here I lay down, near a cannon, and, happily in the society of the sentry's footsteps, though he knew no more of my being above him than the boys at Salem House had known of my lying by the wall, slept soundly until morning. Very stiff and sore of foot I was in the morning, quite dazed by the beating of the drums and the marching of the troops, which seemed to hem me in on every side when I went down towards the long narrow street. Feeling that I could go but a very little way that day, if I were to reserve any strength for getting to my journey's end, I resolved to make the sale of my jacket its principal business. Accordingly I took the jacket off, that I might learn to do without it, and, carrying it under my arm, began a tour of inspection of the various slop-shops. It was a likely place to sell a jacket in, for the dealers in second-hand clothes were numerous, and were, generally speaking, on the lookout for customers at their shop doors. But as most of them had hanging up among their stock an officer's coat or two, epaulettes and all, I was rendered timid by the costly nature of their dealings, and walked about for a long time without offering my merchandise to anyone. This modesty of mine directed my attention to the marine store shops, and such shops as Mr. Dollarby's, in preference to the regular dealers. At last I found one that I thought looked promising, at the corner of a dirty lane, ending in an enclosure full of stinging nettles, against the palings of which some second-hand sailors' clothes, that seemed to have overflowed the shop, were fluttering among some cots and rusty guns and oilskin hats, and certain trays full of so many old rusty keys, of so many sizes that they seemed various enough to open all the doors in the world. Into this shop, which was low and small, and which was darkened rather than lightened by a little window, overhung with clothes, and was ascended into by some steps, I went with a palpitating heart, which was not relieved when I saw an ugly old man, with the lower part of his face all covered with a stubbly grey beard, rushed out of a dirty den behind it, and seized me by the hair of my head. He was a dreadful old man to look at, in a filthy flannel waistcoat and smelling terribly of rum. His bedstead, covered with a tumbled and ragged piece of patchwork, was in the den he had come from, where another little window showed a prospect of more stinging nettles and a lame donkey. "Oh, what do you want?" grinned this old man in a fierce monotonous whine. "Oh, my eyes and limbs, what do you want? Oh, my lungs and liver, what do you want? Oh, goroo, goroo." I was so much dismayed by these words, and particularly by the repetition of the last unknown one, which was a kind of rattle in his throat, that I could make no answer. Hereupon the old man, still holding me by the hair, repeated, "Oh, what do you want? Oh, my eyes and limbs, what do you want? Oh, my lungs and liver, what do you want? Oh, goroo," which he screwed out of himself with an energy that made his eyes start in his head. "I wanted to know," I said, trembling, "if you would buy a jacket." "Oh, let me see the jacket," cried the man. "Oh, my heart on fire, show the jacket to us. Oh, my eyes and limbs, bring the jacket out." With that he took his trembling hands, which were like the claws of a great bird, out of my hair, and put on a pair of spectacles not at all ornamental to his inflamed eyes. "Oh, how much for the jacket?" cried the old man, after examining it. "Oh, goroo, how much for the jacket?" "Half a crown," I answered, recovering myself. "Oh, my lungs and liver," cried the old man. "Oh, my eyes, no. Oh, my limbs, no. 18 pence, goroo." Every time he uttered this ejaculation, his eyes seemed to be in danger of starting out, and every sentence he spoke he delivered in a sort of tune, always exactly the same, and more like a gust of wind which begins low, mounts up high, and falls again, than any other comparison I can find for it. "Well," I said, glad to have closed the bargain, "I'll take 18 pence." "Oh, my liver," cried the old man, throwing the jacket on a shelf. "Get out of the shop. Oh, my lungs, get out of the shop. Oh, my eyes and limbs, goroo. Don't ask for money. Make it an exchange." I never was so frightened in my life, before or since, but I told him humbly that I wanted money, and that nothing else was of any use to me, but that I would wait for it, as he desired, outside, and had no wish to hurry him. So I went outside, and sat down in the shade in a corner, and I sat there so many hours that the shade became sunlight, and the sunlight became shade again, and still I sat there waiting for the money. There never was such another drunken madman in that line of business, I hope. That he was well known in the neighbourhood, and enjoyed the reputation of having sold himself to the devil, I soon understood from the visits he received from the boys, who continually came skirmishing about the shop, shouting that legend, and calling him to bring out his gold. "You ain't poor, you know, Charlie, as you pretend. Bring out your gold. Bring out some of the gold you sold yourself to the devil for. Come, it's in the lining of the mattress, Charlie. Rip it open and let's have some." This, and many offers to lend him a knife for the purpose, exasperated him to such a degree that the whole day was a succession of rushes on his part, and flights on the part of the boys. Sometimes, in his rage, he would take me for one of them, and come at me, mouthing as if he were going to tear me in pieces. Then, remembering me just in time, would dive into the shop, and lie upon his bed, as I thought from the sound of his voice, yelling in a frantic way to his own windy tune, The Death of Nelson, with an "oh" before every line, and innumerable "goroos" interspersed. As if this were not bad enough for me, the boys, connecting me with the establishment on account of the patience and perseverance with which I sat outside, half dressed, pelted me and used me very ill all day. He made many attempts to induce me to consent to an exchange, at one time coming out with a fishing rod, at another with a fiddle, at another with a cocked hat, at another with a flute. But I resisted all these overtures, and sat there in desperation, each time asking him with tears in my eyes for my money or my jacket. At last he began to pay me in halfpence at a time, and was full 2 hours getting by easy stages to a shilling. "Oh, my eyes and limbs!" he then cried, peeping hideously out of the shop after a long pause. "Will you go for 2p more?" "I can't," I said. "I shall be starved." "Oh, my lungs and liver! Will you go for 3p?" "I would go for nothing if I could," I said, "but I want the money badly." "Oh, Garoo!" It is really impossible to express how he twisted this ejaculation out of himself as he peeped round the door-post at me, showing nothing but his crafty old head. "Will you go for 4p?" I was so faint and weary that I closed with this offer, and taking the money out of his claw, not without trembling, went away more hungry and thirsty than I had ever been, a little before sunset. But at an expense of 3p I soon refreshed myself completely, and being in better spirits then, limped 7 miles upon my road. My bed at night was under another haystack, where I rested comfortably, after having washed my blistered feet in a stream, and dressed them as well as I was able with some cool leaves. When I took the road again next morning, I found that it lay through a succession of hop grounds and orchards. It was sufficiently late in the year for the orchards to be ruddy with ripe apples, and in a few places the hop pickers were already at work. I thought it all extremely beautiful, and made up my mind to sleep among the hops that night, imagining some cheerful companionship in the long perspectives of poles, with the graceful leaves twining round them. The trampers were worse than ever that day, and inspired me with a dread that is yet quite fresh in my mind. Some of them were most ferocious-looking ruffians, who stared at me as I went by, and stopped, perhaps, and called after me to come back and speak to them, and when I took to my heels, stoned me. I recollect one young fellow, a tinker I suppose, from his wallet and brazier, who had a woman with him, and who faced about and stared at me thus, and then roared to me in such a tremendous voice to come back, that I halted and looked round. "Come here when you're called," said the tinker, "or I'll rip your young body open." I thought it best to go back. As I drew near to them, trying to propitiate the tinker by my looks, I observed that the woman had a black eye. "Where are you going?" said the tinker, gripping the bosom of my shirt with his blackened hand. "I'm going to Dover," I said. "Where do you come from?" asked the tinker, giving his hand another turn in my shirt to hold me more securely. "I come from London," I said. "What lay are you upon?" said the tinker. "Are you a prig?" "No," I said. "Ain't you, by God? If you make a brag out of your honesty to me," said the tinker, "I'll knock your brains out." With his disengaged hand he made a menace of striking me, and then looked at me from head to foot. "Have you got the price of a pint of beer about you?" said the tinker. "If you have, out with it, afore I take it away." I should certainly have produced it, but that I met the woman's look, and saw her very slightly shake her head, and form "No" with her lips. "I am very poor," I said, attempting to smile, "and I've got no money." "Why, what do you mean?" said the tinker, looking so sternly at me that I almost feared that he saw the money in my pocket. "Sir," I stammered. "What do you mean," said the tinker, "by wearing my brother's silk handkerchief? Give it over here." And he had mine off my neck in a moment, and tossed it to the woman. The woman burst into a fit of laughter, as if she thought this a joke, and tossed it back to me, nodded once as slightly as before, and made the word "go" with her lips. Before I could obey, however, the tinker seized the handkerchief out of my hand with a roughness that threw me away like a feather, and putting it loosely round his own neck, turned upon the woman with an oath, and knocked her down. I never shall forget seeing her fall backwards on the hard road, and lie there with her bonnet tumbled off and her hair all whitened in the dust, nor when I looked back from a distance, seeing her sitting on the pathway, which was a bank by the roadside, wiping the blood from her face with the corner of her shawl while he went on ahead. This adventure frightened me so that afterwards, when I saw any of these people coming, I turned back until I could find a hiding place, where I remained until they had gone out of sight, which happened so often that I was very seriously delayed. But under this difficulty, as under all the other difficulties of my journey, I seemed to be sustained and led on by my fanciful picture of my mother in her youth, before I came into the world. It always kept me company. It was there among the hops when I lay down to sleep. It was with me on my waking in the morning. It went before me all day. I have associated it ever since with the sunny street of Canterbury, dozing as it were in the hot light, and with the sight of its old houses and gateways, and the stately grey cathedral, with the rooks sailing round the towers. When I came at last upon the bare wide downs near Dover, it relieved the solitary aspect of the scene with hope. And not until I reached that first great aim of my journey, and actually set foot in the town itself, on the 6th day of my flight, did it desert me. But then, strange to say, when I stood with my ragged shoes and my dusty, sunburnt, half-clothed figure in a place so long desired, it seemed to vanish like a dream, and to leave me helpless and dispirited. I inquired about my aunt among the boatmen first, and received various answers. One said she lived in the South Foreland Light, and had singed her whiskers by doing so. Another that she was made fast to the great buoy outside the harbour, and could only be visited at half tide. A third that she was locked up in Maidstone jail for child stealing. A fourth that she was seen to mount her broom in the last high wind and make direct for Calais. The fly drivers among whom I inquired next were equally jocose and equally disrespectful, and the shopkeepers, not liking my appearance, generally replied without hearing what I had to say that they had nothing for me. I felt more miserable and destitute than I had done at any period of my running away. My money was all gone. I had nothing left to dispose of. I was hungry, thirsty, and worn out, and seemed as distant from my end as if I had remained in London. The morning had worn away in these inquiries, and I was sitting on the step of an empty shop at a street corner near the market-place, deliberating upon wandering towards the other places which had been mentioned, when a fly-carrier, coming by with his carriage, dropped a horse-cloth. Something good-natured in the man's face, as I handed it up, encouraged me to ask him if he could tell me where Miss Trotwood lived, though I had asked the question so often that it almost died upon my lips. "Trotwood," said he. "Let me see. I know the name too. Old lady?" "Yes," I said, "rather." "Pretty stiff in the back?" said he, making himself upright. "Yes," I said, "I should think it very likely." "Carries a bag?" said he. "Bag with a good deal of room in it. Is gruffish, and comes down upon you sharp." My heart sank within me as I acknowledged the undoubted accuracy of his description. "Why then, I'll tell you what," said he. "If you go up there," pointing with his whip towards the heights, "and keep right on till you come to some houses facing the sea, I think you'll hear of her. My opinion is she won't stand anything, so here's a penny for you." I accepted the gift thankfully, and bought a loaf with it. Dispatching this refreshment by the way, I went in the direction my friend had indicated, and walked on a good distance without coming to the houses he had mentioned. At length I saw some before me, and approaching them, went into a little shop. It was what we used to call a general shop at home, and inquired if they could have the goodness to tell me where Miss Trotwood lived. I addressed myself to the man behind the counter, who was weighing some rice for a young woman, but the latter, taking the inquiry to herself, turned round quickly. "My mistress," she said. "What do you want with her, boy?" "I want," I replied, "to speak to her, if you please." "To beg of her, you mean?" retorted the damsel. "No," I said, "indeed," but suddenly remembering that in truth I came for no other purpose, I held my peace in confusion, and felt my face burn. My aunt's housemaid, as I supposed she was from what she had said, put her rice in a little basket and walked out of the shop, telling me that I could follow her if I wanted to know where Miss Trotwood lived. I needed no second permission, though I was by this time in such a state of consternation and agitation that my legs shook under me. I followed the young woman, and we soon came to a very neat little cottage with cheerful bow windows. In front of it, a small square gravelled court or garden full of flowers, carefully tended and smelling delicious. "This is Miss Trotwood's," said the young woman. "Now you know, and that's all I have got to say." With which words she hurried into the house. as if to shake off the responsibility of my appearance, and left me standing at the garden gate looking disconsolately over the top of it towards the parlour window, where a muslin curtain partly undrawn in the middle, and a large round green screen or fan fastened onto the window-sill, a small table, and a great chair, suggested to me that my aunt might be at that moment seated in awful state. My shoes were by this time in a woeful condition. The soles had shed themselves bit by bit, and the upper leathers had broken and burst until the very shape and form of shoes had departed from them. My hat, which had served me for a nightcap too, was so crushed and bent that no old battered handleless saucepan on a dunghill need have been ashamed to vie with it. My shirt and trousers, stained with heat, dew, grass, and the Kentish soil on which I had slept, and torn besides, might have frightened the birds from my aunt's garden as I stood at the gate. My hair had known no comb or brush since I left London. My face, neck, and hands, from unaccustomed exposure to the air and sun, were burnt to a berry brown. From head to foot I was powdered almost as white with chalk dust, as if I had come out of a lime kiln. In this plight, and with a strong consciousness of it, I waited to introduce myself to, and make my first impression on, my formidable aunt. The unbroken stillness of the parlour window leading me to infer after a while that she was not there, I lifted my eyes up to the window above it, where I saw a florid, pleasant-looking gentleman with a grey head, who shut up one eye in a grotesque manner, and nodded his head at me several times, shook it at me as often, laughed, and went away. I had been discomposed enough before, but I was so much more discomposed by this unexpected behaviour that I was on the point of slinking off, to think how I had best proceed, when there came out of the house a lady with her handkerchief tied over her cap, and a pair of gardening gloves on her hands, wearing a gardening pocket like a tollman's apron, and carrying a great knife. I knew her immediately to be Miss Betsy, for she came stalking out of the house exactly as my poor mother had so often described her stalking up our garden at Blunderstone Rookery. "Go away," said Miss Betsy, shaking her head, and making a distant chop at the air with her knife. "Go along, no boys here." I watched her, with my heart at my lips, as she marched to a corner of her garden, and stooped to dig up some little root there. Then, without a scrap of courage, but with a great deal of desperation, I went softly in and stood beside her, touching her with my finger. "If you please, ma'am," I began. She started and looked up. "If you please, aunt." "Eh?" exclaimed Miss Betsy, in a tone of amazement I have never heard approached. "If you please, aunt, I am your nephew." "Oh, Lord," said my aunt, and sat flat down in the garden path. "I am David Copperfield, of Blunderstone, in Suffolk, where you came on the night when I was born, and saw my dear mamma. I have been very unhappy since she died. I have been slighted, and taught nothing, and thrown upon myself, and put to work not fit for me. It made me run away to you. I was robbed at first setting out, and have walked all the way, and have never slept in a bed since I began the journey." Here my self-support gave way all at once, and with a movement of my hands intended to show her my ragged state, and call it to witness that I had suffered something, I broke into a passion of crying, which I suppose had been pent up within me all the week. My aunt, with every sort of expression but wonder discharged from her countenance, sat on the gravel staring at me until I began to cry, when she got up in a great hurry, collared me, and took me into the parlour. Her first proceeding there was to unlock a tall press, bring out several bottles, and pour some of the contents of each into my mouth. I think they must have been taken out at random, for I am sure I tasted aniseed water, anchovy sauce, and salad dressing. When she had administered these restoratives, as I was still quite hysterical and unable to control my sobs, she put me on the sofa, with a shawl under my head, and a handkerchief from her own head under my feet, lest I should sully the cover, and then, sitting herself down behind the green fan or screen I have already mentioned, so that I could not see her face, ejaculated at intervals, "Mercy on us!" letting those exclamations off like minute guns. After a time she rang the bell. "Janet," said my aunt when her servant came in, "go upstairs and give my compliments to Mr. Dick, and say I wish to speak to him." Janet looked a little surprised to see me lying stiffly on the sofa. I was afraid to move, lest it should be displeasing to my aunt, but went on with her errand. My aunt, with her hands behind her, walked up and down the room, until the gentleman who had squinted at me from the upper window came in laughing. "Mr. Dick," said my aunt, "don't be a fool, because nobody can be more discreet than you can, when you choose. We all know that, so don't be a fool, whatever you are." This gentleman was serious immediately, and looked at me, I thought, as if he would entreat me to say nothing about the window. "Mr. Dick," said my aunt, "you have heard me mention David Copperfield. Now don't pretend you have no memory, because you and I know better." "David Copperfield," said Mr. Dick, who did not appear to me to remember much about it. "David Copperfield. Oh yes, to be sure. David, certainly." "Well," said my aunt, "this is his boy, his son. He would be as like his father as it is possible to be, if he were not so like his mother too." "His son," said Mr. Dick. "David's son, indeed." "Yes," pursued my aunt, "and he has done a pretty piece of business. He has run away. His sister Betsy Trotwood would never have run away." My aunt shook her head firmly, confident in the character and behaviour of the girl who was never born. "Oh, you think she wouldn't have run away?" said Mr. Dick. "Oh, bless and save the man!" exclaimed my aunt sharply. "How he talks! Don't I know she wouldn't? She would have lived with her godmother, and we would have been devoted to one another. Where, in the name of wonder, should his sister Betsy Trotwood have run from or to?" "Nowhere," said Mr. Dick. "Well, then," returned my aunt, softened by the reply, "how can you pretend to be wool-gathering, Dick, when you're as sharp as a surgeon's lancet? Now, here you see young David Copperfield, and the question I put to you is, what shall we do with him?" "What shall you do with him?" said Mr. Dick feebly, scratching his head. "Oh, do with him." "Yes," said my aunt with a grave look, and her forefinger held up. "Come, I want some very sound advice." "Why, if I was you," said Mr. Dick, considering and looking vacantly at me, "I should—" The contemplation of me seemed to inspire him with a sudden idea, and he added briskly, "I should wash him." "Janet!" said my aunt, turning round with a quiet triumph, which I did not then understand. "Mr. Dick sees us all right. Heat the bath." Though I was deeply interested in this dialogue, I could not help observing my aunt, Mr. Dick, and Janet, while it was in progress, and contemplating a survey I had already been engaged in making of the room. My aunt was a tall, hard-featured lady, but by no means ill-looking. There was an inflexibility in her face, in her voice, in her gait and carriage, amply sufficient to account for the effect she made upon a gentle creature like my mother, but her features were rather handsome than otherwise, though unbending and austere. I particularly noticed that she had a very quick, bright eye. Her hair, which was grey, was arranged in two plain divisions, under what I believe to be called a mob cap. I mean a cap much more common then than now, with side pieces fastening under the chin. Her dress was of a lavender colour, and perfectly neat, but scantily made, as if she desired to be as little encumbered as possible. I remember that I thought it in form more like a riding habit, with a superfluous skirt cut off, than anything else. She wore at her side a gentleman's gold watch, if I might judge from its size and make, with an appropriate chain and seals. She had some linen at her throat, not unlike a shirt collar, and things at her wrists like little shirt wristbands. Mr. Dick, as I have already said, was grey-headed and florid. I should have said all about him in saying so, had not his head been curiously bowed, not by age. It reminded me of one of Mr. Creakle's boys' heads after a beating, and his grey eyes, prominent and large, with a strange kind of watery brightness in them, that made me, in combination with his vacant manner, his submission to my aunt, and his childish delight when she praised him, suspect him of being a little mad, though if he were mad, how he came to be there puzzled me extremely. He was dressed like any other ordinary gentleman, in a loose grey morning coat, and waistcoat and white trousers, and had his watch in his fob and his money in his pockets, which he rattled as if he were very proud of it. Janet was a pretty blooming girl of about 19 or 20, and a perfect picture of neatness. Though I made no further observation of her at that moment, I may mention here what I did not discover until afterwards, namely, that she was one of a series of protégées whom my aunt had taken into her service expressly to educate in a renouncement of mankind, and who had generally completed their abjuration by marrying the baker. The room was as neat as Janet or my aunt. As I laid down my pen a moment since to think of it, the air from the sea came blowing in again, mixing with the perfume of the flowers, and I saw the old-fashioned furniture brightly rubbed and polished, my aunt's inviolable chair and table by the round green fan in the bow window, the drugget-covered carpet, the cat, the kettle-holder, the 2 canaries, the old china, the punch-bowl full of dried rose-leaves, the tall press guarding all sorts of bottles and pots, and, wonderfully out of keeping with the rest, my dusty self upon the sofa, taking note of everything. Janet had gone away to get the bath ready when my aunt, to my great alarm, became in one moment rigid with indignation, and had hardly voice to cry out, "Janet, donkeys!" Upon which Janet came running up the stairs as if the house were in flames, darted out onto a little piece of green in front, and warned off 2 saddle donkeys, lady-ridden, that had presumed to set hoof upon it, while my aunt, rushing out of the house, seized the bridle of a 3rd animal laden with a bestriding child, turned him, led him forth from those sacred precincts, and boxed the ears of the unlucky urchin in attendance who had dared to profane that hallowed ground. To this hour I don't know whether my aunt had any lawful right of way over that patch of green, but she had settled it in her own mind that she had, and it was all the same to her. The one great outrage of her life, demanding to be constantly avenged, was the passage of a donkey over that immaculate spot. In whatever occupation she was engaged, however interesting to her conversation in which she was taking part, a donkey turned the current of her ideas in a moment, and she was upon him straight. Jugs of water and watering pots were kept in secret places ready to be discharged on the offending boys. Sticks were laid in ambush behind the door. Sallies were made at all hours, and incessant war prevailed. Perhaps this was an agreeable excitement to the donkey boys, or perhaps the more sagacious of the donkeys, understanding how the case stood, delighted with constitutional obstinacy in coming that way. I only know that there were 3 alarms before the bath was ready, and that on the occasion of the last and most desperate of all, I saw my aunt engaged single-handed with a sandy-headed lad of 15, and bump his sandy head against her own gate, before he seemed to comprehend what was the matter. These interruptions were of the more ridiculous to me, because she was giving me broth out of a tablespoon at the time, having firmly persuaded herself that I was actually starving and must receive nourishment at first in very small quantities, and, while my mouth was yet open to receive the spoon, she would put it back into the basin, cry, "Janet, donkeys!" and go out to the assault. The bath was a great comfort, for I began to be sensible of acute pains in my limbs from lying about in the fields, and was now so tired and so low that I could hardly keep myself awake for 5 minutes together. When I had bathed, they, I mean my aunt and Janet, enrobed me in a shirt and a pair of trousers belonging to Mr. Dick, and tied me up in 2 or 3 great shawls. What sort of bundle I looked like I don't know, but I felt a very hot one. Feeling so very faint and drowsy, I soon lay down on the sofa again and fell asleep. It might have been a dream, originating in the fancy which had occupied my mind so long, but I awoke with the impression that my aunt had come and bent over me, and had put my hair away from my face and laid my head more comfortably, and then stood looking at me. The words, "pretty fellow," or "poor fellow," seemed to be in my ears too, but certainly there was nothing else, when I awoke, to lead me to believe that they had been uttered by my aunt, who sat by the bow window gazing at the sea from behind the green fan, which was mounted on a kind of swivel and turned any way. We dined soon after I awoke, off a roast fowl and pudding, I sitting at the table, not unlike a trussed bird myself, and moving my arms with considerable difficulty. But as my aunt had swathed me up, I made no complaint of being inconvenienced. All this time I was deeply anxious to know what she was going to do with me, but she took her dinner in profound silence, except when she occasionally fixed her eyes on me sitting opposite and said, "Mercy upon us," which did not by any means relieve my anxiety. The cloth being drawn and some sherry put on the table, of which I had a glass, my aunt sent up for Mr. Dick again, who joined us and looked as wise as he could when she requested him to attend my story, which he elicited from me gradually by a course of questions. During my recital she kept her eyes on Mr. Dick, who I thought would have gone to sleep but for that, and who, whensoever he lapsed into a smile, was checked by a frown from my aunt. "Whatever possessed that poor unfortunate baby, that she must go and be married again," said my aunt when I had finished, "I can't conceive." "Perhaps she fell in love with her second husband," Mr. Dick suggested. "Fell in love," repeated my aunt. "What do you mean? What business had she to do it?" "Perhaps," Mr. Dick simpered after thinking a little, "she did it for pleasure." "Pleasure indeed," replied my aunt. "A mighty pleasure for the poor baby to fix her simple faith upon a dog of a fellow, certain to ill-use her in some way or other. What did she propose to herself, I should like to know? She had had one husband. She had seen David Copperfield out of the world, who was always running after wax dolls from his cradle. She had got a baby. Oh, there were a pair of babies when she gave birth to this child sitting here, that Friday night. And what more did she want?" Mr. Dick secretly shook his head at me, as if he thought there was no getting over this. "She couldn't even have a baby like anyone else," said my aunt. "Where was this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood? Not forthcoming. Don't tell me." Mr. Dick seemed quite frightened. "That little man of a doctor with his head on one side," said my aunt, "Jellips, or whatever his name was. What was he about? All he could do was say to me, like a robin redbreast, as he is, 'It's a boy.' A boy! Yah! The imbecility of the whole set of them." The heartiness of the ejaculation startled Mr. Dick exceedingly, and me too, if I am to tell the truth. "And then, as if this was not enough, and she had not stood sufficiently in the light of this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood," said my aunt, "she marries a second time, goes and marries a murderer, or a man with a name like it, and stands in this child's light. And the natural consequence is, as anybody but a baby might have foreseen, that he prowls and wanders. He's as like Cain before he was grown up as he can be." Mr. Dick looked hard at me, as if to identify me in this character. "And then there's that woman with the pagan name," said my aunt, "that Peggotty. She goes and gets married next. Because she has not seen enough of the evil attending such things, she goes and gets married next, as the child relates. I only hope," said my aunt, shaking her head, "that her husband is one of those poker husbands who abound in the newspapers, and will beat her well with one." I could not bear to hear my old nurse so decried, and made the subject of such a wish. I told my aunt that indeed she was mistaken, that Peggotty was the best, the truest, the most faithful, most devoted, and most self-denying friend and servant in the world, who had ever loved me dearly, who had ever loved my mother dearly, and who held my mother's dying head upon her arm, on whose face my mother had imprinted her last grateful kiss. And my remembrance of them both choking me, I broke down as I was trying to say that her home was my home, and that all she had was mine, and that I would have gone to her for shelter, but for her humble station, which made me fear that I might bring some trouble on her. I broke down, as I say, as I was trying to say so, and laid my face in my hands upon the table. "Well, well," said my aunt, "the child is right to stand by those who have stood by him." "Janet, donkeys!" I thoroughly believe that but for those unfortunate donkeys we should have come to a good understanding, for my aunt had laid her hand on my shoulder, and the impulse was upon me, thus emboldened, to embrace her and beseech her protection. But the interruption and the disorder she was thrown into by the struggle outside put an end to all softer ideas for the present, and kept my aunt indignantly declaiming to Mr. Dick about her determination to appeal for redress to the laws of her country, and to bring actions for trespass against the whole donkey proprietorship of Dover until tea time. After tea we sat at the window, on the lookout, as I imagined from my aunt's sharp expression of face, for more invaders, until dusk, when Janet set candles and a backgammon board on the table and pulled down the blinds. "Now, Mr. Dick," said my aunt with her grave look, and her forefinger up as before, "I am going to ask you another question. Look at this child." "David's son?" said Mr. Dick, with an attentive, puzzled face. "Exactly so," returned my aunt. "What would you do with him now?" "Do with David's son?" said Mr. Dick. "Aye," replied my aunt, "with David's son." "Oh," said Mr. Dick. "Yes, do with. I should put him to bed." "Janet!" cried my aunt, with the same complacent triumph that I had remarked before. "Mr. Dick sets us right. If the bed is ready, we'll take him up to it." Janet reporting it to be quite ready, I was taken up, kindly, but in some sort like a prisoner, my aunt going in front and Janet bringing up the rear. The only circumstance which gave me any new hope was my aunt stopping on the stairs to inquire about a smell of fire that was prevalent there, and Janet replying that she had been making tinder down in the kitchen of my old shirt. But there were no other clothes in my room than the odd heap of things I wore, and when I was left there with the little taper which my aunt forewarned me would burn exactly 5 minutes, I heard them lock my door on the outside. Turning these things over in my mind, I deemed it possible that my aunt, who could know nothing of me, might suspect I had a habit of running away, and took precautions on that account to keep me in safe keeping. The room was a pleasant one at the top of the house, overlooking the sea, on which the moon was shining brilliantly. After I had said my prayers and the candle had burnt out, I remember how I still sat looking at the moonlight on the water, as if I could hope to read my fortune in it, as in a bright book, or to see my mother with her child coming from heaven along that shining path to look upon me as she looked when I last saw her sweet face. I remember how the solemn feeling with which I at length turned my eyes away yielded to the sensation of gratitude and rest which the sight of the white curtained bed, and how much more the lying softly down upon it, nestling in the snow-white sheets, inspired. I remember how I thought of all the solitary places under the night sky where I had slept, and how I had prayed that I never might be houseless any more, and never might forget the houseless. I remember how I seemed to float off then, down the melancholy glory of that track upon the sea, away into the world of dreams. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. My aunt makes up her mind about me. On going down in the morning, I found my aunt musing so profoundly over the breakfast table, with her elbow on the tray, that the contents of the urn had overflowed the teapot, and were laying the whole tablecloth under water, when my entrance put her meditations to flight. I felt sure that I had been the subject of her reflections, and was more than ever anxious to know her intentions towards me, yet I dared not express my anxiety, lest it should give her offence. My eyes, however, not being so much under control as my tongue, were attracted towards my aunt very often during breakfast. I never could look at her for a few moments together, but I found her looking at me in an odd, thoughtful manner, as if I were an immense way off, instead of being on the other side of the small round table. When she had finished her breakfast, my aunt very deliberately leaned back in her chair, knitted her brows, folded her arms, and contemplated me at her leisure, with such a fixedness of attention that I was quite overpowered by embarrassment. Not having as yet finished my own breakfast, I attempted to hide my confusion by proceeding with it, but my knife tumbled over my fork tripped up my knife, I chipped bits of bacon a surprising height into the air, instead of cutting them for my own eating, and choked myself with my tea, which persisted in going the wrong way instead of the right one, until I gave in altogether, and sat blushing under my aunt's close scrutiny. "Hello," said my aunt after a long time. I looked up and met her sharp, bright glance respectfully. "I have written to him," said my aunt. To your father-in-law," said my aunt. "I have sent him a letter that I'll trouble him to attend to, or he and I will fall out, I can tell him." "Does he know where I am, aunt?" I inquired, alarmed. "I have told him," said my aunt with a nod. "Shall I be given up to him?" I faltered. "I don't know," said my aunt. "We shall see." "Oh, I can't think what I shall do," I exclaimed, "if I have to go back to Mr. Murdstone." "I don't know anything about it," said my aunt, shaking her head. "I can't say, I am sure. We shall see." My spirits sank under these words, and I became very downcast and heavy of heart. My aunt, without appearing to take much heed of me, put on a coarse apron with a bib, which she took out of the press, washed up the teacups with her own hands, and when everything was washed and set in the tray again, and the cloth folded and put on top of the whole, rang for Janet to remove it.
Next, she swept up the crumbs with a little broom, putting on a pair of gloves first, until there did not appear to be one microscopic speck left on the carpet. Next, she dusted and arranged the room, which was dusted and arranged to a hair's breadth already. When all these tasks were performed to her satisfaction, she took off the gloves and apron, folded them up, put them in the particular corner of the press from which they had been taken, brought out her work-box to her own table in the open window, and sat down, with the green fan between her and the light, to work. "I wish you'd go upstairs," said my aunt as she threaded her needle, "and give my compliments to Mr. Dick. I'll be glad to know how he gets on with his memorial." I rose with all alacrity, to acquit myself of this commission. "I suppose," said my aunt, eyeing me as narrowly as she had eyed the needle in threading it, "you think Mr. Dick a short name, eh?" "I thought it was rather a short name yesterday," I confessed. "You are not to suppose that he hasn't got a longer name if he chose to use it," said my aunt with a loftier air. "Babley, Mr. Richard Babley, that's the gentleman's true name." I was going to suggest, with a modest sense of my youth and the familiarity I had been already guilty of, that I had better give him the full benefit of that name, when my aunt went on to say, "But you don't call him by it, whatever you do. He can't bear his name. That's a peculiarity of his, though I don't know that it's much of a peculiarity either, for he has been ill-used enough by some that bear it, to have a mortal antipathy for it, heaven knows. Mr. Dick is his name here, and everywhere else now, if he ever went anywhere else, which he don't. So take care, child, that you don't call him anything but Mr. Dick." I promised to obey, and went upstairs with my message, thinking as I went that if Mr. Dick had been working at his memorial long, at the same rate as I had seen him working at it through the open door when I came down, he was probably getting on very well indeed. I found him still driving at it with a long pen, and his head almost laid upon the paper. He was so intent upon it that I had ample leisure to observe the large paper kite in the corner, the confusion of bundles of manuscript, the number of pens, and above all the quantity of ink, which he seemed to have in half-gallon jars by the dozen, before he observed my being present. "Ha, Phoebus," said Mr. Dick, laying down his pen. "How does the world go? I'll tell you what," he added in a lower tone, "I shouldn't wish it to be mentioned, but it's a—" Here he beckoned to me, and put his lips close to my ear. "It's a mad world. Mad as Bedlam, boy," said Mr. Dick, taking snuff from a round box on the table, and laughing heartily. Without presuming to give my opinion on this question, I delivered my message. "Well," said Mr. Dick in answer, "my compliments to her. And I believe I have made a start. I think I have made a start," said Mr. Dick, passing his hand along his grey hair and casting anything but a confident look at his manuscript. "You have been to school?" "Yes, sir," I answered, "for a short time." "Do you recollect the date?" said Mr. Dick, looking earnestly at me, and taking up his pen to note it down. "When King Charles I had his head cut off?" I said I believed it happened in the year 1649. "Well," returned Mr. Dick, scratching his ear with his pen, and looking dubiously at me, "so the books say, but I don't see how that can be, because if it was so long ago, how could the people about him have made that mistake of putting some of the trouble out of his head, after it was taken off, into mine?" I was very much surprised by the inquiry, but could give no information on this point. "It's very strange," said Mr. Dick, with a despondent look upon his papers, and with his hand among his hair again, "that I never can get that quite right. I never can make that perfectly clear. But no matter, no matter," he said cheerfully, and, rousing himself, "there's time enough. My compliments to Miss Trotwood. I'm getting on very well indeed." I was going away when he directed my attention to the kite. "What do you think of that for a kite?" he asked. I answered that it was a beautiful one. I should think it must have been as much as 7 feet high. "I made it. We'll go and fly it, you and I," said Mr. Dick. "Do you see this?" He showed me that it was covered with manuscript, very closely and laboriously written, but so plainly that as I looked along the lines I thought I saw some allusion to King Charles I's head again, in 1 or 2 places. "There's plenty of string," said Mr. Dick, "and when it flies high, it takes the facts a long way. That's my manner of diffusing 'em.
I don't know where they may come down. It's according to circumstances, and the wind, and so forth. But I'll take my chance of that. His face was so very mild and pleasant, and had something so reverend in it, though it was hale and hearty, that I was not sure but that he was having a good-humoured jest with me. So I laughed, and he laughed, and we parted the best friends possible. "Well, child," said my aunt when I went downstairs, "and what of Mr. Dick this morning?" I informed her that he sent his compliments, and was getting on very well indeed. "What do you think of him?" said my aunt. I had some shadowy idea of endeavouring to evade the question, by replying that I thought him a very nice gentleman, but my aunt was not to be so put off, for she laid her work down in her lap, and said, folding her hands upon it, "Come, your sister Betsy Trotwood would have told me what she thought of anyone directly. Be as like your sister as you can, and speak out." Is Mr. Dick, I ask because I don't know, aunt, is he at all out of his mind, then? I stammered, for I felt I was on dangerous ground. "Not a morsel," said my aunt. "Oh, indeed," I observed faintly. "If there is anything in the world," said my aunt, with great decision and force of manner, "that Mr. Dick is not, it's that." I had nothing better to offer than another timid, "Oh, indeed." "He has been called mad," said my aunt. "I have a selfish pleasure in saying that he has been called mad, or I should not have had the benefit of his society and advice for these last 10 years and upwards. In fact, ever since your sister Betsy Trotwood disappointed me." "So long as that?" I said. "And nice people they were, who had the audacity to call him mad," pursued my aunt. "Mr. Dick is a sort of distant connection of mine. It doesn't matter how. I needn't enter into that. If it hadn't been for me, his own brother would have shut him up for life. That's all." I'm afraid that it was hypocritical in me, but seeing that my aunt felt strongly on the subject, I tried to look as if I felt strongly too. "A proud fool," said my aunt, "because his brother was a little eccentric, though he is not half so eccentric as a good many people. He didn't like to have him visible about his house, and sent him away to some private asylum place, though he had been left to his particular care by their deceased father, who thought him almost a natural. And a wise man he must have been to think so. Mad himself, no doubt." Again, as my aunt looked quite convinced, I endeavoured to look quite convinced also. "So I stepped in," said my aunt, "and made him an offer. I said, 'Your brother's sane, a great deal more sane than you are, or ever will be, it is to be hoped. Let him have his little income, and come and live with me. I am not afraid of him. I am not proud. I am ready to take care of him. I shall not ill-treat him, as some people, besides the asylum folks, have done.' After a good deal of squabbling," said my aunt, "I got him, and he has been here ever since. He is the most friendly and amiable creature in existence, and as for advice, but nobody knows what that man's mind is, except myself." My aunt smoothed her dress and shook her head, as if she smoothed defiance of the whole world out of the one, and shook it out of the other. "He had a favourite sister," said my aunt, "a good creature, and very kind to him. But she did what they all do, took a husband. And he did what they all do, made her wretched. It had such an effect upon the mind of Mr. Dick. That's not madness, I hope. That, combined with his fear of his brother, and his sense of his own kindness, it threw him into a fever. That was before he came to me, but the recollection of it is oppressive to him even now." "Did he say anything to you about King Charles the First, child?" "Yes, aunt." "Ah," said my aunt, rubbing her nose as if she were a little vexed. "That's his allegorical way of expressing it. He connects his illness with great disturbance and agitation naturally, and that's the figure, or the simile, or whatever it's called, which he chooses to use. And why shouldn't he, if he thinks proper?" I said, "Certainly, aunt." "It's not a business-like way of speaking," said my aunt, "nor a worldly way, I am aware of that, and that's the reason why I insist upon it, that there shan't be a word about it in his memorial." "Is it a memorial about his own history that he is writing, aunt?" "Yes, child," said my aunt, rubbing her nose again. "He is memorializing the Lord Chancellor, or the Lord somebody or other, one of those people, at all events, who are paid to be memorialized about his affairs. I suppose it will go in one of these days. He hasn't been able to draw it up yet, without introducing that mode of expressing himself, but it don't signify, it keeps him employed." In fact, I found out afterwards that Mr. Dick had been upwards of 10 years endeavouring to keep King Charles the First out of the memorial, but he had been constantly getting into it, and was there now. "I say again," said my aunt, "nobody knows what that man's mind is except myself, and he's the most amiable and friendly creature in existence. If he likes to fly a kite sometimes, what of that? Franklin used to fly a kite. He was a Quaker or something of that sort, if I am not mistaken, and a Quaker flying a kite is a much more ridiculous object than anybody else." If I could have supposed that my aunt had recounted these particulars for my especial behoof, and as a piece of confidence in me, I should have felt very much distinguished, and should have augured favourably from such a mark of her good opinion. But I could hardly help observing that she had launched into them, chiefly because the question was raised in her own mind, and with very little reference to me, though she had addressed herself to me in the absence of anybody else. At the same time, I must say that the generosity of her championship of poor harmless Mr. Dick not only inspired my young breast with some selfish hope for myself, but warmed it unselfishly towards her. I believe that I began to know that there was something about my aunt, notwithstanding her many eccentricities and odd humours, to be honoured and trusted in. Though she was just as sharp that day as on the day before, and was in and out about the donkeys just as often, and was thrown into a tremendous state of indignation when a young man going by ogled Janet at the window, which was one of the gravest misdemeanours that could be committed against my aunt's dignity, she seemed to me to command more of my respect, if not less of my fear. The anxiety I underwent in the interval which necessarily elapsed before a reply could be received to her letter to Mr. Murdstone was extreme, but I made an endeavour to suppress it, and to be as agreeable as I could in a quiet way, both to my aunt and Mr. Dick. The latter and I would have gone out to fly the great kite, but that I had still no other clothes than the anything but ornamental garments with which I had been decorated on the first day, and which confined me to the house, except for an hour after dark, when my aunt, for my health's sake, paraded me up and down on the cliff outside, before going to bed. At length the reply from Mr. Murdstone came, and my aunt informed me, to my infinite terror, that he was coming to speak to her herself on the next day. On the next day, still bundled up in my curious habiliments, I sat counting the time, flushed and heated by the conflict of sinking hopes and rising fears within me, and waiting to be startled by the sight of the gloomy face whose non-arrival startled me every minute. My aunt was a little more imperious and stern than usual, but I observed no other token of her preparing to receive the visitor so much dreaded by me. She sat at work in the window, and I sat by with my thoughts running astray on all possible and impossible results of Mr. Murdstone's visit, until pretty late in the afternoon. Our dinner had been indefinitely postponed, but it was growing so late that my aunt had ordered it to be got ready, when she gave a sudden alarm of donkeys, and to my consternation and amazement I beheld Miss Murdstone on a side saddle ride deliberately over the sacred piece of green, and stop in front of the house looking about her. "Get along with you!" cried my aunt, shaking her head and fist at the window. "You have no business there! How dare you trespass? Go along! Oh, you bold-faced thing!" My aunt was so exasperated by the coolness with which Miss Murdstone looked about her, that I really believe she was motionless, and unable for the moment to dart out according to custom. I seized the opportunity to inform her who it was, and that the gentleman now coming near the offender, for the way up was very steep, and he had dropped behind, was Mr. Murdstone himself. "I don't care who it is," cried my aunt, still shaking her head and gesticulating anything but welcome from the bow window. "I won't be trespassed on. I won't allow it. Go away! Janet, turn him around. Lead him off." And I saw from behind my aunt a sort of hurried battle-piece, in which the donkey stood resisting everybody, with all his 4 legs planted different ways, while Janet tried to pull him round by the bridle, Mr. Murdstone tried to lead him on, Miss Murdstone struck at Janet with a parasol, and several boys, who had come to see the engagement, shouted vigorously. But my aunt, suddenly descrying among them the young malefactor who was the donkey's guardian, and who was one of the most inveterate offenders against her, though hardly in his teens, rushed out to the scene of action, pounced upon him, captured him, dragged him with his jacket over his head and his heels grinding the ground, into the garden, and, calling upon Janet to fetch the constables and justices, that he might be taken, tried, and executed on the spot, held them at bay there. This part of the business, however, did not last long, for the young rascal, being expert at a variety of feints and dodges, of which my aunt had no conception, soon went whooping away, leaving some deep impressions of his nailed boots in the flower beds, and taking his donkey in triumph with him. Miss Murdstone, during the latter portion of the contest, had dismounted, and was now waiting with her brother at the bottom of the steps, until my aunt should be at leisure to receive them. My aunt, a little ruffled by the combat, marched past them into the house with great dignity, and took no notice of their presence until they were announced by Janet. "Shall I go away, aunt?" I asked, trembling. "No, sir," said my aunt, "certainly not," with which she pushed me into a corner near her, and fenced me in with a chair, as if it were a prison or a bar of justice. This position I continued to occupy during the whole interview, and from it I now saw Mr. and Miss Murdstone enter the room. "Oh," said my aunt, "I was not aware at first to whom I had the pleasure of objecting, but I don't allow anybody to ride over that turf. I make no exceptions. I don't allow anybody to do it." "Your regulation is rather awkward to strangers," said Miss Murdstone. "Is it?" said my aunt. Mr. Murdstone seemed afraid of a renewal of hostilities, and interposing began, "Miss Trotwood." "I beg your pardon," said my aunt with a keen look. "You are the Mr. Murdstone who married the widow of my late nephew, David Copperfield of Blunderstone Rookery, though why Rookery I don't know." "I am," said Mr. Murdstone. "You'll excuse me saying, sir," returned my aunt, "that I think it would have been a much better and happier thing if you had left that poor child alone." "I so far agree with what Miss Trotwood has remarked," observed Miss Murdstone, bridling, "that I consider our lamented Clara to have been, in all essential respects, a mere child." "It is a comfort to you and me, ma'am," said my aunt, "who are getting on in life, and who are not likely to be made unhappy by our personal attractions, that nobody can say the same of us." "No doubt," returned Miss Murdstone, though, I thought, not with a very ready or gracious assent. "And it certainly might have been, as you say, a better and happier thing for my brother if he had never entered into such a marriage. I have always been of that opinion." "I have no doubt you have," said my aunt. "Janet," ringing the bell, "my compliments to Mr. Dick, and beg him to come down." Until he came, my aunt sat perfectly upright and stiff, frowning at the wall. When he came, my aunt performed the ceremony of introduction. "Mr. Dick, an old and intimate friend, on whose judgment," said my aunt with an emphasis, as an admonition to Mr. Dick, who was biting his forefinger and looking rather foolish, "I rely." Mr. Dick took his finger out of his mouth on this hint, and stood among the group with a grave and attentive expression of face. My aunt inclined her head to Mr. Murdstone, who went on, "Miss Trotwood, on the receipt of your letter, I considered it an act of greater justice to myself, and perhaps of more respect to you." "Well, thank you," said my aunt, still eyeing him keenly. "You needn't mind me." "To answer it in person, however inconvenient the journey," pursued Mr. Murdstone, "rather than by letter. This unhappy boy, who has run away from his friends and his occupation—" "And whose appearance," interposed his sister, directing general attention to me by my indefinable costume, "is perfectly scandalous and disgraceful." "Jane Murdstone," said her brother, "have the goodness not to interrupt me. This unhappy boy, Miss Trotwood, has been the occasion of much domestic trouble and uneasiness, both during the lifetime of my late dear wife and since. He has a sullen, rebellious spirit, a violent temper, and an untoward, intractable disposition. Both my sister and myself have endeavoured to correct his vices, but ineffectually, and I have felt, we have both felt, I may say, my sister being fully in my confidence, that it is right that you should receive this grave and dispassionate assurance from our lips." "It can hardly be necessary for me to confirm anything stated by my brother," said Miss Murdstone, "but I beg to observe that, of all the boys in the world, I believe this is the worst boy." "Strong," said my aunt shortly. "But not at all too strong for the facts," returned Miss Murdstone. "Ha!" said my aunt. "Well, sir?" "I have my own opinions," resumed Mr. Murdstone, whose face darkened more and more, the more he and my aunt observed each other, which they did very narrowly, "as to the best mode of bringing him up. They are founded, in part, on my knowledge of him, and in part on my knowledge of my own means and resources. I am responsible for them to myself. I act upon them, and I say no more about them. It is enough that I place this boy under the eye of a friend of my own in a respectable business, that it does not please him, that he runs away from it, makes himself a common vagabond about the country, and comes here, in rags, to appeal to you, Miss Trotwood. I wish to set before you, honourably, the exact consequences,
so far as they are within my knowledge of your abetting him in this appeal. But about the respectable business first, said my aunt. If he had been your own boy, you would have put him to it just the same, I suppose? If he had been my brother's own boy, returned Miss Murdstone, striking in, his character, I trust, would have been altogether different. Or if the poor child, his mother, had been alive, he would have still gone into the respectable business, would he? Said my aunt. I believe, said Mr. Murdstone, with an inclination of his head, that Clara would have disputed nothing which myself and my sister Jane Murdstone were agreed was for the best. Miss Murdstone confirmed this with an audible murmur. Said my aunt, an unfortunate baby. Mr. Dick, who had been rattling his money all this time, was rattling it so loudly now that my aunt felt it necessary to check him with a look, before saying, The poor child's annuity died with her? Died with her, replied Mr. Murdstone. And there was no settlement of the property, the what's-its-name rookery without any rooks in it, upon her boy? It had been left to her, unconditionally, by her first husband, Mr. Murdstone began, when my aunt caught him up with the greatest irascibility and impatience. Good Lord, ma'am, there's no occasion to say that. Left to her unconditionally. I think I see David Copperfield looking forward to any condition of any sort or kind, though it stared him point blank in the face. Of course it was left to her unconditionally. But when she married again, when she took that most disastrous step of marrying you, in short, said my aunt, to be plain, did no one put in a word for the boy at the time? My late wife loved her second husband, ma'am, said Mr. Murdstone, and trusted implicitly in him. Your late wife, sir, was a most unworldly, most unhappy, most unfortunate baby, returned my aunt, shaking her head at him. That's what she was. And now, what have you got to say next? Merely this, Miss Trotwood, he returned, that I am here to take David back, to take him back unconditionally, to dispose of him as I think proper, and to deal with him as I think right. I am not here to make any promise, or to give any pledge to anybody. You may possibly have some idea, Miss Trotwood, of abetting him in his running away, and in his complaints to you. Your manner, which I must say does not seem intended to propitiate, induces me to think it possible. Now, I must caution you that if you abet him once, you abet him for good and all. If you step in between him and me now, you must step in, Miss Trotwood, for ever. I cannot trifle or be trifled with. I am here for the first and last time to take him away. Is he ready to go? If he is not, and you tell me he is not, on any pretence, it is indifferent to me what, my doors are shut against him henceforth, and yours, I take it for granted, are open to him. To this address my aunt had listened with the closest attention, sitting perfectly upright with her hands folded on one knee, and looking grimly on the speaker. When he had finished, she turned her eyes so as to command Miss Murdstone, without otherwise disturbing her attitude, and said, Well, ma'am, have you got anything to remark? Indeed, Miss Trotwood, said Miss Murdstone, all that I could say has been so well said by my brother, and all that I know to be the fact has been so plainly stated by him, that I have nothing to add, except my thanks for your politeness. For your great politeness, I am sure, said Miss Murdstone, with an irony which no more affected my aunt than it discomposed the cannon I had slept by at Chatham. And what does the boy say? Said my aunt. Are you ready to go, David? I answered no, and entreated her not to let me go. I said that neither Mr. nor Miss Murdstone had ever liked me, or had ever been kind to me, and they had made my mamma, who always loved me dearly, unhappy about me, and that I knew it well, and that Peggotty knew it. I said that I had been more miserable than I thought anybody could believe, who only knew how young I was, and I begged and prayed my aunt, I forget in what terms now, but I remember that they affected me very much then, to befriend and protect me for my father's sake. Mr. Dick, said my aunt, what shall I do with this child? Mr. Dick considered, hesitated, brightened, and rejoined, Have him measured for a suit of clothes directly. Mr. Dick, said my aunt triumphantly, give me your hand, for your common sense is invaluable. Having shaken it with great cordiality, she pulled me towards her, and said to Mr. Murdstone, You can go when you like. I'll take my chance with the boy. If he's all you say he is, at least I can do as much for him then as you have done. But I don't believe a word of it. Miss Trotwood, rejoined Mr. Murdstone, shrugging his shoulders as he rose, if you were a gentleman— Bah! Stuff and nonsense, said my aunt. Don't talk to me. How exquisitely polite,
exclaimed Miss Murdstone, rising. "Overpowering, really." "Do you think I don't know?" said my aunt, turning a deaf ear to the sister, and continuing to address the brother and to shake her head at him with infinite expression. "What kind of life you must have led that poor, unhappy, misdirected baby? Do you think I don't know what a woeful day it was for the soft little creature when you first came in her way, smirking and making great eyes at her, I'll be bound, as if you couldn't say boo to a goose?" "I never heard anything so elegant," said Miss Murdstone. "Do you think I can't understand you as well as if I had seen you?" pursued my aunt. "Now that I do see and hear you, which I'll tell you candidly is anything but a pleasure to me. Oh yes, bless us, who so smooth and silky as Mr. Murdstone at first? That poor benighted innocent had ever seen such a man. He was made of sweetness, he worshipped her, he doted on her boy, tenderly doted on him. He was to be another father to him, and they were all to live together in a garden of roses, weren't they?" "Ha! Get along with you, do," said my aunt. "I never heard anything like this person in my life," exclaimed Miss Murdstone. "And when you had made sure of the poor little fool," said my aunt, "God forgive me that I should call her so, and she gone where you won't go in a hurry, because you had not done wrong enough to her and hers, you must begin to train her, mustn't you? Begin to break her, like a poor caged bird, and wear her deluded life away, in teaching her to sing your notes." "This is either insanity or intoxication," said Miss Murdstone, in a perfect agony at not being able to turn the current of my aunt's address towards herself, "and my suspicion is that it's intoxication." Miss Betsy, without taking the least notice of the interruption, continued to address herself to Mr. Murdstone, as if there had been no such thing. "Mr. Murdstone," she said, shaking her finger at him, "you were a tyrant to the simple baby, and you broke her heart. She was a loving baby, I know that. I knew it years before you ever saw her, and through the best part of her weakness you gave her the wound she died of. There is the truth of your comfort, however you like it, and you and your instruments may make the most of it." "Allow me to inquire, Miss Trotwood," interposed Miss Murdstone, "whom you are pleased to call, in a choice of words in which I am not experienced, my brother's instruments." "It is clear enough, as I have told you, years before you ever saw her, and why in the mysterious dispensation of Providence you ever did see her is more than humanity can comprehend. It was clear enough that the poor soft little thing would marry somebody, at some time or other, but I did hope it wouldn't have been as bad as it turned out. That was the time, Mr. Murdstone, when she gave birth to a boy here," said my aunt, "and the poor child you sometimes tormented her through afterwards, which is a disagreeable remembrance and makes the sight of him odious now. Aye, and you needn't wince," said my aunt. "I know it's true without that." He had stood by the door all this while, observant of her with a smile upon his face, though his black eyebrows were heavily contracted. I remarked now that, though the smile was on his face still, his colour had gone in a moment, and he seemed to breathe as if he had been running. "Good day, sir," said my aunt, "and good-bye." "Good day to you too, ma'am," said my aunt, turning suddenly upon his sister. "Let me see you ride a donkey over my green again, and, as sure as you have a head upon your shoulders, I'll knock your bonnet off, and tread upon it." It would require a painter, and no common painter too, to depict my aunt's face as she delivered herself of this very unexpected sentiment, and Miss Murdstone's face as she heard it. But the manner of the speech, no less than the matter, was so fiery, that Miss Murdstone, without a word in answer, discreetly put her arm through her brother's and walked haughtily out of the cottage, my aunt remaining at the window looking after them, prepared, I have no doubt, in case of the donkey's reappearance, to carry her threat into instant execution. No attempt at defiance being made, however, her face gradually relaxed, and became so pleasant that I was emboldened to kiss and thank her, which I did with great heartiness, and with both my arms clasped round her neck. I then shook hands with Mr. Dick, who shook hands with me a great many times, and hailed this happy close of the proceedings with repeated bursts of laughter. "You'll consider yourself guardian jointly with me of this child, Mr. Dick?" said my aunt. "I shall be delighted," said Mr. Dick, "to be the guardian of David's son." "Very good," returned my aunt. "That's settled. I have been thinking, do you know, Mr. Dick, that I might call him Trotwood." "Certainly, certainly. Call him Trotwood, certainly," said Mr. Dick. "David's son's Trotwood." "Trotwood Copperfield, do you mean?" returned my aunt. "Yes, to be sure, yes, Trotwood Copperfield," said Mr. Dick, a little abashed. My aunt took so kindly to the notion that some ready-made clothes which were purchased for me that afternoon were marked Trotwood Copperfield, in her own handwriting, in an indelible marking ink, before I put them on, and it was settled that all the other clothes that were ordered to be made for me, a complete outfit was bespoke that afternoon, should be marked in the same way. Thus I began my new life, in a new name, and with everything new about me. Now that the state of doubt was over, I felt, for many days, like one in a dream. I never thought that I had a curious couple of guardians, in my aunt and Mr. Dick. I never thought of anything about myself distinctly. The two things clearest in my mind were, that a remoteness had come upon the old Blunderstone life, which seemed to lie in the haze of an immeasurable distance, and that a curtain had forever fallen on my life at Murdstone and Grinby's. No one has ever raised that curtain since. I have lifted it for a moment, even in this narrative, with a reluctant hand, and dropped it gladly. The remembrance of that life is fraught with so much pain to me, with so much mental suffering and want of hope, that I have never had the courage even to examine how long I was doomed to lead it. Whether it lasted for a year, or more, or less, I do not know. I only know that it was, and ceased to be, and that I have written, and there I leave it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15. I make another beginning. Mr. Dick and I soon became the best of friends, and very often, when his day's work was done, went out together to fly the great kite. Every day of his life he had a long sitting at the memorial, which never made the least progress, however hard he laboured, for King Charles I always strayed into it sooner or later, and then it was thrown aside and another one begun. The patience and hope with which he bore these perpetual disappointments, the mild perception he had that there was something wrong about King Charles I, the feeble efforts he made to keep him out, and the certainty with which he came in, and tumbled the memorial out of all shape, made a deep impression on me. What Mr. Dick supposed would come of the memorial if it were completed, where he thought it was to go, or what he thought it was to do, he knew no more than anybody else, I believe. Nor was it at all necessary that he should trouble himself with such questions, for if anything were certain under the sun, it was certain that the memorial never would be finished. It was quite an affecting sight, I used to think, to see him with a kite, when it was up a great height in the air. What he had told me in his room about his belief in its disseminating the statements pasted on it, which were nothing but old leaves of abortive memorials, might have been a fancy with him sometimes, but not when he was out, looking up at the kite in the sky, and feeling it pull and tug in his hand. He never looked so serene as he did then. I used to fancy, as I sat by him of an evening, on a green slope, and saw him watch the kite high in the quiet air, that it lifted his mind out of its confusion, and bore it, such was my boyish thought, into the skies. As he wound the string in, and it came lower and lower down out of the beautiful light, until it fluttered to the ground and lay there like a dead thing, he seemed to wake gradually out of a dream, and I remember to have seen him take it up and look about him in a lost way, as if they had both come down together, so that I pitied him with all my heart. While I advanced in friendship and intimacy with Mr. Dick, I did not go backward in the favour of his staunch friend, my aunt. She took so kindly to me that, in the course of a few weeks, she shortened my adopted name of Trotwood to Trot, and even encouraged me to hope that, if I went on as I had begun, I might take equal rank in her affections with my sister Betsy Trotwood. "Trot," said my aunt one evening, when the backgammon board was placed as usual for herself and Mr. Dick, "we must not forget your education." This was my only subject of anxiety, and I felt quite delighted by her referring to it. "Should you like to go to school at Canterbury?" said my aunt. I replied that I should like it very much, as it was so near her. "Good," said my aunt. "Should you like to go tomorrow?" Being already no stranger to the general rapidity of my aunt's evolutions, I was not surprised by the suddenness of the proposal, and said, "Yes." "Good," said my aunt again. "Janet, hire the grey pony and chaise tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and pack up Master Trotwood's clothes tonight." I was greatly elated by these orders, but my heart smote me for my selfishness when I witnessed their effect on Mr. Dick, who was so low-spirited at the prospect of our separation, and played so ill in consequence, that my aunt, after giving him several admonitory raps on the knuckles with her dice-box, shut up the board and declined to play with him any more. But on hearing from my aunt that I should sometimes come over on a Saturday, and that he should sometimes come and see me on a Wednesday, he revived, and vowed to make another kite for those occasions of proportions greatly surpassing the present one. In the morning he was downhearted again, and would have sustained himself by giving me all the money he had in his possession, gold and silver too, if my aunt had not interposed and limited the gift to 5 shillings, which, at his earnest petition, were afterwards increased to 10. We parted at the garden gate in a most affectionate manner, and Mr. Dick did not go into the house until my aunt had driven me out of sight in it. My aunt, who was perfectly indifferent to public opinion, drove the grey pony through Dover in a masterly manner, sitting high and stiff like a state coachman, keeping a steady eye upon him wherever he went, and making a point of not letting him have his own way in any respect. When we came into the country road, she permitted him to relax a little, however, and looking at me down in a valley of cushion by her side, asked me whether I was happy. "Very happy indeed, thank you, aunt," I said. She was much gratified, and both her hands being occupied, patted me on the head with her whip. "Is it a large school, aunt?" I asked. "Why, I don't know," said my aunt. "We are going to Mr. Wickfield's first." "Does he keep a school?" I asked. "No, Trot," said my aunt. "He keeps an office." I asked no more information about Mr. Wickfield, as she offered none, and we conversed on other subjects until we came to Canterbury, where, as it was market day, my aunt had a great opportunity of insinuating the grey pony among carts, baskets, vegetables, and hucksters' goods. The hairbreadth turns and twists we made drew down upon us a variety of speeches from the people standing about, which were not always complimentary, but my aunt drove on with perfect indifference, and I dare say would have taken her own way with as much coolness through an enemy's country. At length we stopped before a very old house, bulging out over the road. A house with long, low lattice windows bulging out still further, and beams with carved heads and the ends bulging out too, so that I fancied the whole house was leaning forward, trying to see who was passing on the narrow pavement below. It was quite spotless in its cleanliness. The old-fashioned brass knocker on the low-arched door, ornamented with carved garlands of fruit and flowers, twinkled like a star. The 2 stone steps descending to the door were as white as if they had been covered with fair linen, and all the angles and corners and carvings and mouldings and quaint little panes of glass and quainter little windows, though as old as the hills, were as pure as any snow that ever fell upon the hills. When the pony chaise stopped at the door, and my eyes were intent upon the house, I saw a cadaverous face appear at a small window on the ground floor, in a little round tower that formed one side of the house, and quickly disappear. The low-arched door then opened, and the face came out. It was quite as cadaverous as it had looked in the window, though in the grain of it there was that tinge of red which is sometimes to be observed in the skins of red-haired people. It belonged to a red-haired person, a youth of 15, as I take it now, but looking much older, whose hair was cropped as close as the closest stubble, who had hardly any eyebrows, and no eyelashes, and eyes of a red-brown, so unsheltered and unshaded that I remember wondering how he went to sleep. He was high-shouldered and bony, dressed in decent black, with a white wisp of a neckcloth buttoned up to the throat, and had a long, lank, skeleton hand, which particularly attracted my attention, as he stood at the pony's head, rubbing his chin with it, and looking up at us in the chaise. "Is Mr. Wickfield at home, Uriah Heep?" said my aunt. "Mr. Wickfield's at home, ma'am," said Uriah Heep, "if you'll please to walk in there," pointing with his long hand to the room he meant. We got out, and leaving him to hold the pony, went into a long, low parlour looking towards the street, from the window of which I caught a glimpse, as I went in, of Uriah Heep breathing into the pony's nostrils, and immediately covering them with his hand, as if he were putting some spell upon him. Opposite to the tall old chimney-piece were two portraits, one of a gentleman with grey hair, though not by any means an old man, and black eyebrows, who was looking over some papers tied together with red tape. The other of a lady with a very placid and sweet expression of face, who was looking at me. I believe I was turning about in search of Uriah's picture, when, a door at the farther end of the room opening, a gentleman entered, at sight of whom I turned to the first mentioned portrait again, to make quite sure that it had not come out of its frame. But it was stationary, and as the gentleman advanced into the light, I saw that he was some years older than when he had had his picture painted. "Miss Betsy Trotwood," said the man, "pray, walk in. I was engaged for a moment, but you'll excuse my being busy. You know my motive. I have but one in life." Miss Betsy thanked him, and we went into his room, which was furnished as an office, with books, papers, tin boxes, and so forth. It looked into a garden, and had an iron safe set into the wall, so immediately over the mantel-shelf that I wondered, as I sat down, how the sweeps got round it when they swept the chimney. "Well, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield, for I soon found out that it was he, and that he was a lawyer, and steward of the estates of a rich gentleman of the country, "what wind blows you here? Not an ill wind, I hope?" "No," replied my aunt, "I have not come for any law." "That's right, ma'am," said Mr. Wickfield. "You had better come for anything else." His hair was quite white now, though his eyebrows were still black. He had a very agreeable face, and, I thought, was handsome. There was a certain richness in his complexion, which I had been long accustomed, under Peggotty's tuition, to connect with port wine, and I fancied it was in his voice too, and referred his growing corpulency to the same cause. He was very cleanly dressed, in a blue coat, striped waistcoat, and nankeen trousers, and his fine frilled shirt and cambric neckcloth looked unusually soft and white, reminding my strolling fancy, I call to mind, of the plumage on the breast of a swan. "This is my nephew," said my aunt. "I wasn't aware you had one, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield. "My grandnephew, that is to say," observed my aunt. "I wasn't aware you had a grandnephew, I give you my word," said Mr. Wickfield. "I have adopted him," said my aunt with a wave of her hand, importing that this knowledge and his ignorance were all one to her. "And I have brought him here to put to a school where he may be thoroughly well taught and well treated. Now tell me where that school is, and what it is, and all about it." "Before I can advise you properly," said Mr. Wickfield, "the old question, you know, what's your motive in this?" "Deuce take the man," exclaimed my aunt, "always fishing for motives when they're on the surface. Why, to make the child happy and useful." "It must be a mixed motive, I think," said Mr. Wickfield, shaking his head, and smiling incredulously. "A mixed fiddlestick," returned my aunt. "You claim to have one plain motive in all you do yourself. You don't suppose, I hope, that you are the only plain dealer in the world?" "Aye, but I have only one motive in life, Miss Trotwood," he rejoined, smiling. "Other people have dozens, scores, hundreds. I have only one. There's the difference. However, that's beside the question. The best school. Whatever the motive, you want the best?" My aunt nodded assent. "At the best we have," said Mr. Wickfield, considering. "Your nephew couldn't board just now." "But he could board somewhere else, I suppose," suggested my aunt. Mr. Wickfield thought I could. After a little discussion, he proposed to take my aunt to the school, that she might see it and judge for herself. Also to take her, with the same object, to 2 or 3 houses where he thought I could be boarded. My aunt embracing the proposal, we were all 3 going out together, when he stopped and said, "Our little friend here might have some motive, perhaps, for objecting to the arrangements. I think we'd better leave him behind." My aunt seemed disposed to contest the point, but to facilitate matters I said I would gladly remain behind, if they pleased, and returned to Mr. Wickfield's office, where I sat down again, in the chair I had first occupied, to await their return. It so happened that this chair was opposite to a narrow passage, which ended in the little circular room where I had seen Uriah Heep's pale face looking out of the window. Uriah, having taken the pony to a neighbouring stable, was at work at a desk in this room, which had a brass frame on the top to hang paper upon, and on which the writing he was making a copy of was then hanging. Though his face was towards me, I thought for some time, the writing being between us, that he could not see me, but looking that way more attentively, it made me uncomfortable to observe that every now and then his sleepless eyes would come below the writing, like two red suns, and stealthily stare at me for I dare say a whole minute at a time, during which his pen went, or pretended to go, as cleverly as ever. I made several attempts to get out of their way, such as standing on a chair to look at a map on the other side of the room, and poring over the volumes of a Kentish newspaper, but they always attracted me back again, and whenever I looked towards those two red suns, I was sure to find them either just rising or just setting. At length, much to my relief, my aunt and Mr. Wickfield came back after a pretty long absence. They were not so successful as I could have wished, for though the advantages of the school were undeniable, my aunt had not approved of any of the boarding-houses proposed for me. "It's very unfortunate," said my aunt. "I don't know what to do, Trot." "It does happen, unfortunately," said Mr. Wickfield, "but I'll tell you what you can do, Miss Trotwood." "What's that?" inquired my aunt. "Leave your nephew here for the present. He's a quiet fellow. He won't disturb me at all. It's a capital house for study. As quiet as a monastery, and almost as roomy. Leave him here." My aunt evidently liked the offer, though she was delicate of accepting it. So did I. "Come, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield. "This is the way out of the difficulty. It's only a temporary arrangement, you know. If it don't act well, or don't quite accord with our mutual convenience, he can easily go to the right about. There will be time to find some better place for him in the meantime. You had better determine to leave him here for the present." "I am very much obliged to you," said my aunt, "and so is he, I see. But—" "Come, I know what you mean," cried Mr. Wickfield. "You shall not be oppressed by the receipt of favours, Miss Trotwood. You may pay for him, if you like. We won't be hard about terms, but you shall pay if you will." "On that understanding," said my aunt, "though it doesn't lessen the real obligation, I shall be very glad to leave him." "Then come and see my little housekeeper," said Mr. Wickfield. We accordingly went up a wonderful old staircase, with a balustrade so broad that we might have gone up that almost as easily, and into a shady old drawing-room, lighted by some 3 or 4 of the quaint windows I had looked up at from the street, which had old oak seats in them that seemed to have come of the same trees as the shiny oak floor and the great beams in the ceiling. It was a prettily furnished room, with a piano and some lively furniture in red and green, and some flowers. It seemed to be all old nooks and corners, and in every nook and every corner there was some queer little table or cupboard or bookcase or seat or something or other that made me think there was not such another good corner in the room, until I looked at the next one and found it equal to it, if not better. On everything there was the same air of retirement and cleanliness that marked the house outside. Mr. Wickfield tapped at a door in a corner of the panelled wall, and a girl of about my own age came quickly out and kissed him. On her face I saw immediately the placid and sweet expression of the lady whose picture had looked at me downstairs. It seemed to my imagination as if the portrait had grown womanly, and the original remained a child. Although her face was quite bright and happy, there was a tranquillity about it, and about her, a quiet, good, calm spirit, that I never have forgotten, and that I never shall forget. This was his little housekeeper, his daughter Agnes, Mr. Wickfield said. When I heard how he said it, and how he held her hand, I guessed what the one motive of his life was. She had a little basket trifle hanging at her side, with keys in it, and she looked as staid and as discreet a housekeeper as the old house could have. She listened to her father as he told her about me, with a pleasant face, and when he had concluded, proposed to my aunt that we should go upstairs to see my room. We all went together, she before us, and a glorious old room it was, with more oak beams, and diamond panes, and the broad balustrade going all the way up to it. I cannot call to mind where or when, in my childhood, I had seen a stained glass window in a church, nor do I recollect its subject, but I know that when I saw her turn round, in the grave light of the old staircase, and wait for us above, I thought of that window, and I associated something of its tranquil brightness with Agnes Wickfield ever afterwards. My aunt was as happy as I was in the arrangement made for me, and we went down to the drawing-room again, well pleased and gratified. as she would not hear of staying to dinner, lest she should by any chance fail to arrive at home with the grey pony before dark, and as I apprehend Mr. Wickfield knew her too well to argue any point with her, some lunch was provided for her there, and Agnes went back to her governess, and Mr. Wickfield to his office. So we were left to take leave of one another without any restraint. She told me that everything would be arranged for me by Mr. Wickfield, and that I should want for nothing, and gave me the kindest words and the best advice. "Trot," said my aunt in conclusion, "be a credit to yourself, to me, and Mr. Dick, and heaven be with you." I was greatly overcome, and could only thank her again and again, and send my love to Mr. Dick. "Never," said my aunt, "be mean in anything. Never be false, never be cruel. Avoid those 3 vices, Trot, and I can always be hopeful of you." I promised, as well as I could, that I would not abuse her kindness or forget her admonition. "The pony's at the door," said my aunt, "and I am off. Stay here." With these words she embraced me hastily and went out of the room, shutting the door after her. At first I was startled by so abrupt a departure, and I almost feared I had displeased her. But when I looked into the street and saw how dejectedly she got into the chaise and drove away without looking up, I understood her better, and did not do her that injustice. By 5 o'clock, which was Mr. Wickfield's dinner hour, I had mustered up my spirits again, and was ready for my knife and fork. The cloth was only laid for 2 of us, but Agnes was waiting in the drawing-room before dinner, went down with her father and sat opposite to him at the table. I doubted whether he could have dined without her. We did not stay there after dinner, but came upstairs to the drawing-room again, in one snug corner of which Agnes set glasses for her father, and a decanter of port wine. I thought he would have missed its usual flavour if it had been put there for him by any other hands. There he sat, taking his wine, and taking a good deal of it, for 2 hours, while Agnes played on the piano, worked, and talked to him and me. He was, for the most part, gay and cheerful with us, but sometimes his eyes rested on her, and he fell into a brooding state and was silent. She always observed this quickly, I thought, and always roused him with a question or caress. Then he came out of his meditation and drank more wine. Agnes made the tea and presided over it, and the time passed away after it, as after dinner, until she went to bed, when her father took her in his arms and kissed her, and, she being gone, ordered candles in his office. Then I went to bed too. But in the course of the evening I had rambled down to the door, and a little way along the street, that I might have another peep at the old houses and the great cathedral, and might think of my coming through that old city on my journey, and of my passing the very house I lived in without knowing it. As I came back, I saw Uriah Heep shutting up the office, and, feeling friendly towards everybody, went in and spoke to him, and at parting gave him my hand. But oh, what a clammy hand his was, as ghostly to the touch as to the sight. I rubbed mine afterwards to warm it, and to rub his off. It was such an uncomfortable hand, that when I went to my room, it was still cold and wet upon my memory. Leaning out of the window, and seeing one of the faces on the beam ends looking at me sideways, I fancied it was Uriah Heep got up there somehow, and shut him out in a hurry. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. I am a new boy in more senses than one. Next morning after breakfast I entered on school life again. I went, accompanied by Mr. Wickfield, to the scene of my future studies, a grave building in a courtyard with a learned air about it, that seemed very well suited to the stray rooks and jackdaws who came down from the cathedral towers to walk with a clerkly bearing on the grass plot, and was introduced to my new master, Dr. Strong. Dr. Strong looked almost as rusty, to my thinking, as the tall iron rails and gates outside the house, and almost as stiff and heavy as the great stone urns that flanked them, and were set up on the top of the red brick wall, at regular distances all round the court, like sublimated skittles, for time to play at. He was in his library, Dr. Strong was, with his clothes not particularly well brushed, and his hair not particularly well combed.
his knee-smalls unbraced, his long black gaiters unbuttoned, and his shoes yawning like two caverns on the hearth-rug, turning upon me a lustreless eye that reminded me of a long-forgotten blind horse who once used to crop the grass and tumble over the graves in Blunderstone's churchyard. He said he was glad to see me, and then he gave me his hand, which I didn't know what to do with, as it did nothing for itself. But sitting at work not far from Dr. Strong was a very pretty young lady, whom he called Annie, and who was his daughter, I supposed, who got me out of my difficulty by kneeling down to put Dr. Strong's shoes on, and button his gaiters, which she did with great cheerfulness and quickness. When she had finished, and we were going out to the schoolroom, I was much surprised to hear Mr. Wickfield, in bidding her good morning, address her as Mrs. Strong, and I was wondering could she be Dr. Strong's son's wife, or could she be Mrs. Dr. Strong, when Dr. Strong himself unconsciously enlightened me. "By the way, Wickfield," he said, stopping in a passage with his hand on my shoulder, "you have not found any suitable provision for my wife's cousin yet?" "No," said Mr. Wickfield, "no, not yet." "I wish it done as soon as it can be done, Wickfield," said Dr. Strong, "for Jack Maldon is needy and idle, and of those two bad things, worse things sometimes come. What does Dr. Watts say?" he added, looking at me and moving his head to the time of his quotation. "Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do." "Egad, Doctor," returned Mr. Wickfield, "if Dr. Watts knew mankind, he might have written, with as much truth, Satan finds some mischief still for busy hands to do. The busy people achieve their full share of mischief in the world, you may rely upon it. What have the people been about who have been the busiest in getting money and in getting power this century or two? No mischief?" "Jack Maldon will never be very busy in getting either, I expect," said Dr. Strong, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps not," said Mr. Wickfield. "And you bring me back to the question, with an apology for digressing. No, I have not been able to dispose of Mr. Jack Maldon yet, I believe." He said this with some hesitation. "I penetrate your motive, and it makes the thing more difficult." "My motive," returned Dr. Strong, "is to make some suitable provision for a cousin, and an old playfellow of Annie's." "Yes, I know," said Dr. Wickfield, "at home or abroad." "Aye," replied the doctor, apparently wondering why he emphasized those words so much. "At home or abroad?" "Your own expression, you know," said Mr. Wickfield, "or abroad." "Surely," the doctor answered, "surely, one or the other." "One or the other? You have no choice?" asked Mr. Wickfield. "No," returned the doctor. "No?" with astonishment. "Not the least." "No motive," said Mr. Wickfield, "for meaning abroad and not at home?" "No," returned the doctor. "I am bound to believe you, and of course I do believe you," said Mr. Wickfield. "It might have simplified my office very much if I had known it before. But I confess I entertained another impression." Dr. Strong regarded him with a puzzled and doubting look, which almost immediately subsided into a smile, that gave me great encouragement, for it was full of amiability and sweetness, and there was a simplicity in it, and indeed in his whole manner, when the studious pondering frost upon it was got through, very attractive and hopeful to a young scholar like me. Repeating "no," and "not the least," and other short assurances to the same purport, Dr. Strong jogged on before us at a queer uneven pace, and we followed, Mr. Wickfield looking grave, I observed, and shaking his head to himself without knowing that I saw him. The schoolroom was a pretty large hall on the quietest side of the house, confronted by the stately stair of some half-dozen of the great urns, and commanding a peep of an old secluded garden belonging to the doctor, where the peaches were ripening on the sunny south wall. There were two great aloes in tubs on the turf outside the windows, the broad hard leaves of which plant, looking as if they were made of painted tin, have ever since by association been symbolical to me of silence and retirement. About 25 boys were studiously engaged at their books when we went in, but they rose to give the doctor good morning, and remained standing when they saw Mr. Wickfield and me. "A new boy, young gentlemen," said the doctor, "Trotwood Copperfield." One Adams, who was the head boy, then stepped out of his place and welcomed me. He looked like a young clergyman in his white cravat, but he was very affable and good-humoured, and he showed me my place and presented me to the masters in a gentlemanly way that would have put me at my ease if anything could. It seemed to me so long, however, since I had been among such boys, or among any companions of my own age, except Mick Walker and Mealy Potatoes, that I felt as strange as ever I have done in my life. I was so conscious of having passed through scenes of which they could have no knowledge, and of having acquired experiences foreign to my age, appearance, and condition as one of them, that I half believed it was an imposture to come there as an ordinary little schoolboy. I had become, in the Murdstone and Grimby time, however short or long it may have been, so unused to the sports and games of boys, that I knew I was awkward and inexperienced in the commonest things belonging to them. Whatever I had learnt had so slipped away from me in the sordid cares of my life from day to night, that now, when I was examined about what I knew nothing, and was put into the lowest form of the school. But troubled as I was by my want of boyish skill and of book learning too, I was made infinitely more uncomfortable by the consideration that in what I did know, I was much farther removed from my companions than in what I did not. My mind ran upon what they would think if they knew of my familiar acquaintance with the King's Bench prison. Was there anything about me which would reveal my proceedings in connection with the Micawber family? All those pawnings and sellings and suppers, in spite of myself. Suppose some of the boys had seen me coming through Canterbury, way-worn and ragged, and should find me out. What would they say, who made so light of money, if they could know that I had scraped my halfpence together for the purchase of my daily saveloy and beer, or my slices of pudding? How would it affect them, who were so innocent of London life and London streets, to discover how knowing I was, and was ashamed to be, in some of the meanest phases of both? All this ran in my head so much, on that first day at Dr. Strong's, that I felt distrustful of my slightest look and gesture, shrunk within myself whensoever I was approached by one of my new schoolfellows, and hurried off the minute school was over, afraid of committing myself in my response to any friendly notice or advance. But there was such an influence in Mr. Wickfield's old house, that when I knocked at it, with my new school-books under my arm, I began to feel my uneasiness softening away. As I went up to my airy old room, the grave shadow of the staircase seemed to fall upon my doubts and fears, and to make the past more indistinct. I sat there, sturdily conning my books, until dinner-time. We were out of school for good at 3, and went down hopeful of becoming a passable sort of boy yet. Agnes was in the drawing-room, waiting for her father, who was detained by someone in his office. She met me with her pleasant smile, and asked me how I liked the school. I told her I should like it very much, I hoped, but I was a little strange to it at first. "You have never been to school," I said, "have you?" "Oh yes, every day." "Ah, but you mean here, at your own home?" "Papa couldn't spare me to go anywhere else," she answered, smiling, shaking her head. "His housekeeper must be in his house, you know." "He is very fond of you, I am sure," I said. She nodded yes, and went to the door to listen for his coming up, that she might meet him on the stairs. But as he was not there, she came back again. "Mamma has been dead ever since I was born," she said in her quiet way. "I only know her picture downstairs. I saw you looking at it yesterday. Did you think who it was?" I told her yes, because it was so like herself. "Papa says so too," said Agnes, pleased. "Hark, that's Papa now." Her bright calm face lighted up with pleasure as she went to meet him, and as they came in hand. He greeted me cordially, and told me that I should certainly be happy under Dr. Strong, who was one of the gentlest of men. "There may be some, perhaps, I don't know that there are, who abuse his kindness," said Mr. Wickfield. "I'd never be one of those, Trotwood, in anything. He is the least suspicious of mankind, and whether that's a merit or whether it's a blemish, it deserves consideration in all dealings with the doctor, great or small." He spoke, I thought, as if he were weary or dissatisfied with something, but I did not pursue the question in my mind, for dinner was just then announced, and we went down and took the same seats as before. We had scarcely done so when Uriah Heep put in his red head and his lank hand at the door, and said, "Here's Mr. Maldon, begs the favour of a word, sir." "I am but this moment quit of Mr. Maldon," said his master. "Yes, sir," returned Uriah, "but Mr. Maldon has come back, and he begs the favour of a word." As he held the door open with his hand, Uriah looked at me, and looked at Agnes, and looked at the dishes, and looked at the plates, and looked at every object in the room, I thought, yet seemed to look at nothing.
he made such an appearance all the while of keeping his red eyes dutifully on his master. "I beg your pardon. It's only to say on reflection," observed a voice behind Uriah, as Uriah's head was pushed away and the speaker substituted. "Pray, excuse me for this intrusion. That as it seems I have no choice in the matter, the sooner I go abroad the better. My cousin Annie did say, when we talked of it, that she liked to have her friends within reach rather than have them banished, and the old doctor—" "Dr. Strong, was that?" Mr. Wickfield interposed gravely. "Dr. Strong, of course," returned the other. "I call him the old doctor. It's all the same, you know." "I don't know," returned Mr. Wickfield. "Well, Dr. Strong," said the other. "Dr. Strong was of the same mind, I believe. But as it appears from the course you take with me he has changed his mind, why there's no more to be said, except that the sooner I am off, the better. Therefore I thought I'd come back and say that the sooner I am off, the better. When a plunge is to be made into the water, there's no use lingering on the bank." "There shall be as little lingering as possible in your case, Mr. Maldon, you may depend upon it," said Mr. Wickfield. "Thank ye," said the other. "Much obliged. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, which is not a gracious thing to do. Otherwise, I dare say, my cousin Annie could easily arrange it in her own way. I suppose Annie would only have to say to the old doctor—" "Meaning that Mrs. Strong would only have to say to her husband. Do I follow you?" said Mr. Wickfield. "Quite so," returned the other. "Would only have to say that she wanted such and such a thing to be so and so, and it would be so and so, as a matter of course." "And why as a matter of course, Mr. Maldon?" asked Mr. Wickfield, sedately eating his dinner. "Why, because Annie's a charming young girl, and the old doctor, Dr. Strong I mean, is not quite a charming young boy," said Mr. Jack Maldon, laughing. "No offence to anybody, Mr. Wickfield. I only mean that I suppose some compensation is fair and reasonable in that sort of marriage." "Compensation to the lady, sir?" asked Mr. Wickfield gravely. "To the lady, sir," Mr. Jack Maldon answered, laughing, but appearing to remark that Mr. Wickfield went on with his dinner in the same sedate, immovable manner, and that there was no hope of making him relax a muscle of his face. He added, "However, I have said what I have come to say, and, with another apology for this intrusion, I may take myself off. I shall, of course, observe your directions in considering the matter as one to be arranged between you and me solely, and not to be referred to up at the doctor's." "Have you dined?" asked Mr. Wickfield, with a motion of his hand towards the table. "Thank ye, I am going to dine," said Mr. Maldon, "with my cousin Annie. Goodbye." Mr. Wickfield, without rising, looked after him thoughtfully as he went out. He was a rather shallow sort of young gentleman, I thought, with a handsome face, a rapid utterance, and a confident, bold air. And this was the first I ever saw of Mr. Jack Maldon, whom I had not expected to see so soon when I heard the doctor speak of him that morning. When we had dined, we went upstairs again, where everything went on exactly as on the previous day. Agnes set the glasses and decanters in the same corner, and Mr. Wickfield sat down to drink, and drank a good deal. Agnes played the piano to him, sat by him and worked and talked, and played some games at dominoes with me. In good time she made tea, and afterwards, when I brought down my books, looked into them, and showed me what she knew of them, which was no slight matter, though she said it was, and what was the best way to learn and understand them. I see her with her modest, orderly, placid manner, and I hear her beautiful, calm voice as I write these words. The influence for all good, which she came to exercise over me at a later time, begins already to descend upon my breast. I love little Emily, and I don't love Agnes. No, not at all in that way. But I feel that there are goodness, peace, and truth wherever Agnes is, and that the soft light of the coloured window in the church, seen long ago, falls on her always, and on me when I am near her, and on everything around. The time having come for her withdrawal for the night, and she having left us, I gave Mr. Wickfield my hand, preparatory to going away myself, but he checked me and said, "Should you like to stay with us, Trotwood, or to go elsewhere?" "To stay," I answered quickly. "Are you sure?" "If you please, if I may." "Why, it's but a dull life we lead here, boy, I am afraid," he said. "Not more dull for me than Agnes, sir. Not dull at all." "Than Agnes," he repeated, walking slowly up to the great chimney-piece and leaning against it. "Than Agnes." He had drank wine that evening, or I fancied it, until his eyes were bloodshot. Not that I could see them now, for they were cast down and shaded by his hand, but I had noticed them a little while before. Now I wonder," he muttered, "whether my Agnes tires of me. When should I ever tire of her? But that's different. That's quite different." He was musing, not speaking to me, so I remained quiet. "A dull old house," he said, "and a monotonous life. But I must have her near me. I must keep her near me. If the thought that I may die and leave my darling, or that my darling may die and leave me, comes like a spectre to distress my happy hours, and is only to be drowned in—" He did not supply the word, but pacing slowly to the place where he had sat, and mechanically going through the action of pouring wine from the empty decanter, set it down and paced back again. "If it is miserable to bear when she is here," he said, "what would it be, and she away? No, 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 I cannot try that." He leaned against the chimney-piece, brooding so long that I could not decide whether to run the risk of disturbing him by going, or to remain quietly where I was, until he should come out of his reverie. At length he aroused himself, and looked about the room until his eyes encountered mine. "Stay with us, Trotwood, eh?" he said in his usual manner, as if he were answering something I had just said. "I am glad of it. You are company to us both. It is wholesome to have you here. Wholesome for me, wholesome for Agnes, wholesome perhaps for all of us." "I'm sure it is for me, sir," I said. "I'm so glad to be here." "That's a fine fellow," said Mr. Wickfield. "As long as you are glad to be here, you shall stay here." He shook hands with me upon it, and clapped me on the back, and told me that when I had anything to do at night after Agnes had left us, or when I wished to read for my own pleasure, I was free to come down to his room, if he were there, and if I desired it for company's sake, and to sit with him. I thanked him for his consideration, and, as he went down soon afterwards, and as I was not tired, went down too, with a book in my hand, to avail myself for half an hour of his permission. But seeing a light in the little round office, and immediately feeling myself attracted towards Uriah Heep, who had a sort of fascination for me, I went in there instead. I found Uriah reading a great fat book, with such demonstrative attention that his lank forefinger followed up every line as he read, and made clammy tracks along the page, or so I fully believed, like a snail. "You are working late tonight, Uriah," says I. "Yes, Master Copperfield," says Uriah. As I was getting on the stool opposite to talk to him more conveniently, I observed that he had not such a thing as a smile about him, and that he could only widen his mouth and make two hard creases down his cheeks, one on each side, to stand for one. "I'm not doing office work, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "What work, then?" I asked. "I'm improving my legal knowledge, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "I'm going through Tidd's practice. Oh, what a writer Mr. Tidd is, Master Copperfield." My stool was such a tower of observation that as I watched him reading on again after this rapturous exclamation and following up the lines with his forefinger, I observed that his nostrils, which were thin and pointed, and with sharp dints in them, had a singular and most uncomfortable way of expanding and contracting themselves, that they seemed to twinkle instead of his eyes, which hardly ever twinkled at all. "I suppose you are quite a great lawyer," I said after looking at him for some time. "Well, me, Master Copperfield?" said Uriah. "Oh no, I'm a very humble person." It was no fancy of mine about his hands, I observed, for he frequently ground the palms against each other, as if to squeeze them dry and warm, besides often wiping them in a stealthy way on his pocket handkerchief. "I'm well aware that I am the humblest person going," said Uriah Heep modestly, "let the other be where he may. My mother is likewise a very humble person. We live in an humble abode, Master Copperfield, but have much to be thankful for. My father's former calling was humble. He was a sexton." "What is he now?" I asked. "He's a partaker of glory at present, Master Copperfield," said Uriah Heep. "But we have much to be thankful for. How much have I to be thankful for in living with Mr. Wickfield?" I asked Uriah if he had been with Mr. Wickfield long. "I've been with him going on 4 years, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, shutting up his book, after carefully marking the place where he had left off, "since a year after my father's death. How much have I to be thankful for in that? How much have I to be thankful for in Mr. Wickfield's kind intention to give me my articles, which would otherwise not lay within the humble means of mother and self?" "Then, when your article time is over, you'll be a regular lawyer, I suppose?" I said. "With the blessing of Providence, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah. Perhaps you'll be a partner in Mr. Wickfield's business one of these days, I said to make myself agreeable, and it will be Wickfield and Heap, or Heap late Wickfield. Oh no, Master Copperfield, returned Uriah, shaking his head. I am much too humble for that. He certainly did look uncommonly like the carved face on the beam outside my window, as he sat in his humility, eyeing me sideways with his mouth widened and the creases in his cheeks. Mr. Wickfield is a most excellent man, Master Copperfield, said Uriah. If you have known him long, you know it, I am sure, much better than I can inform you. I replied that I was certain he was, but that I had not known him long myself, though he was a friend of my aunt's. Oh, indeed, Master Copperfield, said Uriah. Your aunt is a sweet lady, Master Copperfield. He had a way of writhing when he wanted to express enthusiasm, which was very ugly, and which diverted my attention from the compliment he had paid my relation to the sneaky twistings of his throat and body. A sweet lady, Master Copperfield, said Uriah Heep. She has a great admiration for Miss Agnes, Master Copperfield, I believe. I said yes, boldly, not that I knew anything about it, heaven forgive me. I hope you have too, Master Copperfield, said Uriah, but I'm sure you must have. Everybody must have, I returned. Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield, said Uriah Heep, for that remark. It is true. Humble as I am, I know it is true. Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield. He writhed himself quite off his stool in the excitement of his feelings, and being off, began to make arrangements for going home. Mother will be expecting me, he said, referring to a pale, inexpressive-faced watch in his pocket, and getting uneasy. For though we are very humble, Master Copperfield, we are very much attached to one another. If you would come and see us any afternoon and take a cup of tea at our lowly dwelling, Mother would be as proud of your company as I should be. I said I should be glad to come. Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield, returned Uriah, putting his book away upon the shelf. I suppose you stop here some time, Master Copperfield? I said I was going to be brought up there, I believed, as long as I remained at school. Oh, indeed, exclaimed Uriah. I should think you would come into the business at last, Master Copperfield. I protested that I had no views of that sort, and that no such scheme was entertained in my behalf by anybody, but Uriah insisted on blandly replying to all my assurances. Oh, yes, Master Copperfield, I should think you would, indeed. And, oh, indeed, Master Copperfield, I should think you would, certainly. Over and over again. Being at last ready to leave the office for the night, he asked me if it would suit my convenience to have the light put out, and on my answering yes, instantly extinguished it. After shaking hands with me, his hand felt like a fish in the dark. He opened the door into the street a very little, and crept out and shut it, leaving me to grope my way back into the house, which cost me some trouble and a fall over his stool. This was the proximate cause, I suppose, of my dreaming about him for what appeared to be half the night, and dreaming, among other things, that he had launched Mr. Peggotty's house on a piratical expedition, with a black flag at the masthead, bearing the inscription, "Tid's Practice," under which diabolical ensign he was carrying me and little Emily to the Spanish Main to be drowned. I got a little the better of my uneasiness when I went to school the next day, and a good deal the better next day, and so shook it off by degrees, that in less than a fortnight I was quite at home and happy among my new companions. I was awkward enough in their games, and backward enough in their studies, but custom would improve me in the first respect, I hope, and hard work in the second. Accordingly, I went to work very hard, both in play and in earnest, and gained great commendation. And in a very little while, the Murdstone and Grinby life became so strange to me that I hardly believed in it, while my present life grew so familiar that I seemed to have been leading it a long time. Dr. Strong's was an excellent school, as different from Mr. Creakle's as good is from evil. It was very gravely and decorously ordered, and on a sound system, with an appeal in everything to the honour and good faith of the boys, and an avowed intention to rely on their possession of those qualities unless they proved themselves unworthy of it, which worked wonders. We all felt that we had a part in the management of the place, and in sustaining its character and dignity. Hence, we soon became warmly attached to it. I am sure I did, for one, and I never knew in all my time of any other boy being otherwise, and learnt with a good will, desiring to do it credit. We had noble games out of hours, and plenty of liberty, but even then, as I remember, we were well spoken of in the town, and rarely did any disgrace, by our appearance or manner, to the reputation of Dr. Strong and Dr. Strong's boys. Some of the higher scholars boarded in the doctor's house, and through them I learned at second hand some particulars of the doctor's history, as how he had not yet been married 12 months to the beautiful young lady I had seen in the study, whom he had married for love, for she had not a sixpence, and had a world of poor relations, so our fellows said, ready to swarm the doctor out of house and home. Also, how the doctor's cogitating manner was attributable to his always being engaged in looking out for Greek roots, which, in my innocence and ignorance, I supposed to be a botanical furore on the doctor's part, especially as he always looked on the ground when he walked about, until I understood that they were roots of words, with a view to a new dictionary which he had in contemplation. Adams, our head boy, who had a turn for mathematics, had made a calculation, I was informed, of the time this dictionary would take in completing, on the doctor's plan, and at the doctor's rate of going. He considered that it might be done in 1,649 years, counting from the doctor's last or 62nd birthday. But the doctor himself was the idol of the whole school, and it must have been a badly composed school if he had been anything else, for he was the kindest of men, with a simple faith in him that might have touched the stone hearts of the very urns upon the wall. As he walked up and down that part of the courtyard which was at the side of the house, with the stray rooks and jackdaws looking over him with their heads cocked slyly, as if they knew how much more knowing they were in worldly affairs than he, if any sort of vagabond could only get near enough to his creaking shoes to attract his attention to one sentence of a tale of distress, that vagabond was made for the next 2 days. It was so notorious in the house that the masters and head boys took pains to cut these marauders off at angles, and to get out of windows and to turn them out of the courtyard before they could make the doctor aware of their presence, which was sometimes happily effected within a few yards of him without his knowing anything of the matter, as he jogged to and fro. Outside his own domain and unprotected, he was a very sheep for the shearers. He would have taken his gaiters off his legs to give them away. In fact, there is a story current among us. I have no idea, and never had, on what authority, but I have believed it for so many years that I feel quite certain it is true, that on a frosty day, one winter time, he actually did bestow his gaiters on a beggar woman, who occasioned some scandal in the neighbourhood by exhibiting a fine infant from door to door, wrapped in those garments which are universally recognized, being as well known in the vicinity as the cathedral. The legend added that the only person who did not identify them was the doctor himself, who, when they were shortly afterwards displayed at the door of a little second-hand shop of no very good repute, where such things were taken in exchange for gin, was more than once observed to handle them approvingly, as if admiring some curious novelty in the pattern, and considering them an improvement on his own. It was very pleasant to see the doctor with his pretty young wife. He had a fatherly, benignant way of showing his fondness for her, which seemed in itself to express a good man. I often saw them walking in the garden where the peaches were, and I sometimes had a nearer observation of them in the study or the parlour. She appeared to me to take great care of the doctor, and to like him very much, though I never thought her vitally interested in the dictionary, some cumbrous fragments of which the doctor always carried in his pockets and in the lining of his hat, and generally seemed to be expounding to her as they walked about. I saw a good deal of Mrs. Strong, both because she had taken a liking to me on the morning of my introduction to the doctor, and was always afterwards kind to me and interested in me, and because she was very fond of Agnes, and was often backwards and forwards at our house. There was a curious constraint between her and Mr. Wickfield, I thought, of whom she seemed to be afraid, that never wore off, and when she came there of an evening, she always shrunk from accepting his escort home, and ran away with me instead. And sometimes, as we were running gaily across the cathedral yard together, expecting to meet nobody, we would meet Mr. Jack Maldon, who was always surprised to see us. Mrs. Strong's mamma was a lady I took great delight in. Her name was Mrs. Markleham, but our boys used to call her the old soldier, on account of her generalship, and the skill with which she marshalled great forces of relations against the doctor. She was a little sharp-eyed woman, who used to wear, when she was dressed, one unchangeable cap, ornamented with some artificial flowers, and 2 artificial butterflies supposed to be hovering above the flowers. There was a superstition among us that this cap had come from France, and could only originate in the workmanship of that ingenious nation. But all I certainly know about it is, that it always made its appearance of an evening, wheresoever Mrs. Markleham made her appearance, and that it was carried about to friendly meetings in a Hindu basket, that the butterflies had the gift of trembling constantly, and that they improved the shining hours at Dr. Strong's expense, like busy bees. I observed the old soldier, not to adopt the name disrespectfully, to pretty good advantage on a night which is made memorable to me by something else I shall relate. It was the night of a little party at the doctor's, which was given on the occasion of Mr. Jack Maldon's departure for India, whether he was going as a cadet or something of that kind, Mr. Wickfield having at length arranged the business. It happened to be the doctor's birthday too. We had had a holiday, had made presents to him in the morning, had made a speech to him through the head boy, and had cheered him until we were hoarse and until he had shed tears. And now, in the evening, Mr. Wickfield, Agnes, and I went to have tea with him in his private capacity. Mr. Jack Maldon was there before us. Mrs. Strong, dressed in white with cherry-coloured ribbons, was playing the piano when we went in, and he was leaning over her to turn the leaves. The clear red and white of her complexion was not so blooming and flower-like as usual, I thought, when she turned round, but she looked very pretty, wonderfully pretty. "I have forgotten, Doctor," said Mrs. Strong's mamma, when we were seated, "to pay you the compliments of the day, though they are, as you may suppose, very far from being mere compliments in my case. Allow me to wish you many happy returns." "I thank you, ma'am," replied the doctor. "Many, many, many happy returns," said the old soldier, "not only for your own sake, but for Annie's, and John Maldon's, and many other people's. It seems but yesterday to me, John, when you were a little creature, a head shorter than Master Copperfield, making baby love to Annie beyond the gooseberry bushes in the back garden." "My dear mamma," said Mrs. Strong, "never mind that now." "Annie, don't be absurd," returned her mother. "If you are to blush to hear of such things now you are an old married woman, when are you not to blush to hear of them?" "Old!" exclaimed Mr. Jack Maldon. "Annie, come." "Yes, John," returned the soldier, "virtually an old married woman. Although not old by years, for when did you ever hear me say, or who has ever heard me say, that a girl of 20 was old by years? Your cousin is the wife of the doctor, and as such, what I have described her. It is well for you, John, that your cousin is the wife of the doctor. You have found in him an influential kind of friend, who will be kinder yet, I venture to predict, if you deserve it. I have no false pride. I never hesitate to admit frankly that there are some members of our family who want a friend. You are one yourself, before your cousin's influence raised one up for you." The doctor, in the goodness of his heart, waved his hand as if to make light of it, and save Mr. Jack Maldon from any further reminder. But Mrs. Markleham changed her chair for one next to the doctor's, and putting her fan on his coat sleeve, said, "No, really, my dear doctor, you must excuse me if I appear to dwell on this rather, because I feel so very strongly. I call it quite my monomania, it is such a subject of mine. You are a blessing to us. You really are a boon, you know." "Nonsense, nonsense," said the doctor. No, I beg your pardon," retorted the old soldier. "With nobody present but our dear and confidential friend Mr. Wickfield, I cannot consent to be put down. I shall begin to assert the privileges of a mother-in-law if you go on like that, and scold you. I am perfectly honest and outspoken. What I am saying is what I have said when you first overpowered me with surprise. You remember how surprised I was, by proposing for Annie. Not that there was anything so much out of the way in the mere fact of the proposal, it would be ridiculous to say that, but because, you having known her poor father, and having known her from a baby 6 months old, I hadn't thought of you in such a light at all, or indeed as a marrying man in any way. Simply that, you know." "Aye," returned the doctor good-humouredly. "Never mind." "But I do mind," said the old soldier, laying her fan upon his lips. "I mind very much. I recall all these things that I may be contradicted if I am wrong. Well, then I spoke to Annie, and I told her what had happened. I said, 'My dear, here's Dr. Strong has positively been and made you the subject of a handsome declaration and an offer.' Did I press it in the least? No. I said, 'Now, Annie, tell me the truth at this moment. Is your heart free?' 'Mamma,' she said, crying, 'I am extremely young,' which was perfectly true, 'and I hardly know if I have a heart at all.' 'Then, my dear,' I said, 'you may rely upon it. It's free. At all events, my love,' I said, 'Dr. Strong is in an agitated state of mind and must be answered. He cannot be kept in his present state of suspense.' "Mamma," said Annie, still crying, "would he be unhappy without me? If he would, I honour and respect him so much that I think I will have him." So it was settled, and then, and not until then, I said to Annie, "Annie, Dr. Strong will not only be your husband, but he will represent your late father. He will represent the head of our family. He will represent the wisdom and station, and I may say the means of our family, and will be, in short, a boon to it. I used the word at the time, and I have used it again today. If I have any merit, it is consistency." The daughter sat quite silent and still during this speech, with her eyes fixed on the ground, her cousin standing near her and looking on the ground too. She now said very softly, in a trembling voice, "Mamma, I hope you have finished." "No, my dear Annie," returned the old soldier, "I have not quite finished. Since you ask me, my love, I reply that I have not. I complain that you are really a little unnatural towards your own family, and, as it is of no use complaining to you, I mean to complain to your husband. Now, my dear doctor, do look at that silly wife of yours." As the doctor turned his kind face, with its smile of simplicity and gentleness, towards her, she drooped her head more. I noticed that Mr. Wickfield looked at her steadily. "When I happened to say to that naughty thing the other day," pursued her mother, shaking her head and her fan at her playfully, "that there was a family circumstance she might mention to you, indeed I think was bound to mention, she said that to mention it was to ask a favour, and that, as you were too generous, and as for her to ask was always to have, she wouldn't." "Annie, my dear," said the doctor, "that was wrong. It robbed me of a pleasure." "Almost the very words I said to her," exclaimed her mother. "Now really, another time, when I know what she would tell you but for this reason, and won't, I have a great mind, my dear doctor, to tell you myself." "I shall be glad if you will," returned the doctor. "Shall I?" "Certainly." "Well then, I will," said the old soldier, "and that's a bargain." And having, I suppose, carried her point, she tapped the doctor's hand several times with her fan, which she kissed first, and returned triumphantly to her former station. Some more company coming in, among whom were the two masters and Adams, the talk became general, and it naturally turned on Mr. Jack Maldon and his voyage, and the country he was going to, and his various plans and prospects. He was to leave that night after supper in a post-chaise for Gravesend, where the ship at which he was to make his voyage lay, and was to be gone unless he came home on leave, or for his health, I don't know how many years. I recollect it was settled by general consent that India was quite a misrepresented country, and had nothing objectionable in it but a tiger or two, and a little heat in the warm part of the day. For my own part, I looked on Mr. Jack Maldon as a modern Sinbad, and pictured him the bosom friend of all the Rajas in the East, sitting under canopies, smoking curly golden pipes, a mile long if they could be straightened out. Mrs. Strong was a very pretty singer, as I knew, who often heard her singing by herself, but whether she was afraid of singing before people, or was out of voice that evening, it was certain that she couldn't sing at all. She tried a duet once with her cousin Maldon, but could not so much as begin, and afterwards, when she tried to sing by herself, although she began sweetly, her voice died away on a sudden, and left her quite distressed, with her head hanging down over the keys. The good doctor said she was nervous, and to relieve her proposed a round game at cards, of which he knew as much as of the art of playing the trombone. But I remarked that the old soldier took him into custody directly for her partner, and instructed him, as the first preliminary of initiation, to give her all the silver he had in his pocket. We had a merry game, not made less merry by the doctor's mistakes, of which he committed an innumerable quantity, in spite of the watchfulness of the butterflies, and to their great aggravation. Mrs. Strong had declined to play on the ground of not feeling very well, and her cousin Maldon had excused himself because he had some packing to do. When he had done it, however, he returned, and they sat together talking on the sofa. From time to time she came and looked over the doctor's hand, and told him what to play. She was very pale as she bent over him, and I thought her finger trembled as she pointed out the cards. But the doctor was quite happy with her attention, and took no notice of this, if it were so. At supper we were hardly so gay. Everyone appeared to feel that a parting of that sort was an awkward thing, and that the nearer it approached, the more awkward it was. Mr. Jack Maldon tried to be very talkative, but was not at his ease, and made matters worse. and they were not improved, as it appeared to me, by the old soldier, who continually recalled passages of Mr. Jack Maldon's youth. The doctor, however, who felt, I am sure, that he was making everybody happy, was well pleased, and had no suspicion but that we were all at the utmost height of enjoyment. "Annie, my dear," he said, looking at his watch and filling his glass, "it is past your cousin Jack's time, and we must not detain him, since time and tide, both concerned in this case, wait for no man. Mr. Jack Maldon, you have a long voyage and a strange country before you. But many men have had both, and many men will have both, to the end of time. The winds you are going to tempt have wafted thousands upon thousands to fortune, and brought thousands upon thousands happily back." "It's an affecting thing," said Mrs. Markleham. "However it's viewed, it's affecting to see a fine young man one has known from an infant going away to the other end of the world, leaving all he knows behind, and not knowing what's before him. A young man really deserves constant support and patronage," looking at the doctor, "who makes such sacrifices." "Time will go fast with you, Mr. Jack Maldon," pursued the doctor, "and fast with all of us. Some of us can hardly expect, perhaps, in the natural course of things, to greet you on your return. The next best thing is to hope to do it, and that's my case. I shall not weary you with good advice. You have long had a good model before you in your cousin Annie. Imitate her virtues as nearly as you can." Mrs. Markleham fanned herself and shook her head. "Farewell, Mr. Jack," said the doctor, standing up, on which we all stood up. "A prosperous voyage out, a thriving career abroad, and a happy return home." We all drank the toast, and all shook hands with Mr. Jack Maldon, after which he hastily took leave of the ladies who were there, and hurried to the door, where he was received, as he got into the chaise, with a tremendous broadside of cheers discharged by our boys, who had assembled on the lawn for the purpose. Running in among them to swell the ranks, I was very near the chaise when it rolled away, and I had a lively impression made upon me, in the midst of the noise and dust, of having seen Mr. Jack Maldon rattle past with an agitated face, and something cherry-coloured in his hand. After another broadside for the doctor, and another for the doctor's wife, the boys dispersed, and I went back into the house, where I found all the guests standing in a group about the doctor, discussing how Mr. Jack Maldon had gone away, and how he had borne it, and how he had felt, and all the rest of it. In the midst of these remarks, Mrs. Markleham cried, "Where's Annie?" No Annie was there, and when they called to her, no Annie replied. But all pressing out of the room in a crowd to see what was the matter, we found her lying on the hall floor. There was great alarm at first, until it was found that she was in a swoon, and that the swoon was yielding to the usual means of recovery, when the doctor, who had lifted her head upon his knee, put her curls aside with his hand, and said, looking round, "Poor Annie, she's so faithful and tender-hearted. It's the parting from her old playfellow and friend, her favourite cousin, that has done this. It's a pity. I am very sorry." When she opened her eyes and saw where she was, and that we were all standing about her, she arose with assistance, turning her head as she did so to lay it on the doctor's shoulder, or to hide it, I don't know which. We went into the drawing-room to leave her with the doctor and her mother, but she said it seemed that she was better than she had been since morning, and that she would rather be brought among us. So they brought her in, looking very white and weak, I thought, and sat her on a sofa. "Annie, my dear," said her mother, doing something to her dress, "see here, you have lost a bow. Will anybody be so good as find a ribbon, a cherry-coloured ribbon?" It was the one she had worn at her bosom. We all looked for it. I myself looked everywhere, I am certain, but nobody could find it. "Do you recollect where you had it last, Annie?" said her mother. I wondered how I could have thought she looked white, or anything but burning red, when she answered that she had had it safe a little while ago, she thought, but it was not worth looking for. Nevertheless, it was looked for again, and still not found. She entreated that there might be no more searching, but it was still sought for in a desultory way, until she was quite well and the company took their departure. We walked very slowly home, Mr. Wickfield, Agnes and I admiring the moonlight, and Mr. Wickfield scarcely raising his eyes from the ground. When we at last reached our own door, Agnes discovered that she had left her little reticule behind. Delighted to be of any service to her, I ran back to fetch it. I went into the supper-room where it had been left, which was deserted and dark, but a door of communication between that and the doctor's study, where there was a light, being open, I passed on there, to say what I wanted, and to get a candle. The doctor was sitting in his easy chair by the fireside, and his young wife was on a stool at his feet. The doctor, with a complacent smile, was reading aloud some manuscript explanation or statement of a theory out of that interminable dictionary, and she was looking up at him, but with such a face as I never saw. It was so beautiful in its form, it was so ashy pale, it was so fixed in its abstraction, it was so full of a wild, sleepwalking, dreamy horror of I don't know what. The eyes were wide open, and her brown hair fell in two rich clusters on her shoulders and on her white dress, disordered by the want of the lost ribbon. Distinctly as I recollect her look, I cannot say of what it was expressive. I cannot even say of what it is expressive to me now, rising again before my older judgment. Penitence, humiliation, shame, pride, love, and trustfulness. I see them all, and in them all I see that horror of I don't know what. My entrance and my saying what I wanted roused her. It disturbed the doctor too, for when I went back to replace the candle I had taken from the table, he was patting her head in his fatherly way, and saying he was a merciless drone to let her tempt him into reading on, and he would have her go to bed. But she asked him in a rapid, urgent manner to let her stay, to let her feel assured, I heard her murmur some broken words to this effect, that she was in his confidence that night. And as she turned again towards him, after glancing at me as I left the room and went out at the door, I saw her cross her hands upon his knee, and look up at him with the same face, something quieted as he resumed his reading. It made a great impression upon me, and I remembered it a long time afterwards, as I shall have occasion to narrate when the time comes. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Somebody turns up. It has not occurred to me to mention Peggotty since I ran away, but of course I wrote her a letter almost as soon as I was housed at Dover, and another, a longer letter, containing all particulars fully related, when my aunt took me formally under her protection. On my being settled at Dr. Strong's, I wrote to her again, detailing my happy conditions and prospects. I never could have derived anything like the pleasure from spending the money Mr. Dick had given me that I felt in sending a gold half-guinea to Peggotty per post, enclosed in this last letter, to discharge the sum I had borrowed of her, in which epistle, not before, I mentioned about the young man with the donkey cart. To these communications Peggotty replied as promptly, if not as concisely, as a merchant's clerk. Her utmost powers of expression, which were certainly not great in ink, were exhausted in the attempt to write what she felt on the subject of my journey. 4 sides of incoherent and interjectional beginnings of sentences that had no end except blots were inadequate to afford her any relief. But the blots were more expressive to me than the best composition, for they showed me that Peggotty had been crying all over the paper, and what could I have desired more? I made out without much difficulty that she could not quite take kindly to my aunt yet. The notice was too short after so long a prepossession the other way. We never knew a person, she wrote, but to think that Miss Betsy should seem to be so different from what she had been thought to be was immoral. That was her word. She was evidently still afraid of Miss Betsy, for she sent her grateful duty to her but timidly, and was evidently afraid of me too, and entertained the probability of my running away again soon, if I might judge from the repeated hints she threw out that the coach fare to Yarmouth was always to be had of her for the asking. She gave me one piece of intelligence which affected me very much, namely, that there had been a sale of furniture at our old home, and that Mr. and Miss Murdstone were gone away, and the house was shut up to be let or sold. God knows I had no part in it while they remained there, but it pained me to think of the dear old place as altogether abandoned, of the weeds growing tall in the garden, and the fallen leaves lying thick and wet upon the paths. I imagined how the winds of winter would howl around it, and how the cold rain would beat upon the window glass, how the moon would make ghosts on the walls of the empty rooms, watching their solitude all night. I thought afresh of the grave in the churchyard underneath the tree, and it seemed as if the house were dead too now, and all connected with my father and mother were faded away. There was no other news in Peggotty's letters. Mr. Barkis was an excellent husband, she said, though still a little near, but we all had our faults, and she had plenty, though I'm sure I don't know what they were. And he sent his duty, and my little bedroom was always ready for me. Mr. Peggotty was well, and Ham was well, and Mrs. Gummidge was but poorly, and little Emily wouldn't send her love, but said that Peggotty might send it if she liked. All this intelligence I dutifully imparted to my aunt, only reserving to myself the mention of little Emily, whom I indistinctively felt that she would not very tenderly incline. While I was yet new at Dr. Strong's, she made several excursions over to Canterbury to see me, and always at unseasonable hours, with the view, I suppose, of taking me by surprise. But finding me well employed and bearing a good character, and hearing on all hands that I rose fast in the school, she soon discontinued these visits. I saw her on a Saturday every third or fourth week, when I went over to Dover for a treat, and I saw Mr. Dick every alternate Wednesday, when he arrived by stagecoach at noon to stay until next morning. On these occasions Mr. Dick never travelled without a leathern writing desk, containing a supply of stationery and the memorial, in relation to which document he had a notion that time was beginning to press now, and that it really must be got out of hand. Mr. Dick was very partial to gingerbread. To render his visits the more agreeable, my aunt had instructed me to open a credit for him at a cake shop, which was hampered with the stipulation that he should not be served with more than 1 shilling's worth in the course of any one day. This, and the reference of all his little bills at the county inn where he slept to my aunt before they were paid, induced me to suspect that he was only allowed to rattle his money, and not to spend it. I found on further investigation that this was so, or at least that there was an agreement between him and my aunt that he should account to her for all his disbursements. As he had no idea of deceiving her, and always desired to please her, he was thus made chary of launching into expense. On this point, as well as all other possible points, Mr. Dick was convinced that my aunt was the wisest and most wonderful of women, as he repeatedly told me with infinite secrecy, and always in a whisper. "Trotwood," said Mr. Dick with an air of mystery, after imparting this confidence to me one Wednesday, "who's the man that hides near our house and frightens her?" "Frightens my aunt, sir." Mr. Dick nodded. "I thought nothing would have frightened her," he said, "for she's—" here he whispered softly, "don't mention it, the wisest and most wonderful of women." Having said which, he drew back to observe the effect which this description of her made upon me. "The first time he came," said Mr. Dick, "was, let me see, 1649 was the date of King Charles's execution. I think you said 1649? "Yes, sir." "I don't know how it can be," said Mr. Dick, sorely puzzled and shaking his head. "I don't think I am as old as that." "Was it in that year that the man appeared, sir?" I asked. "Oh, I really," said Mr. Dick, "I don't see how it can have been in that year, Trotwood. Did you get that date out of history?" "Yes, sir." "I suppose history never lies, does it?" said Mr. Dick with a gleam of hope. "Oh dear, no, sir," I replied most decisively. "I was ingenuous and young, and I thought so." "I can't make it out," said Mr. Dick, shaking his head. "There's something wrong somewhere. However, it was very soon after the mistake was made of putting some of the trouble out of King Charles's head into my head that the man first came. I was walking about with Miss Trotwood after tea, just at dark, and there he was, close to our house." "Walking about?" I inquired. "Walking about," repeated Mr. Dick. "Let me see, I must recollect a bit. No, he was not walking about." I asked, as the shortest way to get at it, what he was doing. "Well, he wasn't there at all," said Mr. Dick, "until he came up behind her and whispered. Then she turned round and fainted, and I stood still and looked at him, and he walked away. But that he should have been hiding ever since, in the ground or somewhere, is the most extraordinary thing." "Has he been hiding ever since?" I asked. "To be sure he has," retorted Mr. Dick, nodding his head gravely. "Never came out till last night, when we were walking last night, and he came up behind her again, and I knew him again." "And did he frighten my aunt again?" "Oh, all of a shiver," said Mr. Dick, counterfeiting that affection, and making his teeth chatter. "Held by the palings, cried, but Trotwood, come here," getting me close to him that he might whisper very softly. "Why did she give him money, boy, in the moonlight?" "He was a beggar, perhaps." Mr. Dick shook his head, as utterly renouncing the suggestion, and having replied a great many times, and with great confidence, "No beggar, no beggar, no beggar, sir," went on to say that from his window he had afterwards, and late at night, seen my aunt give this person money outside the garden rails in the moonlight, who then slunk away into the ground again, as he thought probable, and was seen no more, while my aunt came hurriedly and secretly back into the house, and had, even that morning, been quite different from her usual self, which preyed on Mr. Dick's mind. I had not the least belief, in the outset of this story, that the unknown was anything but a delusion of Mr. Dick's, and one of the line of that ill-fated prince who occasioned him so much difficulty. But after some reflection I began to entertain the question whether an attempt, or threat of an attempt, might have been twice made to take poor Mr. Dick himself from under my aunt's protection, and whether my aunt, the strength of whose kind feelings towards him I knew from herself, might have been induced to pay a price for his peace and quiet. As I was already much attached to Mr. Dick, and very solicitous for his welfare, my fears favoured this supposition, and for a long time his Wednesday hardly ever came round without my entertaining a misgiving that he would not be on the coach-box as usual. There he always appeared, however, grey-headed, laughing and happy, and he never had anything more to tell of the man who could frighten my aunt. These Wednesdays were the happiest days of Mr. Dick's life. They were far from being the least happy of mine. He soon became known to every boy in the school, and though he never took an active part in any game but kite-flying, was as deeply interested in all our sports as anyone among us. How often I have seen him, intent upon a match at marbles or peg-top, looking on with a face of unutterable interest, and hardly breathing at the critical times. How often, at hare and hounds, have I seen him mounted on a little knoll, cheering the whole field on to action, and waving his hat above his grey head, oblivious of King Charles the Martyr's head, and all belonging to it. How many a summer hour have I known to be but blissful minutes to him in the cricket field? How many winter days have I seen him, standing blue-nosed in the snow and east wind, looking at the boys going down the long slide, and clapping his worsted gloves in rapture. He was an universal favourite, and his ingenuity with little things was transcendent. He could cut oranges into such devices as none of us had an idea of. He could make a boat out of anything, from a skewer upwards. He could turn cramp bones into chessmen, fashion Roman chariots from old court cards, make spoked wheels out of cotton reels, and bird cages of old wire. But he was greatest of all, perhaps, in the articles of string and straw, with which we were all persuaded he could do anything that could be done by hands. Mr. Dick's renown was not long confined to us. After a few Wednesdays, Dr. Strong himself made some inquiries of me about him, and I told him all my aunt had told me, which interested the doctor so much that he requested on the occasion of his next visit to be presented to him. This ceremony I performed, and the doctor begging Mr. Dick, whensoever he should not find me at the coach office, to come on there and rest himself until our morning's work was over, it soon passed into a custom for Mr. Dick to come on as a matter of course, and if we were a little late, as often happened on a Wednesday, to walk about the courtyard waiting for me. Here he made the acquaintance of the doctor's beautiful young wife, paler than formerly, all this time, more rarely seen by me or anyone, I think, and not so gay, but not less beautiful, and so became more and more familiar by degrees, until at last he would come into the school and wait. He always sat in a particular corner, on a particular stool, which was called Dick, after him. Here he would sit, with his grey head bent forward, attentively listening to whatever might be going on, with a profound veneration for the learning he had never been able to acquire. This veneration Mr. Dick extended to the doctor, whom he thought the most subtle and accomplished philosopher of any age. It was long before Mr. Dick ever spoke to him otherwise than bareheaded, and even when he and the doctor had struck up quite a friendship, and would walk together by the hour on that side of the courtyard which is known among us as the doctor's walk, Mr. Dick would pull off his hat at intervals to show his respect for wisdom and knowledge. How it ever came about that the doctor began to read out scraps of the famous dictionary in these walks I never knew. Perhaps he felt it all the same at first, as reading to himself. However, it passed into a custom too, and Mr. Dick, listening with a face shining with pride and pleasure, in his heart of heart believed the dictionary to be the most delightful book in the world. As I think of them going up and down before those schoolroom windows, the doctor reading with his complacent smile, an occasional flourish of the manuscript, or grave motion of his head, and Mr. Dick listening, enchained by interest, with his poor wits calmly wandering God knows where, upon the wings of hard words, I think of it as one of the pleasantest things, in a quiet way, that I have ever seen. I feel as if they might go on walking to and fro forever, and the world might somehow be the better for it, as if 1,000 things it makes a noise about were not one half so good for it or me. Agnes was one of Mr. Dick's friends very soon, and in often coming to the house he made an acquaintance with Uriah. The friendship between himself and me increased continually, and it was maintained on this odd footing, that while Mr. Dick came professedly to look after me as my guardian, he always consulted me in any little matter of doubt that arose, and invariably guided himself by my advice, not only having a high respect for my native sagacity, but considering that I inherited a good deal from my aunt. One Thursday morning, when I was about to walk with Mr. Dick from the hotel to the coach office before going back to school, for we had an hour's school before breakfast, I met Uriah in the street, who reminded me of the promise I had made to take tea with himself and his mother, adding with a writhe, "But I didn't expect you to keep it, Master Copperfield. We're so very humble." I really had not yet been able to make up my mind whether I liked Uriah or detested him, and I was very doubtful about it still, as I stood looking him in the face in the street, but I felt quite an affront to be supposed proud, and said I only wanted to be asked. "Oh, if that's all, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "and it really isn't our humbleness that prevents you, will you come this evening? But if it is our humbleness, I hope you don't mind owning to it, Master Copperfield, for we are well aware of our condition." I said I would mention it to Mr. Wickfield, and if he approved, as I had no doubt he would, I would come with pleasure. So at 6 o'clock that evening, which was one of the early office evenings, I announced myself as ready to Uriah. "Mother will be proud indeed," he said as we walked away together. "Oh, she would be proud if it wasn't sinful, Master Copperfield." "Oh, yet you didn't mind supposing I was proud this morning," I returned. "Oh, do you know, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah, "oh, believe me, no. Such a thought never came into my head. I shouldn't have deemed it at all proud if you had thought us too humble for you, because we are so very humble." "Have you been studying much law lately?" I asked, to change the subject. "Oh, Master Copperfield," he said with an air of self-denial, "my reading is hardly to be called study. I have passed an hour or two in the evening sometimes with Mr. Tidd." "Rather hard, I suppose," I said. "He is hard to me sometimes," returned Uriah, "but I don't know what he might be to a gifted person." After beating a little tune on his chin as he walked on, with the 2 forefingers of his skeleton right hand, he added, "There are expressions, you see, Master Copperfield, Latin words and terms, in Mr. Tidd that are trying to a reader of my humble attainments." "Would you like to be taught Latin?" I said briskly. "I will teach it you with pleasure as I learn it." "Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield," he answered, shaking his head. "I'm sure it's very kind of you to make the offer, but I am much too humble to accept it." "What nonsense, Uriah." "Oh, indeed, you must excuse me, Master Copperfield. I am greatly obliged, and I should like it of all things, I assure you, but I am far too humble. There are people enough to tread upon me in my lowly state, without my doing outrage to their feelings by possessing learning. Learning ain't for me. A person like myself had better not aspire. If he is to get on in life, he must get on humbly, Master Copperfield." I never saw his mouth so wide, or the creases in his cheeks so deep, as when he delivered himself of these sentiments, shaking his head all the time, and writhing modestly. "I think you are wrong, Uriah," I said. "I dare say there are several things that I could teach you if you would like to learn them." "Oh, I don't doubt that, Master Copperfield," he answered, "not in the least. But not being humble yourself, you don't judge well, perhaps, for them that are. I won't provoke my betters with knowledge, thank you. I'm much too humble. Here's my humble dwelling, Master Copperfield." We entered a low, old-fashioned room, walked straight into from the street, and found here Mrs. Heep, who was the dead image of Uriah, only short. She received me with the utmost humility, and apologized to me for giving her son a kiss, observing that, lowly as they were, they had their natural affections, which they hoped would give no offence to anyone. It was a perfectly decent room, half parlour and half kitchen, but not at all a snug room. The tea things were set upon the table, and the kettle was boiling on the hob. There was a chest of drawers with an escritoire top for Uriah to read or write out of an evening. There was Uriah's blue bag, lying down and vomiting papers. There was a company of Uriah's books, commanded by Mr. Tidd. There was a corner cupboard, and there were the usual articles of furniture. I don't remember that any individual object had a bare, pinched, spare look, but I do remember that the whole place had. It was perhaps a part of Mrs. Heep's humility that she still wore weeds. Notwithstanding the lapse of time that had occurred since Mr. Heep's decease, she still wore weeds. I think there was some compromise in the cap, but otherwise she was as weedy as in the early days of her mourning.
"This is a day to be remembered, my Uriah, I am sure," said Mrs. Heep, making the tea, "when Master Copperfield pays us a visit." "I said you'd think so, mother," said Uriah. "If I could have wished father to remain among us for any reason," said Mrs. Heep, "it would have been that he might have known his company this afternoon." I felt embarrassed by these compliments, but I was sensible, too, of being entertained as an honoured guest, and I thought Mrs. Heep an agreeable woman. "My Uriah," said Mrs. Heep, "has looked forward to this, sir, a long while. He had his fears that our humbleness stood in the way, and I joined in them myself. Humble we are, humble we have been, humble we shall ever be," said Mrs. Heep.
"I am sure you have no occasion to be so, ma'am," I said, "unless you like."
"Thank you, sir," retorted Mrs. Heep. "We know our station and are thankful in it."
I found that Mrs. Heep gradually got nearer to me, and that Uriah gradually got opposite to me, and that they respectfully plied me with the choicest of the eatables on the table. There was nothing particularly choice there, to be sure, but I took the will for the deed, and felt that they were very attentive. Presently they began to talk about aunts, and I told them about mine, and about fathers and mothers, and then I told them about mine, and then Mrs. Heep began to talk about fathers-in-law, and then I began to tell her about mine, but stopped because my aunt had advised me to observe a silence on that subject. A tender young cork, however, would have had no more chance against a pair of corkscrews, or a tender young tooth against a pair of dentists, or a little shuttlecock against two battledores, than I had against Uriah and Mrs. Heep. They did just what they liked with me, and wormed things out of me that I had no desire to tell, with a certainty I blushed to think of, the more especially as in my juvenile frankness I took some credit to myself for being so confidential, and I felt I was quite the patron of my two respectful entertainers. They were very fond of one another, that was certain. I take it that had its effect upon me as a touch of nature, but the skill with which the one followed up whatever the other said was a touch of art which I was still less proof against. When there was nothing more to be got out of me about myself, for on the Murdstone and Grinby life and on my journey I was dumb, they began about Mr. Wickfield and Agnes. Uriah threw the ball to Mrs. Heep. Mrs. Heep caught it and threw it back to Uriah. Uriah kept it up a little while, then sent it back to Mrs. Heep, and so they went on tossing it about until I had no idea who had got it, and was quite bewildered. The ball itself was always changing too. Now it was Mr. Wickfield, now Agnes, now the excellence of Mr. Wickfield, now my admiration of Agnes, now the extent of Mr. Wickfield's business and resources, now our domestic life after dinner, now the wine that Mr. Wickfield took, the reason why he took it, and the pity that it was that he took so much. Now one thing, now another, then everything at once, and all the time without appearing to speak very often, or to do anything but sometimes encouraging them a little, for fear they should be overcome by their humility and the honour of my company. I found myself perpetually letting out something or other that I had no business to let out, and seeing the effect of it in the twinkling of Uriah's dinted nostrils. I had begun to be a little uncomfortable, and to wish myself well out of the visit, when a figure coming down the street passed the door. It stood open to air the room, which was warm, the weather being close for the time of year, came back again, looked in, and walked in, exclaiming loudly, "Copperfield! Is it possible?" It was Mr. Micawber. It was Mr. Micawber, with his eyeglass and his walking stick and his shirt collar and his genteel air and the condescending roll in his voice, all complete. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, putting out his hand, "this is indeed a meeting which is calculated to impress the mind with some sense of the instability and uncertainty of all human—"
In short, it is a most extraordinary meeting. Walking along the street, reflecting upon the probability of something turning up, of which I am at present rather sanguine, I find a young but valued friend turn up, who is connected with the most eventful period of my life, I may say, with the turning point of my existence. Copperfield, my dear fellow, how do you do?
I really cannot say, that I was glad to see Mr. Micawber there, but I was glad to see him too, and shook hands with him heartily, inquiring how Mrs. Micawber was.
Well, thank you,
said Mr. Micawber, waving his hand as of old, and settling his chin in his shirt collar.
She is tolerably convalescent. The twins no longer derive their sustenance from nature's fonts. In short, said Mr. Micawber in one of his bursts of confidence, they are weaned, and Mrs. Micawber is at present my travelling companion. She will be rejoiced, Copperfield, to renew her acquaintance with one who has proved himself in all respects a worthy minister at the sacred altar of friendship.
I said I should be delighted to see her.
You are very good, said Mr. Micawber.
Mr. Micawber then smiled, settled his chin again, and looked about him.
I have discovered my friend Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber genteelly, and without addressing himself particularly to anyone, not in solitude, but partaking of a social meal in company with a widow lady, and one who is apparently her offspring. In short, said Mr. Micawber in another of his bursts of confidence, her son. I shall esteem it an honour to be presented.
I could do no less under these circumstances than make Mr. Micawber known to Uriah Heep and his mother, which I accordingly did. As they abased themselves before him, Mr. Micawber took a seat and waved his hand in his most courtly manner.
Any friend of my friend Copperfield's, said Mr. Micawber, has a personal claim upon myself.
We are too humble, sir, said Mrs. Heep, my son and me, to be the friends of Master Copperfield. He has been so good to take his tea with us, and we are thankful to him for his company. Also to you, sir, for your notice.
Ma'am, returned Mr. Micawber with a bow, you are very obliging. And what are you doing, Copperfield? Still in the wine trade?
I was excessively anxious to get Mr. Micawber away, and replied with my hat in my hand and my face very red, I have no doubt, that I was a pupil at Dr. Strong's.
A pupil?
said Mr. Micawber, raising his eyebrows.
I am extremely happy to hear it. Although a mind like my friend Copperfield's,
to Uriah and Mrs. Heep,
does not require that cultivation which, without his knowledge of men and things, it would require, still, it is a rich soil teeming with latent vegetation. In short, said Mr. Micawber, smiling in another burst of confidence, it is an intellect capable of getting up the classics to any extent.
Uriah, with his long hands slowly twining over one another, made a ghastly writhe from the waist upwards to express his concurrence in this estimation of me. Shall we go and see Mrs. Micawber, sir? I said, to get Mr. Micawber away.
If you will do her that favour, Copperfield, replied Mr. Micawber, rising. I have no scruple in saying, in the presence of our friends here, that I am a man who has, for some years, contended against the pressure of pecuniary difficulties.
I knew he was certain to say something of this kind. He always would be so boastful about his difficulties.
Sometimes I have risen superior to my difficulties. Sometimes my difficulties have, in short, have floored me. There have been times when I have administered a succession of facers to them. There have been times when they have been too many for me, and I have given in, and said to Mrs. Micawber in the words of Cato, Plato, thou reasonest well. It's all up now. I can show fight no more. But at no time of my life, said Mr. Micawber, have I enjoyed a higher degree of satisfaction than in pouring my griefs, if I may describe difficulties, chiefly arising out of warrants of attorney and promissory notes at 2 and 4 months by that word, into the bosom of my friend Copperfield.
Mr. Micawber closed this handsome tribute by saying,
Mr. Heep, good evening. Mrs. Heep, your servant.
And then walking out with me in his most fashionable manner, making a good deal of noise on the pavement with his shoes, and humming a tune as we went. It was a little inn where Mr. Micawber put up, and he occupied a little room in it, partitioned off from the commercial room, and strongly flavoured with tobacco smoke. I think it was over the kitchen, because a warm, greasy smell appeared to come up through the chinks in the floor, and there was a flabby perspiration on the walls. I know it was near the bar, on account of the smell of spirits and jingling of glasses. Here, recumbent on a small sofa, underneath a picture of a racehorse, with her head close to the fire and her feet pushing the mustard off the dumb waiter at the other end of the room, was Mrs. Micawber, to whom Mr. Micawber entered first, saying, "My dear, allow me to introduce a young pupil of Dr. Strong's." I noticed by the by that although Mr. Micawber was just as much confused as ever about my age and standing, he always remembered as a genteel thing that I was a pupil of Dr. Strong's. Mrs. Micawber was amazed, but very glad to see me. I was very glad to see her too, and after an affectionate greeting on both sides, sat down on the small sofa near her. "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, "if you will mention to Copperfield what our present position is, which I have no doubt he will like to know, I will go and look at the paper the while, and see whether anything turns up among the advertisements." "I thought you were at Plymouth, ma'am," I said to Mrs. Micawber as he went out. "My dear Master Copperfield," she replied, "we went to Plymouth." "To be on the spot?" I hinted. "Just so," said Mrs. Micawber, "to be on the spot. But the truth is, talent is not wanted in the custom house. The local influence of my family was quite unavailing to obtain any employment in that department for a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities. They would rather not have a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities. He would only show the deficiency of the others. Apart from which," said Mrs. Micawber, "I will not disguise from you, my dear Master Copperfield, that when that branch of my family which is settled in Plymouth became aware that Mr. Micawber was accompanied by myself, and by little Wilkins and his sister, and by the twins, they did not receive him with that ardour which he might have expected, being so newly released from captivity. In fact," said Mrs. Micawber, lowering her voice, "this is between ourselves, our reception was cool." "Dear me," I said. "Yes," said Mrs. Micawber, "it is truly painful to contemplate mankind in such an aspect, Master Copperfield, but our reception was decidedly cool. There is no doubt about it. In fact, that branch of my family which is settled in Plymouth became quite personal to Mr. Micawber before we had been there a week." I said I thought that they ought to be ashamed of themselves. "Still, so it was," continued Mrs. Micawber. "Under such circumstances, what could a man of Mr. Micawber's spirit do? But one obvious course was left, to borrow of that branch of my family the money to return to London, and to return at any sacrifice." "Then you all came back again, ma'am?" I said. "We all came back again," replied Mrs. Micawber. "Since then I have consulted other branches of my family on the course which is most expedient for Mr. Micawber to take. For I maintain that he must take some course, Master Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber argumentatively. "It is clear that a family of 6, not including a domestic, cannot live upon air." "Certainly, ma'am," said I. "The opinion of those other branches of my family," pursued Mrs. Micawber, "is that Mr. Micawber should immediately turn his attention to coals." To what, ma'am?" "To coals," said Mrs. Micawber, "to the coal trade. Mr. Micawber was induced to think, on inquiry, that there might be an opening for a man of his talent in the Medway coal trade. Then, as Mr. Micawber properly said, the first step to be taken clearly was to come and see the Medway, which we came and saw. I say we, Master Copperfield, for I never will," said Mrs. Micawber with emotion, "I never will desert Mr. Micawber." I murmured my admiration and approbation. "We came," repeated Mrs. Micawber, "and saw the Medway. My opinion of the coal trade on that river is, that it may require talent, but that it certainly requires capital. Talent Mr. Micawber has. Capital Mr. Micawber has not. We saw, I think, the greater part of the Medway, and that is my individual conclusion. Being so near here, Mr. Micawber was of opinion that it would be rash not to come and see the cathedral. Firstly, on account of it being so well worth seeing, and our never having seen it, and secondly, on account of the great probability of something turning up in a cathedral town. We have been here," said Mrs. Micawber, 3 days. Nothing has as yet turned up, and it may not surprise you, my dear Master Copperfield, so much as it would a stranger, to know that we are at present waiting for a remittance from London to discharge our pecuniary obligations at this hotel. Until the arrival of that remittance," said Mrs. Micawber with much feeling, "I am cut off from my home. I allude to lodgings in Pentonville, from my boy and girl, and from my twins." I felt the utmost sympathy for Mr. and Mrs. Micawber in this anxious extremity, and said as much to Mr. Micawber, who now returned, adding that I only wished I had enough money to lend him the amount they needed. Mr. Micawber's answer expressed the disturbance of his mind. He said, shaking hands with me, "Copperfield, you are a true friend. But when the worst comes to the worst, no man is without a friend who is possessed of shaving materials." At this dreadful hint, Mrs. Micawber threw her arms round Mr. Micawber's neck and entreated him to be calm. He wept, but so far recovered almost immediately as to ring the bell for the waiter and bespeak a hot kidney pudding and a plate of shrimps for breakfast in the morning. When I took my leave of them, they both pressed me so much to come and dine before they went away that I could not refuse. But as I knew I could not come the next day, when I should have a good deal to prepare in the evening, Mr. Micawber arranged that he would call at Dr. Strong's in the course of the morning, having a presentiment that the remittance would arrive by that post, and proposed the day after if it would suit me better. Accordingly, I was called out of school next forenoon, and found Mr. Micawber in the parlour, who had called to say that the dinner would take place as proposed. When I asked him if the remittance had come, he pressed my hand and departed. As I looked out of window that same evening, it surprised me and made me rather uneasy to see Mr. Micawber and Uriah Heep walk past arm in arm, Uriah humbly sensible of the honour that was done him, and Mr. Micawber taking a bland delight in extending his patronage to Uriah. But I was still more surprised when I went to the little hotel next day at the appointed dinner hour, which was 4 o'clock, to find from what Mr. Micawber had said that he had gone home with Uriah and had drunk brandy and water at Mrs. Heep's. "And I'll tell you what, my dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "your friend Heep is a young fellow who might be Attorney General. If I had known that young man at the period when my difficulties came to a crisis, all I can say is that I believe my creditors would have been a great deal better managed than they were." I hardly understood how this could have been, seeing that Mr. Micawber had paid them nothing at all as it was, but I did not like to ask. Neither did I like to say that I hoped he had not been too communicative to Uriah, or to inquire if they had talked much about me. I was afraid of hurting Mr. Micawber's feelings, or at all events Mrs. Micawber's, she being very sensitive, but I was uncomfortable about it too, and often thought about it afterwards. We had a beautiful little dinner, quite an elegant dish of fish, the kidney end of a loin veal roasted, fried sausage meat, a partridge and a pudding. There was wine and there was strong ale, and after dinner Mrs. Micawber made us a bowl of hot punch with her own hands. Mr. Micawber was uncommonly convivial. I never saw him such good company. He made his face shine with the punch, so that it looked as if it had been varnished all over. He got cheerfully sentimental about the town, and proposed success to it, observing that Mrs. Micawber and himself had been made extremely snug and comfortable there, and that he never should forget the agreeable hours they had passed in Canterbury. He proposed me afterwards, and he and Mrs. Micawber and I took a review of our past acquaintance, in the course of which we sold the property all over again. Then I proposed Mrs. Micawber, or at least said modestly, "If you'll allow me, Mrs. Micawber, I shall now have the pleasure of drinking your health, ma'am." On which Mr. Micawber delivered a eulogium on Mrs. Micawber's character, and said she had ever been his guide, philosopher, and friend, and that he would recommend me, when I came to a marrying time of life, to marry such another woman, if such another woman could be found. As the punch disappeared, Mr. Micawber became still more friendly and convivial. Mrs. Micawber's spirits becoming elevated too, we sang Old Lang Syne, and when we came to "Here's a hand, my trusty frere," we all joined hands round the table, and when we declared we would "take a right good willy wacht," and hadn't the least idea what it meant, we were really affected. In a word, I never saw anybody so thoroughly jovial as Mr. Micawber was, down to the very last moment of the evening, when I took a hearty farewell of himself and his amiable wife. Consequently, I was not prepared at 7 o'clock next morning to receive the following communication, dated 9:30 in the evening, a quarter of an hour after I had left him. "My dear young friend, the die is cast. It is all over. Hiding the ravages of care with a sickly mask of mirth, I have not informed you this evening that there is no hope of the remittance. Under these circumstances, alike humiliating to endure, humiliating to contemplate, and humiliating to relate, I have discharged the pecuniary liability contracted at this establishment by giving a note of hand, made payable 14 days after date, at my residence, Pentonville, London. When it becomes due, it will not be taken up. The result is destruction. The bolt is impending, and the tree must fall. Let the wretched man who now addresses you, my dear Copperfield, be a beacon to you through life. He writes with that intention, and in that hope. If he could think himself of so much use, one gleam of day might possibly penetrate into the cheerless dungeon of his remaining existence, though his longevity is, at present, to say the least of it, extremely problematical. This is the last communication, my dear Copperfield, you will ever receive from the beggared outcast, Wilkins Micawber. I was so shocked by the contents of this heart-rending letter that I ran off directly towards the little hotel, with the intention of taking it on my way to Dr. Strong's and trying to soothe Mr. Micawber with a word of comfort. But halfway there I met the London coach with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber up behind. Mr. Micawber, the very picture of tranquil enjoyment, smiling at Mrs. Micawber's conversation, eating walnuts out of a paper bag, with a bottle sticking out of his breast pocket. As they did not see me, I thought it best, all things considered, not to see them. So, with a great weight taken off my mind, I turned into a by-street that was the nearest way to school, and felt, upon the whole, relieved that they were gone, though I still liked them very much, nevertheless. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. A retrospect. My school days, the silent gliding on of my existence, the unseen, unfelt progress of my life from childhood up to youth. Let me think. As I look back upon that flowing water, now a dry channel overgrown with leaves, whether there are any marks along its course by which I can remember how it ran. A moment, and I occupy my place in the cathedral, where we all went together every Sunday morning, assembling first at school for that purpose. The earthy smell, the sunless air, the sensation of the world being shut out, the resounding of the organ through the black and white arched galleries and aisles, are wings that take me back and hold me hovering above those days, in a half-sleeping and half-waking dream. I am not the last boy in school. I have risen in a few months over several heads, but the first boy seems to me a mighty creature, dwelling afar off, whose giddy height is unattainable. Agnes says, "No," but I say yes, and tell her that she thinks little what stores of knowledge have been mastered by the wonderful being, at whose place she thinks I, even I, weak aspirant, may arrive in time. He is not my private friend and public patron as Steerforth was, but I hold him in a reverential respect. I chiefly wonder what he'll be when he leaves Dr. Strong's, and what mankind will do to maintain any place against him. But who is this that breaks upon me? This is Miss Shepherd, whom I love. Miss Shepherd is a boarder at the Mrs. Nettingall's establishment. I adore Miss Shepherd. She is a little girl in a spencer with a round face and curly flaxen hair. The Mrs. Nettingall's young ladies come to the cathedral too. I cannot look upon my book, for I must look upon Miss Shepherd. When the choristers chaunt, I hear Miss Shepherd. In the service I mentally insert Miss Shepherd's name. I put her in among the royal family. At home, in my own room, I am sometimes moved to cry out, "Oh, Miss Shepherd," in a transport of love. For some time I am doubtful of Miss Shepherd's feelings, but at length, fate being propitious, we meet at the dancing school. I have Miss Shepherd for my partner. I touch Miss Shepherd's glove, and feel a thrill go up the right arm of my jacket and come out at my hair. I say nothing to Miss Shepherd, but we understand each other. Miss Shepherd and myself live but to be united. Why do I secretly give Miss Shepherd 12 Brazil nuts for a present, I wonder? They are not expressive of affection. They are difficult to pack into a parcel of any regular shape. They are hard to crack, even in room doors, and they are oily when cracked. Yet I feel that they are appropriate to Miss Shepherd. Soft, seedy biscuits also I bestow upon Miss Shepherd, and oranges innumerable. Once I kissed Miss Shepherd in the cloakroom. Ecstasy! What are my agony and indignation next day when I hear a flying rumour that the Mrs. Nettingall have stood Miss Shepherd in the stocks for turning in her toes. Miss Shepherd being the one pervading theme and vision of my life, how do I ever come to break with her? I can't conceive, and yet a coldness grows between Miss Shepherd and myself. Whispers reach me of Miss Shepherd having said she wished I wouldn't stare so, and having avowed a preference for Master Jones. For Jones, a boy of no merit whatever. The gulf between me and Miss Shepherd widens. At last, one day I meet the Miss Nettingall's establishment out walking. Miss Shepherd makes a face as she goes by, and laughs to her companion. All is over. The devotion of a life, it seems a life, it's all the same, is at an end. Miss Shepherd comes out of the morning service, and the royal family know her no more. I am higher in the school, and no one breaks my peace. I am not at all polite now to the Mrs. Nettingall's young ladies, and shouldn't dote on any of them, if they were twice as many and 20 times as beautiful. I think the dancing school a tiresome affair, and wonder why the girls can't dance by themselves and leave us alone. I am growing great in Latin verses, and neglect the laces of my boots. Dr. Strong refers to me in public as a promising young scholar. Mr. Dick is wild with joy, and my aunt remits me a guinea by the next post. The shade of a young butcher rises, like the apparition of an armed hand in Macbeth. Who is this young butcher? He is the terror of the youth of Canterbury. There is a vague belief abroad that the beef suet with which he anoints his hair gives him unnatural strength, and that he is a match for any man. He is a broad-faced, bull-necked young butcher with rough red cheeks, an ill-conditioned mind, and an injurious tongue. His main use of this tongue is to disparage Dr. Strong's young gentlemen. He says publicly that if they want anything, he'll give it them. He names individuals among them, myself included, whom he could undertake to settle with one hand and the other tied behind him. He waylays the smaller boys to punch their unprotected heads, and calls challenges after me in the open streets. For these sufficient reasons, I resolve to fight the butcher. It is a summer evening down in a green hollow at the corner of a wall. I meet the butcher by appointment. I am attended by a select body of our boys, the butcher by 2 other butchers, a young publican and a sweep. The preliminaries are adjusted, and the butcher and myself stand face to face. In a moment the butcher lights 10,000 candles out of my left eyebrow. In another moment, I don't know where the wall is, or where I am, or where anybody is. I hardly know which is myself and which is the butcher. We are always in such a tangle and tussle, knocking about on the trodden grass. Sometimes I see the butcher, bloody but confident. Sometimes I see nothing, and sit gasping on my second's knee. Sometimes I go in at the butcher madly, and cut my knuckles open against his face, without appearing to discompose him at all. At last I awake, very queer about the head, as from a giddy sleep, and see the butcher walking off, congratulated by the other 2 butchers and the sweep and the publican, and putting on his coat as he goes, from which I augur justly that the victory is his. I am taken home in a sad plight, and I have beefsteaks put to my eyes, and I am rubbed with vinegar and brandy, and find a great puffy place bursting out on my upper lip, which swells immoderately. For 3 or 4 days I remain at home, a very ill-looking subject, with a green shade over my eyes, and I should be very dull but that Agnes is a sister to me, and condoles me and reads to me, and makes the time light and happy. Agnes has my confidence completely, always. I tell her all about the butcher, and the wrongs he has heaped upon me. She thinks I couldn't have done otherwise than fight the butcher, while she shrinks and trembles at my having fought him. Time has stolen on unobserved, for Adams is not the head boy in the days that are come now, nor has he been this many and many a day. Adams has left the school so long that when he comes back on a visit to Dr. Strong, there are not many there besides myself who know him. Adams is going to be called to the bar almost directly, and is to be an advocate and to wear a wig. I am surprised to find him a meeker man than I had thought, and less imposing in appearance. He has not staggered the world yet either, for it goes on, as well as I can make out, pretty much the same as if he had never joined it. A blank through which the warriors of poetry and history march on, in stately hosts that seem to have no end. And what comes next? I am the head boy now. I look down on the line of boys below me, with a condescending interest in such of them as bring to my mind the boy I was myself, when I first came there. That little fellow seems to be no part of me. I remember him as something left behind upon the road of life, as something I have passed rather than have actually been, and almost think of him as of someone else. And the little girl I saw on that first day at Mr. Wickfield's, where is she? Gone also. In her stead, the perfect likeness of the picture, a child-likeness no more, moves about the house, and Agnes, my sweet sister, as I call her in my thoughts, my counsellor and friend, the better angel of the lives of all who come within her calm, good, self-denying influence, is quite a woman. What other changes have come upon me, besides the changes in my growth and looks, and in the knowledge I have garnered all this while? I wear a gold watch and chain, a ring upon my little finger, and a long-tailed coat. And I use a great deal of bear's grease, which taken in conjunction with the ring looks bad. Am I in love again? I am. I worship the eldest Miss Larkins. The eldest Miss Larkins is not a little girl. She's a tall, dark, black-eyed, fine figure of a woman. The eldest Miss Larkins is not a chicken, for the youngest Miss Larkins is not that, and the eldest must be 3 or 4 years older. Perhaps the eldest Miss Larkins may be about 30. My passion for her is beyond all bounds. The eldest Miss Larkins knows officers. It is an awful thing to bear. I see them speaking to her in the street. I see them cross the way to meet her. When her bonnet, she has a bright taste in bonnets, is seen coming down the pavement, accompanied by her sister's bonnet. She laughs and talks and seems to like it. I spend a good deal of my own spare time in walking up and down the street to meet her. If I can bow to her once in a day, I know her to bow to, knowing Mr. Larkins, I am happier. I deserve a bow now and then. The raging agonies I suffer on the night of the race ball, where I know the eldest Miss Larkins will be dancing with the military, ought to have some compensation, if there be even-handed justice in the world. My passion takes away my appetite, and makes me wear my newest silk neckerchief continually. I have no relief but in putting on my best clothes, and having my boots cleaned over and over again. I seem then to be worthier of the eldest Miss Larkins. Everything that belongs to her, or is connected with her, is precious to me. Mr. Larkins, a gruff old gentleman with a double chin, and one of his eyes immovable in his head, is fraught with interest to me. When I can't meet his daughter, I go where I am likely to meet him, to say, "How do you do, Mr. Larkins? Are the young ladies and all the family quite well?" seems so pointed that I blush. I think continually about my age. I am 17, and say that 17 is young for the eldest Miss Larkins. What of that? Besides, I shall be 21 in no time almost. I regularly take walks outside Mr. Larkins' house in the evening, though it cuts me to the heart to see the officers go in, or to hear them up in the drawing-room where the eldest Miss Larkins plays the harp. I even walk, on 2 or 3 occasions, in a sickly, spoony manner, round and round the house, after the family are gone to bed, wondering which is the eldest Miss Larkins' chamber, and pitching, I dare say now, on Mr. Larkins's instead, wishing that a fire would burst out, and the assembled crowd would stand appalled, and that I, dashing through them with a ladder, might rear it against her window, save her in my arms, go back for something she had left behind, and perish in the flames. For I am generally disinterested in my love, and think I could be content to make a figure before Miss Larkins, and expire. Generally, but not always. Sometimes brighter visions rise before me. When I dress, the occupation of 2 hours, for a great ball given at the Larkinses, the anticipation of 3 weeks, I indulge my fancy with pleasing images. I picture myself taking courage to make a declaration to Miss Larkins. I picture Miss Larkins sinking her head upon my shoulder and saying, "Oh, Mr. Copperfield, I can't believe my ears." I picture Mr. Larkins waiting on me next morning and saying, "My dear Copperfield, my daughter has told me all. Youth is no objection. Here are £20,000. Be happy." I picture my aunt relenting and blessing us, and Mr. Dick and Dr. Strong being present at the marriage ceremony. I am a sensible fellow, I believe on looking back, I mean, and modest, I am sure, but all this goes on notwithstanding. I repair to the enchanted house. where there are lights, chattering, music, flowers, officers, I am sorry to say, and the eldest, Miss Larkins, a blaze of beauty. She is dressed in blue, with blue flowers in her hair. Forget-me-nots, as if she had any need to wear forget-me-nots. It is the first really grown-up party that I have ever been invited to, and I am a little uncomfortable, for I appear not to belong to anybody, and nobody appears to have anything to say to me, except Mr. Larkins, who asks me how my schoolfellows are, which he needn't do, as I have not come there to be insulted. But after I have stood in the doorway for some time, and feasted my eyes upon the goodness of my heart, she approaches me, she, the eldest Miss Larkins, and asks me pleasantly if I dance. I stammer with a bow. With you, Miss Larkins? With no one else? Inquires Miss Larkins. I should have no pleasure in dancing with anyone else. Miss Larkin laughs and blushes, or I think she blushes, and says, next time but one, I shall be very glad. The time arrives. It is a waltz, I think, Miss Larkins doubtfully observes, when I present myself. Do you waltz? If not, Captain Bailey. But I do waltz, pretty well too, as it happens, and I take Miss Larkins out. I take her sternly from the side of Captain Bailey. He is wretched, I have no doubt, but he is nothing to me. I have been wretched too. I waltz with the eldest Miss Larkins. I don't know where, among whom, or how long. I only know that I swim about in space with a blue angel, in a state of blissful delirium, until I find myself alone with her in a little room, resting on a sofa. She admires a flower, pink camellia japonica, price £0.50, in my buttonhole. I give it her and say, I ask an inestimable price for it, Miss Larkins. Indeed? What is that? Returns Miss Larkins. A flower of yours, that I may treasure it as a miser does gold. You are a bold boy, says Miss Larkins. There. She gives it me, not displeased, and I put it to my lips, and then into my breast. Miss Larkins, laughing, draws her hand through my arm and says, Now, take me back to Captain Bailey. I am lost in the recollection of this delicious interview and the waltz, when she comes to me again with a plain elderly gentleman, who has been playing whist all night, upon her arm, and says, Oh, here is my bold friend. Mr. Chessel wants to know you, Mr. Copperfield. I feel at once that he is a friend of the family, and am much gratified. I admire your taste, sir, said Mr. Chessel. It does you credit. I suppose you don't take much interest in hops, but I am a pretty large grower myself, and if you ever like to come over to our neighbourhood of Ashford, and take a turn about our place, we shall be glad for you to stop as long as you like. I thank Mr. Chessel warmly and shake hands. I think I am in a happy dream. I waltz with the eldest Miss Larkins once again. She says I waltz so well. I go home in a state of unspeakable bliss, and waltz in imagination all night long, with my arm round the blue waist of my dear divinity. For some days afterwards I am lost in rapturous reflections, but I neither see her in the street nor when I call. I am imperfectly consoled for this disappointment by the sacred pledge, the perished flower. Trotwood, says Agnes one day after dinner, who do you think is to be married tomorrow? Someone you admire? Not you, I suppose, Agnes. Not me, raising her cheerful face from the music she is copying. Do you hear him, Papa? The eldest Miss Larkins. To Captain Bailey. I have just enough power to ask. No, not to Captain Bailey. To Mr. Chessel, a hop grower. I am terribly dejected for about a week or two. I take off my ring, I wear my worst clothes, I use no bear's grease, and I frequently lament over the late Miss Larkins's faded flower. Being by that time rather tired of this kind of life, and having received new provocation from the butcher, I threw the flower away, go out with the butcher, and gloriously defeat him. This, and the resumption of my ring, as well as of the bear's grease in moderation, are the last marks I can discern now in my progress to 17. End of chapter 18.